Zhang Chen, having traversed into the apocalyptic world, unexpectedly bound himself to the infinite evolution system of Tripsking. This system endowed him with the remarkable ability to continuously evolve by devouring infected entities, and each evolution rewarded him with an astonishing number of zombie hordes. From that moment forth, Zhang Chen began to make his mark in the desolatorium, amassing an endless tide of fund under his command. Each zombie growing more ferocious and unstoppably under the influence of his amplification aura. When those are reincarnated demons, possessing memory as of their past lives, encountered Zhang Chen, their faces were instantly with terror and disbelief. Such a formidable corpse king has never appeared before in her previous life. Who has altered the script? In the face of their astonishment, Zhang Chen merely raised the corners of his mouth and a subtle smile and responded with an air of nonchalance. I regretto inform you, but the script is no directed by him. Theli drove T human survivor base, upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of zombies under Zhang Chen's command, Waste left me speechless. His art entwined with fear and confusion. How is this possible? The number of zombies is utterly unfathomable by you. Cannot be jesting with me, can you? The inhabitants soft to survive or base gazed upon the sprawling horde of zombies surging towards them, and the flickering bear of hope within their hearts was completely extinguished. Before such errant lesson slot, in his semblance of resistance appeared utterly insignificant and powerless. Zhang Chen spread his arms wide, his gaze sweeping over Thebelian soft zombies enhanced by his power, as mug smilla gracing his lips. As the corpse king, possessing billion soft zombies is shardly excessive, wouldn't you agree? Merely a month after the incit of the apocalypse, City had evolved in totus salatuous de lands devoid of life. In Asmal supermarket long since Saren's act, Zhang Yu's lowly opened his bloodry eyes, lying on the ground, disbelief fluting his day mi. Still alive? As she surveyed he familiar surroundings, Heffeltical part Sastona Sheeden perplexed. Just moments ago, a famished Zhang Yu had ventured into the supermarket in search of sustenance. Narrow live-aiding a wandering horde of zombies, only to discover these shelves were entire libere. Tomic matters worse, a grotesque zombie had sudden lie lung him, mouth agape. Caught off guard, Zhang Yu was knocked to the ground, suffering a vicious bite on his arm. Despite his desperate struggle to fight back, he ultimately lit a spat shed the zombie. But the zombie ever shadel ready began to spread rapidly within him. Soon after, he lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor. In his final moment self-awareness, he recalled the myriad of tribulation she had faced since his arrival in this world merely seconds after his arrival, the apocalypse had erupted, forcing him to hide and endure hunger for a month, ultimately succumbing in this supermarket. However, just as Zhang Yu believed he was on the brink of death, he miraculously awoke. Where am I? Hello keyed around, questioning whether he was hallucinating from starvation. Yet, thwound in his arm and the corpse of Tanbi on the ground confirmed the reality of the situation. Although he could not fathom why he was still alive, Zhang Yu understood that living was undoubtedly preferable to dying. He steadied himself against Thule and gradually rose to his feet, preparing to exit the supermarket. At that moment, he caught sight of the mirror at the counter. His reflection revealed pallid skin, crimson eyes, and teeth sharpened like blades, resembling the very zombies that they'd attacked him. What? Is that him? Zhang Yu's widened in shock, exclaiming, yet his throat produced on like a kilogrol. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonate in his minding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened and successfully bound to the Supercorpse King system. Immediately thereafter, a system information interface, visible and light to him, materialized before his eyes. Ash perused the information on the systempage host Zhang Yu, level ordinary zombie, ability zombie virus, evolution points 0-10. He gradually regained discomposure. He realized that his retention of memory after being infected weighs entire lijuito is system sexistancy otherwise, he would have a long since become a mindless husk. Contemplating this, Asmala crept across Zhang Yu's face. Tor live his existence as a zombie seemed to beareth intriguing option. At that moment, the system's voice echo adonsmary ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a bind gift package 1. Wuldio liki to pin it? A binding gift package indeed? Zhang Yu felt a surge of excitement within him. Without hesitation, Hekasi to pin the package, eagerly anticipating Thetria's Suri sit might contain. However, upon discovering the dark red zombie every enhancement sermon Hishans, Heffelte twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, having already revealed it, Hid Si dead Tota Stites effects. Following the system's instructions, Zhang Yu injected Arminto Hishiart. Heffel to warm current surging through his body, enhancing his physique. Minutes later, as the enhancement process concluded, Huazaleta to find substantial improvements in his strength, speed, and even his mental state had improved. Zhang Yu began to reminisce about the whereabouts of those humans who had not joined the encampment. Before he was infected, he had encountered a few groups of survivors scavenging for supplies. However, Zhang Yu was particularly cautious and dared not approach them recklessly. After casting a fleeting glance from a distance, he hurriedly departed to search for resources elsewhere. For in this apocalyptic world, the terrors were not limited to various mutated species, but also lay within humanity itself. No one could predict the heinous acts that unrestrained humans might commit in the absence of law and order. Soon, Zhang Yu recalled several locations where human survivors might be hiding. The nearest was a small supermarket situated on another street. It was likely that 3 or 4 survivors had taken refuge there, claiming the supermarket as their own and living off its ample supplies, leading a rather comfortable existence. Zhang Yu had seen them during his previous searches for resources. Judging by the quantity of supplies stored within the small supermarket, it was reasonable to conclude that they had not yet left. Very well, they would do. Zhang Yu quickly confirmed his target, as he was exceedingly hungry and eager to satiate his appetite. The small supermarket, which was relatively close and not overly populated, became his primary objective. With the enhanced strength afforded to him by the serum derived from the zombie virus, he was more than capable of dealing with 3 or 4 ordinary humans. He then set off with haste, following the route etched in his memory towards the small supermarket. Unbeknownst to the 3 survivors residing within the supermarket, who were blissfully unaware of the impending danger, they were enjoying ham sausages and playing cards. One of the male survivors, a dark-skinned man appearing to be in his 20s, chewed on his ham sausage and exclaimed, "This place is truly splendid. The supplies are abundant, and I no longer have to worry about going hungry." In response, another male survivor eagerly chimed in, boasting, "Indeed. Just look at who found this place. I've been observing this supermarket for quite some time. The supplies are plentiful enough to sustain the 3 of us for a long while. Isn't this far superior to that so-called encampment? Can they offer us such provisions?" The remaining survivor quickly praised, "Yes, thanks to Brother Chun, or else I wouldn't have had the pleasure of this delicious ham sausage." The male survivor who had discovered the supermarket was named Qin Jun, who had recently brought his 2 close companions to seize control of the establishment. Once they arrived, it felt as though they had entered paradise. Not only were the supplies abundant, but there were also various entertainments to keep them occupied. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the trio would not be leaving until their supplies were exhausted. To prevent zombies from breaching their sanctuary, they had fortified the supermarket with various objects. The glass door at the entrance was draped with curtains and barricaded with shelves, providing them with a profound sense of security. Haha, 4 of a kind. Anyone else want to play? As they reveled in their food and merriment, Zhang Yu had already approached the supermarket's entrance. Gazing at the glass door obscured by curtains, he was certain that there were indeed human survivors inside. Instinctively licking his lips, he thought, "Finally, I can fill my stomach." Zhang Yu then swiftly approached the transparent glass door of the supermarket, inhaling deeply to catch the scent of humans within. He soon heard faint sounds confirming that the group was still inside. Testing the door with a gentle push, he found it immovable, as it had been barricaded with heavy objects. To gain entry, a forceful approach was necessary. Observing the reinforced glass door, it was undeniably a challenge for an ordinary zombie to penetrate. However, for Zhang Yu, who had consumed the zombie virus-enhanced serum, it posed little difficulty, merely requiring the right tools. He soon located a hatchet at a nearby hardware store and returned to the supermarket's entrance. Bringing the axe down with tremendous force, the glass door shattered under the might of Zhang Yu's strike, sending shards flying and coating him in debris. Yet, he felt no pain. Rather, he was exhilarated. The scent of humans deeply stimulated Zhang Yu, who had already succumbed to his zombie transformation. With the glass door breached, he tore aside the curtain and kicked aside the shelves that had concealed the entrance. Inside, he was met with the startled faces of the 3 humans, who had just grasped their weapons in alarm. With a ferocious roar, Zhang Yu discarded the axe and lunged at the terrified individuals. He tackled Qin Jun, who was wide-eyed and gripping a steel rod in a futile attempt to retaliate, and sank his teeth into his neck. "Help me!" Kill this zombie! Qin Jun cried out in a wretched wail, utterly bewildered by how this creature had managed to breach the supermarket door in such a short span of time. And with such overwhelming strength. The remaining two survivors reacted swiftly. One hastily picked up the steel rod that Qin Jun had dropped and swung it at Zhang Yu's head, while the other brandished a knife hidden within his clothing, lunging for Zhang Yu's heart. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhang Yu swiftly turned, effortlessly seizing the weapons aimed at him. In the astonished gaze of his concealed behind the refrigerator, Zhang Yu seized the opportune moment to strike. With a surge of strength, his powerful hands swiftly gripped the necks of two survivors, and with a decisive twist, he snapped them cleanly. My goodness. There are actually zombies. The remaining burly man wielding a knife. Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught of zombies emerging from the supermarket, was just about to retaliate when Zhang Yu lunged at him. The battle within the supermarket concluded with astonishing swiftness. Zhang Yu indulged in a hearty feast once more, and his evolution points increased by 3. As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, Zhang Yu rasped, "Excellent, just 4 more to go." After 3 days of vigilant waiting, he finally reaped the rewards. Subsequently, he methodically tidied up the supermarket once again using his familiar techniques and resumed his watchful vigil inside. After the surrounding zombies had devoured the remaining corpses, he meticulously cleaned up the traces of blood left behind. The week passed, and Zhang Yu finally filled his evolution points to capacity. Although the method of accumulating evolution points was rather slow, it proved to be quite stable. Should he meander through the streets, there was always the risk of being targeted by human superpowered individuals or evolved zombies, which would spell trouble. Ordinary zombies do not attack one another. But evolved zombies are a different matter entirely. Evolved zombies develop a territorial instinct. If one inadvertently trespasses into their domain, they will not hesitate to attack indiscriminately, regardless of whether you are one of their kind. Of course, if you happen to be stronger, the situation changes. Encounters with human superpowered beings need not be elaborated upon. They would undoubtedly eliminate him without a second thought. Previously, he had merely been a slightly stronger elite soldier, and he dared not provoke these formidable beings. Thus, he opted for a relatively safer method of gaining evolution points. Now, however, everything had changed. With his evolution points maxed out, he was ready to evolve into a first-tier zombie. Ding! Evolution points are full. Does the host wish to evolve? Evolution? Without hesitation, Zhang Yu responded to the system's inquiry in his mind. He had waited for this moment throughout his days of vigilant watch. As soon as he spoke, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, a sensation more pleasurable than that experienced when he ingested the zombie virus-enhanced serum. Moments later, the evolution process concluded. His muscles grew even stronger, bone density increased, reaction speed accelerated, and his physical constitution was further enhanced. He could also sense a newfound potent energy suddenly residing within him. As he opened his palm, arcs of electricity began to coalesce within his grasp. Clenching his fists, he felt a faint current dancing at his fingertips. This was an unprecedented sensation, and Zhang Yu's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving to first tier. Host information updated. Host: Zhang Yu level, first tier zombie abilities. Lightning manipulation, domination, zombie venom evolution points. 0-100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving to first tier. Reward: 500 ordinary zombies, completely obedient to the host. Would you like to claim? So, I have awakened my abilities. No wonder I felt an influx of power within me. After reviewing the system page, Zhang Yu eagerly decided to test his newfound strength. Attempting to harness this energy, he waved his hand, and an arc of electricity shot forth from his fingertips, striking the supermarket wall and instantly creating a hole the size of a fist. Wow, what devastating power! Zhang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the blackened hole he had effortlessly created. Both zombies and humans awaken abilities upon evolving to first tier, and Zhang Yu's lightning manipulation was among the rarest of these powers. Reigning in the arc of energy from his palm, Zhang Yu focused on the additional ability he had gained upon evolving into a first-tier zombie. He had previously learned about domination, an ability awakened by zombies upon reaching the first tier, allowing them to control a limited number of ordinary zombies. The higher the level, the greater the number of zombies that could be commanded. Zhang Yu stepped outside the supermarket to test his domination on the wandering horde of zombies. Domination that he discovered that he could control at most 20 or so, beyond which he could not. This was the limit of a first-tier zombie's capability. It could only be said that this skill grows stronger with higher levels. After releasing control of the 20 zombies, Zhang Yu turned his attention to the reward granted by the system after his evolution. 500 fully obedient zombies. He was somewhat taken aback by the system's offer. Initially, he expected another injection of the zombie virus-enhanced serum, but was pleasantly surprised to receive 500 zombies instead. This was fortuitous, as he could certainly utilize these 500 zombies in his upcoming endeavors. Chapter 4. The Tiger's Den. With his newfound strength as a first-tier zombie, Zhang Yu began to contemplate the possibility of infiltrating the Tiger's Den, a human settlement. If he could lay siege to a human stronghold, his evolution would undoubtedly accelerate at an astonishing pace. However, Zhang Yu merely harbored this plan in his mind and did not dare to act on it. Leading 500 zombies to assault a human settlement would be akin to seeking death. In the face of a Tiger's Den guarded by second-tier superpowered individuals, his small horde of zombies would hardly pose a threat. To successfully besiege a human settlement, he would need to wait until he evolved into a second-tier zombie. Thus, Zhang Yu's immediate task was to quietly bide his time and develop his strength. Once he had accumulated sufficient power, he could lead the horde in an assault against the Tiger's Den. For now, however, he decided to summon the 500 zombies. The thought of being surrounded by 500 zombies provided a sense of security, even if he were to encounter a second-tier superpowered individual. Zhang Yu could successfully retreat under the cover of the horde. He soon found an abandoned basketball court, overgrown with weeds and in a state of disrepair, with a crooked hoop leaning to one side. The size of this derelict court should suffice for 500 zombies, he thought, content with the space available for his summons. In his mind, he commanded the system, claimed the reward, ding, summoning successful. As the system's notification resonated, a blinding white light erupted across the abandoned court. In unison, 500 zombies materialized. In appearance, the zombies summoned by the system bore no difference from those wandering the streets. Indeed, they were just ordinary zombies. However, the system indicated that these 500 zombies would obey his every command. Zhang Yu issued a few commands to test their responsiveness, and he was pleased to discover their high level of compliance. They followed his instructions remarkably well, which eased his concerns. As long as they weren't complete imbeciles, he could work with that. As for their combat prowess, well, if they were somewhat lackluster, that was acceptable. He hadn't intended for them to be his primary force. They merely needed to shield him from danger when it arose. Follow me, he commanded. A low growl emanated from the 500 zombies, who quickly grasped the command and closely trailed behind Zhang Yu. The sight of 500 zombies marching through the city instilled a formidable sense of pressure, as only second-tier zombies could command such a substantial horde. No fool would dare provoke Zhang Yu and his entourage of zombies. What a comforting feeling it was! Surrounded by 500 zombies, Zhang Yu felt protected. They would even clear a path through any obstructing zombies on the street. Now, he aimed to venture near the Tiger's Den to observe the strength of this human settlement. A human settlement housing thousands would undoubtedly require significant resources, likely dispatching survivor teams to scour the city for supplies. Zhang Yu's next objective was precisely these survivor teams emerging from the Tiger's Den, tasked with resource collection. With his first-tier zombies and a horde exceeding 100, he was more than equipped to handle these supply-seeking survivors. Using the address broadcasted earlier, Zhang Yu swiftly pinpointed the location of the Tiger's Den. After walking a short distance, he approached his destination. However, he suddenly halted. His large contingent of zombies made them conspicuous, risking exposure. If the second-tier superpowered individuals within were alerted, it would be disastrous. Thus, Zhang Yu resolved to have the horde wait while he ventured forth alone. "You all stay here. Do not move until I return," he commanded the horde. After issuing his orders, Zhang Yu cautiously approached the Tiger's Den. Although he had evolved into a first-tier zombie, it was wise to remain vigilant in the vicinity of a human settlement. The horde promptly complied, falling silent and still upon receiving Zhang Yu's commands. After a few more minutes of careful navigation, he finally laid eyes on the Tiger's Den that had been so frequently advertised over the airwaves. Surrounding the settlement were defensive barriers constructed from barbed wire and building materials, within which appeared to be warehouses. Zhang Yu surmised that the Tiger's Den had likely been expanded and modified from these large storage facilities. Patrolling the perimeter were guards armed with firearms, but fortunately, they were merely ordinary humans, alleviating Zhang Yu's concerns about being detected. After circling the outer perimeter of the Tiger's Den, Zhang Yu noted that the entire base had only 2 entrances, while the rest were sealed off with fences and other constructions. He also observed human teams entering the settlement, each member carrying large backpacks and armed with weapons. The guards on patrol searched them before granting entry. Confirming Zhang Yu's suspicions, having gathered a substantial understanding of the basic situation, it was time for him to retreat. With the layout and essential details of the tiger's den firmly established, Zhang Yu prepared to depart. Should one linger here for too long, it would pose a perilous risk of detection by the second-tier ability users within. This reconnaissance only provided a rudimentary understanding of the terrain surrounding the tiger gathering place, as well as some rather elementary details. The exact number of human survivors within the gathering place, along with the count of ability users, remains unknown. However, it is likely not too dissimilar from what they have proclaimed. Zhang Yu subsequently returned to the Horde's encampment, mindful to prevent any unforeseen incidents arising from an extended absence. Upon his return, the surrounding Horde swiftly encircled him, offering a formidable protection that was quite a spectacle. Within the Horde, safety was assured, and no disturbances occurred. "Let us retreat," Zhang Yu commanded, leading the Horde back a considerable distance, contemplating how to orchestrate disturbances against the tiger gathering place. With only 2 exits, it meant that those scavenging for supplies could only emerge from these 2 pathways. He could position the Horde to ambush near these entrances, trailing behind these human groups. Once they were sufficiently distanced from the tiger gathering place, he could strike to eliminate them. Even with a first-tier zombie accompanied by several hundred ordinary zombies, Zhang Yu felt confident in his ability to vanquish them, despite the presence of any first-tier human ability users. As for second-tier ability users, such formidable beings would be considered high-ranking within the gathering place. Even if they were not its leaders, it is reasonable to assume they would not personally venture out to seek supplies. The likelihood of a first-tier ability user being dispatched for such a task was already a rarity. Thus, Zhang Yu assessed that the risk associated with his forthcoming actions was minimal, and the potential gains were quite promising. Having devised a strategy, Zhang Yu promptly initiated preparations for an assault on the tiger gathering place. Chapter 5. Successful Encirclement. Regrettably, maintaining a prolonged ambush on these survivor teams was not feasible. AS scavenging parties increasingly encountered attacks and went missing. The second-tier ability users within the gathering place would soon take notice, at that point. They might even take matters into their own hands to investigate the causes. Therefore, Zhang Yu understood that expedience was essential. Before the adversary detected any anomalies, he aimed to eliminate as many scavenging survivors as possible to expedite his evolution to the second tier. Once achieved, he would no longer fear the second-tier ability users within the tiger base. Thus, it was time for action. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu led the Horde to lay in wait around the tiger gathering place, intently watching one of its exits. Should a group of over 10 survivors emerge in search of supplies, Zhang Yu would lead the Horde to follow closely behind. This ambush strategy would inevitably attract the attention of the ability users within the gathering place, so Zhang Yu specifically targeted larger survivor groups. Knowing that a successful strike could yield several dozen evolution points, a few successful encounters would accumulate enough points for his evolution into a second-tier zombie. The Horde remained eerily quiet as they concealed themselves around the gathering place. Zhang Yu could not help but admire the zombies summoned by the system. After issuing a command for silence, they remarkably refrained from vocalizations, concerned that an excessive number of zombies might lead to exposure. Zhang Yu did not bring all 500 of them along. He only took 100 with him, while the remaining 400 were strategically hidden in safer locations. Even if discovered, the amassed strength of 400 zombies would be formidable, making it improbable for ordinary creatures to eliminate them. Before long, Zhang Yu identified a suitable target. A group of approximately 20 survivors emerged from the tiger gathering place, each burdened with a large backpack and armed with weapons, evidently on a quest for supplies. The size of the group was just right. "Excellent, it shall be you." Upon confirming the target, Zhang Yu commanded the Horde to hastily follow suit, tailing the survivors closely. As they distanced themselves from the tiger gathering place, he would strike. During this pursuit, Zhang Yu, utilizing the keen eyesight of a first-tier zombie, had already discerned the precise number of individuals in the human survivor group, 18 in total. All ordinary survivors. They possessed no firearms, only crude machetes and homemade crossbows. They were, in fact, the perfect target in Zhang Yu's eyes. At this moment, the human survivor group was en route to a warehouse located at a considerable distance from the tiger gathering place to procure supplies. This location had recently been discovered by two members of their team. Although the warehouse contained an abundance of supplies, it was also surrounded by a significant number of wandering zombies, in a rush to gather the resources. The two had hurried back to the gathering place to enlist help, rallying their trusted companions for assistance. They aimed to share the bounty within the warehouse, resulting in a larger party venturing out for supplies. Inadvertently drawing Zhang Yu's attention, Tio gained residency and protection within the tiger gathering place. One merely needed to submit a certain quantity of supplies weekly. The management of the gathering place would not seize any surplus supplies acquired during other times. For an extended period, no one had dared to violate this rule, as the leaders of the tiger gathering place were both second-tier ability users, 2 in total. This regulation had been jointly established by these two second-tier ability users. Their formidable power was enough to instill fear among all within the gathering place, in any gathering place. The presence of two leaders typically signified a lack of internal unity. Two-thirds of the territory was under the control of a second-tier ability user known as the Zombie Overlord, who had awakened a unique ability to command zombies. The remaining third was governed by a second-tier gold-type ability user, whose strength was somewhat inferior to that of the Zombie Overlord. The Tiger Gathering Place could be regarded as a relatively strong human settlement, albeit one with internal discord. The survivor group targeted by Zhang Yu resided within the domain controlled by the Zombie Overlord. The leader of this substantial survivor group, named Shi Tai, was a middle-aged man standing approximately 6 feet tall with a robust physique. Wielding a large blade, like a towering iron pillar amidst the group, he was diligently guiding his team toward the warehouse indicated by one of his members, though he felt an unsettling premonition throughout their journey. Beside him, a slender male survivor in his 20s observed Shi Tai's demeanor with concern and inquired, "Uncle Tai, is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing the inquiry, Shi Tai remained silent, merely shaking his head. After scrutinizing their surroundings for any abnormalities and finding none, he felt somewhat reassured and continued toward the warehouse, following the lead of his team. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, closely tailing them, realized that they had finally distanced themselves from the vicinity of the tiger gathering place. It was now his turn to act. To ensure complete annihilation, Zhang Yu led the horde in encircling the human survivor group. There was no escape for them now. A smile crept across Zhang Yu's lips as he positioned the zombies directly in front of the human survivor group, unleashing a ferocious roar. "What? Zombies? Everyone, prepare for battle." Shi Tai, witnessing the sudden appearance of zombies, did not succumb to panic but instead tightened his grip on his weapon, skillfully organizing the remaining members for defense against the oncoming horde. Fortunately, it appeared to be merely a small group of zombies, around 10 in number, easily manageable. However, at that moment, the surrounding zombies, having received Zhang Yu's signal, surged forth from all directions, completely encircling the 18 survivors. I can't believe how many zombies are here. Could this be a second-tier zombie?" One survivor exclaimed in disbelief. "Shut your mouth, you fool. How could it possibly be a second-tier zombie?" Another retorted. "Look at how organized these zombies are. There must be a powerful tiered zombie controlling them. Only a second-tier or even higher-level zombie could command such a horde." As the survivors took in the sight of nearly 100 zombies encircling them, utter chaos ensued. The earlier claims were not unfounded. Only a second-tier zombie could dominate such a vast horde. They were merely ordinary survivors, lacking even a first-tier ability user among them. How could they possibly withstand a second-tier zombie? "Silence!" Shi Tai bellowed, attempting to quell the panic among his team. The frightened group would only hasten their demise. Quickly, he spotted Zhang Yu, who stood out amidst the surrounding zombies, and pointed decisively. "Everyone, focus your crossbows on that second-tier zombie. Take it down." Based on his assessment, Shi Tai determined that Zhang Yu was the leader of this horde. Indeed, a second-tier zombie. If they could eliminate this leading zombie, the surrounding horde would lose its coordination, granting them a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, he was not entirely confident, uncertain if their crossbows could dispatch a zombie as formidable as the gathering place's leader. He was merely a relatively strong ordinary survivor. Drenched in sweat as the encroaching horde closed in, he had never anticipated encountering a second-tier zombie in this area. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. Roar. Upon hearing their intent to use crossbows against him, Zhang Yu emitted a ferocious roar. The surrounding zombies, seemingly responding to his signal, immediately launched an assault on the human survivor group. Zhang Yu swiftly turned to conceal himself behind the horde, for he was no true second-tier zombie. It would be absurd to be taken down by a barrage of crossbow bolts from these humans. Roar! Surrounded by zombies with gaping mouths revealing their sharp fangs, they lunged towards the hapless humans. How infuriating! Shirtai, watching Zhang Yu cower behind the tide of corpses, felt an overwhelming anger as his crossbow bolts failed to reach him. How could a second-tier zombie be so cowardly? With no other option, he redirected his aim, determined to eliminate the encroaching horde before it reached them. Zhang Yu, hidden behind the mass of undead, readied his abilities for a surprise attack. Spotting a burly middle-aged man in the crowd, he witnessed the man effortlessly dispatch one of his own subordinates with a crossbow bolt. He resolved to take him out first. Die! An arc of electricity coalesced in his palm and shot toward Shirtai, striking his head and exploding upon impact. Shirtai's headless corpse fell to the ground, leaving his expression forever unseen. Uncle Tai, Brother Shir, be careful. It's that second-tier zombie. The crowd, still futilely struggling, was paralyzed with horror at the sudden downfall of Shirtai. Such a formidable figure, reduced to nothing by an unknown ability of the second-tier zombie from such a distance. The survivors, gripped by panic, quickly succumbed to the overwhelming horde without Shirtai's leadership. However, they were not consumed. Their resistance was stripped away, for these were Zhang Yu's prey. The battle concluded swiftly. Zhang Yu stepped forward from behind the tide of corpses, ready to relish the spoils of his victory. The surrounding zombies would have to wait until he finished before they could partake. The evolution points increased, as expected, by 18. Yet, 12 zombies from his earlier group had perished, most felled by crossbow bolts. Their heads pierced and lying motionless on the ground. 5 others bore severe knife wounds, their black blood dripping onto the ground from their injuries, yet they remained oblivious, their vacant eyes betraying no awareness of their suffering. The haul was satisfactory, primarily because Zhang Yu's ambush targets were large groups of survivors. Their combat prowess surpassed that of smaller groups, making losses inevitable. Fortunately, this human survivor group was unarmed. Otherwise, the casualties among his horde would have been far greater. Well, let's find a place to bandage you up. Zhang Yu felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of the 5 injured zombies. He intended to procure some fabric for rudimentary bandaging, unable to bear their pitiable state. Afterward, he led the remaining horde away from the scene. He casually tore some clothing from a dusty clothing store to tend to the injured zombies. The store was simply more cost-effective than a hospital. Zombies were not human. A simple bandaging sufficed. Besides, Zhang Yu, having traversed realms, had no knowledge of where a hospital might be. Not bad. Observing his bandaging skills, he felt a swell of satisfaction. However, the expressions of the 5 injured zombies remained unchanged. Once the bandaging was complete, Zhang Yu led his horde back to their previous ambush site. A successful endeavor had yielded 18 evolution points. A few more such victories would surely suffice for him to evolve into a second-tier zombie. After that, he would no longer need to rely on such means for evolution points. It was a pity about the dozen or so zombies that had perished. Finding obedient subordinates who could comprehend his commands was no easy feat. Yet, there was no alternative. Attacking larger groups of survivors inevitably resulted in losses within his horde. Upon returning to the ambush point in the tiger gathering place, Zhang Yu continued to monitor one of the exits. Seeking new targets, he waited until the next day without finding a suitable group. Either the numbers were too small to be worthwhile, or they were too large and armed with firearms. Engaging a group equipped with firearms would lead to even greater losses for his horde and pose significant risks to himself. What if a barrage of bullets took him down? Just as Zhang Yu was idly observing the entrance of the tiger gathering place, a suitable group finally appeared. About 10 individuals, unarmed, lacking even crossbows. This was an even more perfect target. Let us go, follow them. Zhang Yu felt an invigorating surge of energy as he led his horde after the human survivor group. This group was also venturing out for supplies. Though their destination was not as distant as that of Shirtai's, they were relatively weak, armed only with large knives. The group, wary of attracting zombies, walked silently, hoping to scavenge from a nearby medium-sized supermarket, as the resources in closer stores had long been depleted by other survivors. However, as they proceeded, they suddenly sensed something amiss. They seemed to be surrounded by a horde of zombies, and judging by the numbers, it was a second-tier zombie leading the charge. Zhang Yu himself, realizing they had strayed far from the tiger gathering place, he commanded his nearly 100 zombies to surround them without hesitation. So many zombies. Despair seeped into the human group as trembling hands clutched their weapons. The sheer number of organized zombies indicated the presence of a second-tier zombie controlling them. They were truly doomed. With a roar, Zhang Yu led the surrounding horde into the fray, his hands crackling with electricity. The battle concluded swiftly. This time, Zhang Yu personally joined the fray. With the physical prowess of a first-tier zombie and the enhancements from the zombie virus serum he had consumed, it was impossible for them to defeat him with mere knives. His evolution points surged by another 12, bringing his total to over a third full. Only 3 zombies in his horde sustained injuries, with no fatalities. Although the evolution points gained this time were fewer than before, the losses within his horde were significantly reduced. Zhang Yu skillfully bandaged the injured zombies once more. My skills are improving. After completing the bandaging, he clapped his hands, admiring his handiwork on the 3 zombies. One of the zombies had injured its palm, and in a moment of inspiration, Zhang Yu modified its bandaging by affixing a kitchen knife to its hand, securing it firmly. Perhaps this alteration would enhance its combat capabilities. Chapter 7. First encounter with a second-tier zombie. All patched up, let us move on and continue working. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yu led the 3 bandaged zombies back onto the desolate streets. Just as they prepared to return to the gathering place for another ambush, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy signature from another second-tier zombie nearby. Protect me! Zhang Yu felt a surge of anxiety, commanding the surrounding zombies to form a protective barrier around him. His crimson eyes cautiously scanned the vicinity, searching for the source of the ominous presence. With his hands crackling with electricity, he stood ready for battle. His heightened senses, sharpened by the zombie virus serum he had ingested, allowed him to detect that the source of the energy was a genuine second-tier zombie. Not a mere second-tier mimic like himself. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt the weight of danger pressing down upon him. The hierarchy among zombies often led to territorial disputes and even lethal confrontations. Had he inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a second-tier zombie? Minutes passed without incident, and Zhang Yu grew puzzled. What was happening? Was it not coming for him? As he surveyed the tranquil surroundings, he noticed something off about the energy signature. It seemed unstable, as if the second-tier zombie had sustained injuries. This was an injured second-tier zombie. Zhang Yu quickly pieced together the implications. A wounded second-tier zombie had just passed through his vicinity. He pondered whether it had noticed him. It might have detected his presence, but chosen to avoid conflict due to its injuries. One thing was certain. He was now safe. Damn, that startled me. Zhang Yu relaxed his vigilance slightly. The sudden appearance of the second-tier zombie had genuinely alarmed him. He had feared being targeted as prey. At that moment, a bold idea sparked in his mind. What if he pursued that injured second-tier zombie and eliminated it? While he dared not confront a healthy second-tier zombie, an injured one was a different matter. Should he succeed, the evolution points gained would far exceed those obtained from hunting survivor groups. This could enable him to rapidly evolve into a second-tier zombie. As for whether he could defeat it, he had nearly 100 zombies at his command, capable of temporarily stalling the horde under the second-tier zombie's control. If he could take down that second-tier zombie in the meantime, it would be a monumental achievement. The thought excited him more and more. With a heart hardened by determination, Zhang Yu commanded the horde of zombies surrounding him to advance. Sensing the palpable aura of the undead, he led his contingent of several hundred zombies in pursuit. During the chase, he exercised his dominion ability to seize control of 20 wandering zombies along the way. Every bit of strength counted. After a relentless pursuit, Zhang Yu finally reached the vicinity of the second-tier zombie's lair. To his dismay, he discovered that the lair was situated within a dilapidated library, ravaged by the apocalypse. Outside the library roamed approximately 200 ordinary zombies, all minions of the second-tier zombie. Hesitating, Zhang Yu contemplated a strategic retreat, considering whether it might be wiser to wait until nightfall to summon the remaining 400 zombies before launching an assault. Observing the overwhelming number of zombies under the enemy's command made him feel somewhat intimidated. With nearly 200 zombies lurking outside and undoubtedly many more within, he realized that his mere 100-plus zombies stood little chance against such formidable odds. A reckless charge would surely result in heavy losses. Noticing the fortified presence surrounding the second-tier zombie's lair, Zhang Yu opted for a tactical withdrawal, planning to regroup and summon reinforcements. Without hesitation, he turned his 100-plus zombies around and fled. Remaining idle in this precarious situation was futile and could easily attract the attention of the second-tier zombie within it. Was far more prudent to retreat strategically, seek support, and return to confront the enemy under more favorable conditions. This failed expedition had made Zhang Yu acutely aware of his underestimation of the second-tier zombie. Though injured, it still commanded a horde that could easily thwart him. However, Zhang Yu was not one to concede defeat easily. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Let it slip away would be regrettable. Was it merely a matter of numbers? He too possessed a considerable contingent. Upon returning to gather more zombies, he could strike again. Having already discerned the location of the enemy's lair, he resolved to bring the remaining 400 zombies to mount a renewed offensive by nightfall, confident that his chances of success would significantly improve. Inside the library, the second-tier zombie was a sight to behold. With well-developed muscles and a body marred by numerous healed wounds. It was evident that he was a strength-type zombie, having undergone significant physical enhancement. His crimson eyes glimmered with a faint light, and upon Zhang Yu's arrival, he had already taken notice. Yet, due to his injuries and Zhang Yu's brief observation before retreating, he dismissed the intruder as inconsequential. A mere first-tier zombie dared to invade his territory? Had he not been injured, he would have charged out to confront Zhang Yu without hesitation. For this second-tier strength-type zombie, a few powerful punches could obliterate a first-tier zombie. To him, Zhang Yu posed little threat. Even without engaging directly, the numerous minions at his command could easily wear down the intruder. His priority now was to recuperate from his injuries and reassert control over more zombies. Preparing to exact revenge on the two insufferable humans who had wounded him and decimated his horde of first-tier zombies. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to venture out to regain control over some zombies. Thereby falling under Zhang Yu's watchful gaze, as night descended. Zhang Yu successfully gathered the remaining 400 zombies and made his way toward the second-tier zombie's lair. Little did the enemy know. His horde was not to be underestimated. Gazing at the nearly 500 zombies under his command, Zhang Yu felt his confidence surge. The second-tier zombies' horde might not even exceed his own in numbers. The decisive factor in the impending battle lay solely between him and the second-tier zombie. Under the cover of moonlight, Zhang Yu stealthily approached the lair, taking advantage of the city's prolonged darkness following the apocalypse. With the power grid long since down, visibility was nearly non-existent outside human settlements. Fortunately, zombies were undeterred by the absence of light. They could still discern their foes through their keen senses. Catch the enemy off guard. Zhang Yu wasted no time, leading his horde into a sudden assault. Charging forward, he aimed to eliminate some of the zombies prowling around the library, knowing that the second-tier zombie would surely emerge upon hearing the commotion. The moment his command was given, the pale faces of his zombies twisted into expressions of ferocity, revealing their sharp fangs as they lunged at the enemy horde. The swiftness of Zhang Yu's attack caught the surrounding zombies off guard. They were unable to react in time before being overwhelmed by the sheer number of his advancing horde. The chaos erupted outside the library, filled with the cacophony of zombie roars. Fortunately, Zhang Yu's numbers quickly turned the tide in their favor. To conserve his strength, he refrained from direct confrontation, seeking refuge as the two hordes clashed. His crimson eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, anticipating the moment the second-tier zombie would emerge for an ambush. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from within the abandoned library. It was the bellow of the second-tier strength-type zombie, who had not anticipated an invasion of his territory. Fueled by rage, he yearned to charge out and crush those audacious intruders. The elite zombies assigned to protect him sensed their leader's fury and echoed his growls. Kill! The second-tier zombie, now capable of speech due to his evolution, rallied his elite minions and charged toward the library's entrance. Intent on eradicating the invaders. Outside, Zhang Yu heard the commotion within the library, realizing that the second-tier zombie had been roused and was preparing to confront him directly. He remained cautious, his hands crackling with electric energy. Poised to unleash his might upon the formidable foe, the second-tier zombie and his elite minions burst forth from the library to assess the battlefield. They suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Instinctively, the second-tier zombie raised his powerful arms in defense. With a thunderous impact, a blue arc of electricity struck his arm, creating a ghastly wound. Enraged, the second-tier zombie could hardly believe that a mere first-tier zombie had managed to land such a blow. In that fleeting moment of Zhang Yu's ambush, he detected the presence of the first-tier zombie. Had he not reacted swiftly, the consequences would have been far graver than a mere wound to his arm. Zhang Yu's attack had been aimed directly at his heart, the weak point of a tiered zombie, as their cores crystallized within their chests upon evolution. With blood-red eyes, the second-tier zombie turned to face Zhang Yu, his uninjured arm swinging violently as he charged forward, intent on smashing this insolent adversary. His elite minions quickly recognized the assailant and followed suit, roaring in fury as they pursued Zhang Yu. "Curse you!" Zhang Yu exclaimed, observing the enraged second-tier zombie charging toward him, along with the elite zombies, each noticeably stronger than common zombies. He hastily commanded his minions to provide support, instructing them to engage the elite zombies and prevent them from disrupting his confrontation with the second-tier foe. Though his ambush had not succeeded entirely, Zhang Yu remained confident due to the injury sustained by the second-tier zombie. As the powerful foe closed in, Zhang Yu prepared to unleash another barrage of blue arcs, determined to inflict further damage. Despite the second-tier zombie dodging some of the attacks, several strikes found their mark, exacerbating the gaping wound from earlier and causing dark blood to ooze from the injury. Infuriated, the second-tier zombie could hardly believe the audacity of this first-tier zombie, capable of long-range attacks with considerable lethality. Yet, the distance between them had diminished significantly. The second-tier zombie, now eager to crush Zhang Yu underfoot, could hardly contain his anticipation. "Your skin is surprisingly tough," Zhang Yu noted, realizing that the second-tier zombie was withstanding his onslaught and closing in rapidly. Engaging in direct combat would be ill-advised, given the disparities in their tiers. "I must evade." With electric energy converging beneath his feet, Zhang Yu felt as though he had sprouted wings, propelling him forward with newfound speed. He narrowly dodged the powerful fist of the second-tier zombie, simultaneously firing blue arcs from his fingers to sap the foe's strength. The second-tier zombie seethed with fury, taken aback by the tenacity of this first-tier adversary. Just when he believed he could deliver a fatal blow, Zhang Yu slipped away, utilizing the chaos created by the horde to keep his escape route clear, while the second-tier zombie's minions were too preoccupied to provide support. Observing the overwhelming tide of corpses under Zhang Yu's command, he found himself utterly perplexed as to how a mere first-tier zombie could exert control over such a multitude of undead. The aura emanating from him was distinctly that of a first-tier, rendering the notion of him being second-tier impossible. Zhang Yu was in a state of considerable distress. His subordinates were unable to come to his aid, and although he possessed the strength to obliterate his opponent with a single punch, he simply could not reach him. To make matters worse, the adversary was able to run while launching long-range attacks, causing Zhang Yu's injuries to worsen progressively. If he did not devise a solution soon, he was at grave risk of falling to this first-tier zombie. "Haha, can't catch me, can you?" Zhang Yu reveled in watching the furious expression of the second-tier zombie. Luckily, this second-tier zombie was not of the agile type. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more dire. The injuries sustained by his opponent were becoming increasingly severe. If he could continue this game of cat and mouse for a while longer, he was confident he could bring the creature down. However, the sole predicament was that his internal abilities were being rapidly depleted due to his excessive consumption. He could last only a few more minutes. Should this second-tier zombie remain unvanquished after that time, he would have no choice but to confront it directly with the capabilities of a first-tier zombie. The cunning second-tier zombie had intuitively recognized this. As Zhang Yu's electric arc attacks were diminishing in potency, and his movements were slowing down, it seemed that the special energy within this sly first-tier zombie, which allowed for long-range attacks and acceleration, was nearly exhausted. This signified that the moment for Zhang Yu's counterattack was fast approaching. Chapter 9. The clash between tiered zombies. After a relentless chase between the two zombies, Zhang Yu's lightning abilities were finally depleted. The second-tier zombie was not faring well either. Its body was riddled with gaping wounds from electric arcs, oozing foul black blood. Even its powerful arms were covered in injuries, both new and old, creating a grotesque sight. Yet, the vitality of this second-tier zombie was astonishingly resilient. Despite its grievous wounds, it did not succumb. Instead, it observed Zhang Yu, whose speed had diminished and whose fingers could no longer unleash electric arcs. Revealing a cruel smile, "Roar, I will have your life." With a thunderous roar, it raised its severely injured arm and swung it down toward Zhang Yu. It was time to put an end to this. As a second-tier zombie, it was nearly brought to the brink of death by a first-tier zombie. Though its own injuries and diminished physical capabilities played a role, Zhang Yu's infuriating evasive maneuvers had incited its wrath. Today, this first-tier zombie must perish. It intended to consume the crystal core within it to hasten the recovery of its own grievous wounds. Roar. Come on, let me witness the true strength of a second-tier powerhouse. Zhang Yu ceased his flight, unleashing a fierce roar as he clenched his fists and charged forward. The second-tier zombie was evidently in its last throes. With one final powerful punch, he could obliterate it completely. Without the enhancement of his abilities, Zhang Yu could no longer evade this attack. It was better to confront it head-on in a narrow encounter. The brave would prevail. Zhang Yu was confident in his physical strength. Withstanding a blow from this second-tier powerhouse was well within his capabilities. Boom. Zhang Yu's fist collided with that of the second-tier zombie, creating a shockwave around the battlefield. The crimson eyes of the second-tier zombie were filled with astonishment. It had not anticipated that this first-tier zombie could withstand its full-force assault. Yet, that was all there was to it. It was eager to see how many punches Zhang Yu could endure. Just as it prepared to unleash a second punch, its head suddenly exploded. The fist that had been poised in the air slowly descended, and the headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Cough, cough. This creature had immense strength. At that moment, Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground, his arms hanging limply. In truth, he had not completely exhausted his internal abilities. He had merely feigned depletion, awaiting the moment when the second-tier zombie would lower its guard to how should one investigate the intelligence within the lair of the ferocious tigers. Zhang Yu stood quietly, pondering how to uncover the secrets hidden within the tigeress den. Suddenly, he clapped his hands in excitement. Eureka! He had devised a plan. The survivor teams that ventured out from the tigeress lair in search of supplies must possess vital information. Why not approach them for answers? Resolute in his newfound strategy, Zhang Yu swiftly led his horde of zombies towards the location of the tiger gathering. Follow me, he commanded with a roar. 2 waves of zombies merged, creating a formidable force of over 1,000 undead, marching alongside Zhang Yu towards the tigeress den. The sight of more than 1,000 zombies traversing the desolate urban landscape was nothing short of magnificent. The wandering zombies on the streets, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yu, hurriedly sidestepped to clear a path for the undead tide. Goodness, don't go any further. Run. The human survivor team, searching for supplies in the distance, was paralyzed with fear at the sight of this terrifying spectacle, fleeing in panic. They had never encountered such a menacing horde. Could it be that evolved third-tier zombies had emerged within the city? For those fragile survivors who had not joined the gathering, the danger had escalated significantly. Zhang Yu, at the heart of the zombie tide, gazed into the distance with eyes gleaming crimson. After receiving the perception-enhancing serum, his awareness surpassed that of ordinary second-tier zombies. He could distinctly sense that, not far away, human survivors were scavenging for supplies. It appeared they had noticed him and were fleeing at great speed. Observing their escape route, Zhang Yu surmised that they were not survivors from the tigeress lair, but rather individuals who, like him, had opted not to join the gathering. With more pressing matters at hand, he felt it unnecessary to pursue and eliminate these few human survivors. He would let them go this time. As dawn approached, Zhang Yu and his horde lay in wait around the tigeress den, silently anticipating the emergence of human survivor teams. This ambush location was significantly farther than before, as Zhang Yu had over 1,000 zombies in tow. If they were too close, it could risk exposure and alert the tigeress den. However, drawing from previous experiences, Zhang Yu had a good understanding of the survivors' movement patterns. Even from a distance, there was a considerable chance of capturing those who ventured out. With no numerical constraints this time, his primary objective was to ascertain the armed forces within the tigeress lair, not to devour them for evolution points. As the light began to break, Zhang Yu anticipated that soon, human survivors would emerge from the tigeress den in search of supplies. They would not venture out at night. The post-apocalyptic city, devoid of light, became shrouded in utter darkness, severely impairing human vision. Yet it posed no hindrance to zombies or mutated beasts. Thus, scavenging for supplies under the cover of darkness was akin to courting death. While Zhang Yu waited in his dull ambush, he sensed the approach of human life, drawing nearer. Instantly alert, he thought, "Come to me. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." A smile crept across his lips. In the distance, a team of 7 was slowly approaching Zhang Yu's ambush point. All 7 were ordinary human survivors, completely unaware of the imminent danger ahead. Armed with fire axes, large knives, and makeshift crossbows. They sought out clinics in the city for medicinal supplies. Due to the apocalypse, medicine had become exceedingly valuable within the gatherings. However, currency had turned to mere scraps of paper, useless for any purpose. In the gathering, trade had become the norm. A single bottle of fever-reducing medicine could be exchanged for a week's worth of food, while a more luxurious trade could yield several cans of meat. If they could gather enough, they might even procure powerful weapons like handguns. Given the immense value of medicine in the gathering, they were intent on scouring the urban clinics for any remaining supplies. Among the survivor team, a rugged man wielding a fire axe muttered under his breath, "I wonder if there is still medicine in these clinics. If we could find some, I'd be able to trade for a few cans of meat." He swallowed hard, envisioning the tantalizing aroma of canned meat. It had been weeks. Zhang Yu directly posed a series of questions, and then, to prevent them from deceiving him, he revealed a fierce expression and declared, "I advise you not to play tricks on me, or you know the consequences." The humans in the group nodded fervently, as if they were pounding garlic. After hearing Zhang Yu's barrage of inquiries, their confusion deepened. What could this second-tier zombie possibly want with such questions? Was it truly conceivable that a second-tier zombie could devise such queries? It was profoundly unsettling. However, such matters were beyond their purview. Their immediate concern was how to survive under Zhang Yu's hand. After some contemplation, they replied honestly, "There are approximately 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary survivors in the settlement, and as for the firepower deployment, there is not much we ordinary people can ascertain." Upon uttering this statement, they noticed a distinct change in Zhang Yu's demeanor, prompting them to hastily add, "However, from the information we have managed to gather, we can analyze that the firepower deployment is not weak, as weapons such as firearms and grenades are occasionally sold within the settlement." They indeed possessed limited knowledge, and to prevent Zhang Yu from further probing this issue, they quickly addressed the next question. There should be a dozen first-tier ability users, and the leaders are second-tier ability users, and there are 2 of them. Zhang Yu swiftly grasped the crux of the information from their words. 2. Do you know what special abilities each of them has awakened? He had not expected that there were 2 second-tier ability users within the Menghu settlement. It seemed they would indeed be formidable adversaries. He could only attempt to inquire if these ordinary survivors were aware of their respective abilities to prepare countermeasures in advance. Special abilities? Well, we joined the Menghu settlement relatively late and are not well acquainted with the special abilities of the 2 leaders. These human survivors were at a loss for words. It was not that they were unwilling to share. They genuinely had no knowledge of the special abilities awakened by the 2 second-tier leaders within the settlement. Having joined late, their thoughts were consumed with survival and sourcing supplies, leaving no time to pay attention to such matters. Simultaneously, they inwardly cursed their own loose tongue, wishing to slap themselves. Why had they spoken of this? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Truly, calamity stems from the mouth. However, having already spoken, it was too late for regret. Observing Zhang Yu's silence, they cautiously ventured, "Now that we have answered your questions, could you let us go?" At that moment, a flicker of light passed through Zhang Yu's crimson eyes as he raised his palm, gathering dazzling lightning, and slowly intoned, "I am quite displeased with your response." Had they indeed managed to satisfactorily answer his final question, he might have considered letting them go. Based on their previous responses, Zhang Yu had deduced that they were not lying. Their information aligned closely with what he had heard over the broadcast. Yet, the most crucial question remained unanswered. They could not blame him for being ungracious now. "No, please. We truly do not know. We beg you to spare us." The group of humans trembled in fear at Zhang Yu's actions, their pleas barely leaving their lips before they were met with a crackling surge of electricity. Chapter 12. Zhang Yu's schemes. The 7 human survivors fell lifeless to the ground under Zhang Yu's overwhelming electric assault. Not enduring even a few seconds, their bodies charred black, resembling those scorched by fierce flames, the air thick with the scent of singed flesh. After evolving to the second tier, Zhang Yu's lightning abilities had significantly enhanced, becoming even stronger and more enduring. Gazing at the charred bodies on the ground, he found himself unable to act, thus relinquishing them to the horde of zombies that had been eagerly waiting nearby. "They are all yours," he said, stepping aside. With Zhang Yu's command, the throngs of zombies erupted in exultant roars as they lunged towards the human remains, displaying no disdain. 7 Mere human survivors were insufficient fare amidst thousands of zombies. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu contemplated the information gleaned from these humans. The Menghu settlement housed approximately 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary human survivors. If he could infect them all, not only would he securely evolve to the third tier, but his horde's evolution would also see considerable advancement. The pressing issue, however, lay in the fact that it would not be easy to accomplish. The settlement undoubtedly boasted firearms, grenades, and other weaponry, though the exact quantity remained unknown to those human survivors. Zhang Yu would need to seek out additional teams for more inquiries. This was not insurmountable. His muscle density was now formidable enough to withstand bullets and grenade blasts, as long as he avoided large-caliber sniper rifles, which still posed a threat. These weapons primarily endangered his horde of zombies. The more significant concern was that there were over a dozen first-tier ability users and 2 second-tier ability users stationed at the settlement. The disparity in combat power was staggering. Other than himself, the remainder of his horde consisted solely of ordinary zombies. While they might manage against ordinary human survivors, confronting first-tier ability users would prove quite challenging. Not to mention the presence of 2 second-tier human ability users. Zhang Yu possessed a clear understanding of his own power. If he were to face 2 opponents without the support of other human ability users, he was confident he could eliminate both given enough time. Yet, the remaining first-tier ability users would undoubtedly come to their leader's aid. Surely they understood the principle of mutual survival. What should he do? Zhang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Minutes passed before he suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it. Since we can't breach their defenses, let's lure them out during this time." He had led his horde to eliminate numerous human survivor teams emerging from the Menghu settlement. The leaders within the settlement would undoubtedly have noticed the unusual occurrences and would certainly dispatch first-tier ability users to investigate, or perhaps even take action themselves. However, once they left the settlement, the urban area would become his territory. They would not take all their ability users with them, leaving some behind in the settlement. At that point, his chances of taking them down would significantly increase. As for whether they would personally investigate the matter, the ongoing disappearances of survivor teams seeking supplies would compel them to send first-tier ability users regardless. Eliminate these first-tier ability users on your own. And I cannot believe he won't come in person. However, if they remain too cowardly, hiding within the gathering place, Zhang Yu will find himself with limited options. Yet, the supplies they require, food, medicine, and other essentials that must be sought after by human survivors, are likely to become exceedingly scarce. This is an overt scheme. Aware of the dangers outside, if they do not eliminate this threat, the survivor teams venturing out from the gathering place will likely return empty-handed, resulting in an ever-diminishing supply. The gathering place may descend into chaos. Thus, even if they recognize the peril, they must come in person. Chapter 13. The decision to join forces during this period, Zhang Yu led his horde of undead, vigilantly monitoring the tiger gathering place, constantly lurking in the vicinity. Upon spotting a team of human survivors, he would strike to eliminate them. His intention was to entice the second-tier ability users within the tiger gathering place to investigate the situation personally, setting a trap in the urban area to deal with them. He believed that after a period of special attention, they would soon make their appearance. Within the tiger gathering place, a robust middle-aged man with defined muscles frowned as he listened to a report from his subordinate. "Chief, during this time, a significant number of teams venturing outside in search of supplies have gone missing, causing unrest among the survivors. They fear retaliation from that last second-tier zombie and are hesitant to seek out resources this week. What do you think?" Before the first-tier ability user could finish speaking, the burly man interjected with a dismissive grunt. "Humph. Delay this week's supply submission? Don't even think about it. This week, anyone who dares to withhold supplies will be fed to my precious pets. Relay my words to them. As for the missing teams, I will send someone to investigate." "Yes, Chief." The first-tier ability user replied respectfully, fully aware of what the chief meant by pets, the 4 first-tier zombies under his control. After the subordinate left to report, the chief of the gathering place, known as the zombie master Zhao Hu, calmed himself and pondered the reasons behind the multitude of missing supply-seeking teams. Could it be that the damned Sun Yang was targeting him? That seemed rather unlikely. Could a mere 20-something youth truly be so cunning? Zhao Hu began to consider the suspects, first thinking of the other second-tier ability user in the gathering place, Sun Yang, with whom he had always been at odds. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Zhao Hu constantly contemplated how to drive Sun Yang out of the tiger gathering place or eliminate him altogether. Aiming to absorb his territory and gain complete control over the gathering place, it was important to note that the name Tiger Gathering Place was Zhao Hu's creation, and Sun Yang had only arrived later, forcefully occupying a third of the gathering place with his second-tier abilities. Yet, Zhao Hu regarded the young man with disdain. How could a mere yellow-haired boy challenge him? His own power far surpassed that of his rival. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that accursed second-tier zombie attacking the gathering place, he would have already confronted Sun Yang. Though he had temporarily repelled the zombie and eradicated his horde, no one could guarantee when that second-tier zombie would return for vengeance. If they were to engage in a fierce battle, it could very well allow that beast to take advantage of their weakened state. Thus, they were forced to maintain a facade of peace. While Sun Yang's strength was inferior, he was still a second-tier ability user and would not remain idle. He might concoct some nefarious plan against Zhao Hu. This was why Zhao Hu immediately thought of Sun Yang upon learning of the missing survivor teams. However, Zhao Hu did not overlook other potential suspects. It was also possible that the second-tier zombie they had previously repelled together had returned to the area, ready to launch an assault on his gathering place. After deliberating, Zhao Hu bellowed to those outside, "Come here." He decided to send his subordinates to secretly investigate Sun Yang, to ascertain whether he was behind the disturbances. If it wasn't him, then it could only be that second-tier zombie. While Zhao Hu dispatched his men to covertly investigate Sun Yang was equally vigilant. Upon hearing reports of his survivor teams, who were supposed to submit supplies weekly, going missing after venturing out, he immediately suspected Zhao Hu, followed by the second-tier zombie. He too sent out his subordinates to secretly investigate Zhao Hu, wishing to determine if that brutish man was behind the incidents. Though he was weaker than Zhao Hu, he was not a pushover. During their previous collaboration against the attacking second-tier zombie, Sun Yang had gained a rough understanding of Zhao Hu's capabilities. As a second-tier ability user, Zhao Hu was not exceptionally strong, but he commanded several first-tier zombies with remarkable finesse. The combined might of those first-tier zombies could command a horde of dozens, making them quite troublesome. Sun Yang was aware that his chances of defeating Zhao Hu, especially with his controlled first-tier zombies, were slim. Thus, he had always found himself at a disadvantage. Zhao Hu frequently sent provocateurs to Sun Yang's territory. Had it not been for the second-tier zombies' attack on the gathering place, which ended in failure, Zhao Hu might have already taken action against him. Now, with the fear that their mutual conflict could lead to both parties suffering greatly, allowing the zombie to return and exact revenge, they were both restrained from taking action. Sun Yang had long sought to escape this disadvantageous situation, striving to grow stronger and evolve into a third-tier ability user. However, he was suddenly faced with the alarming news of his survivor teams going missing in large numbers, forcing him to dispatch people to investigate the cause. Days passed, and both sides received investigation results revealing that neither had orchestrated the disappearances. This left the second possibility: the returning second-tier zombie that had previously led the horde to attack the gathering place. Or perhaps another terrifying unknown creature had emerged in the vicinity. To uncover the truth behind the attacks on the supply-seeking survivors, both sides dispatched several first-tier ability users to patrol the areas surrounding the gathering place, hoping to determine if it was indeed the second-tier zombie causing the chaos. If that were the case, it could only be said that the zombie's intelligence had significantly increased. It understood that direct assaults on the gathering place were futile, thus leading its horde to wander nearby and target survivor teams. However, the only reports they received were of first-tier ability users going missing, inciting fury within Zhao Hu and Sun Yang, especially for Sun Yang, whose first-tier ability users were already fewer in number than Zhao Hu's. The loss of two was particularly devastating. Enraged, he contemplated personally confronting the second-tier zombie outside the tiger gathering place. Zhao Hu was similarly incensed. Having lost two of his own first-tier subordinates as well, he had never anticipated that the beast they had nearly defeated together would cause him such considerable trouble. To resolve the issue of the second-tier zombie, he decided to invite Sun Yang to join forces against As for whether Sun Yang would agree. Zhao Hu reasoned that Sun Yang had also suffered the loss of two first-tier ability users and several elite survivor warriors. Given that his situation was likely more dire than Zhao Hu's, he believed Sun Yang might be inclined to collaborate. Chapter 14. Hidden Intentions. Zhao Hu's assumptions were not unfounded. At that moment, Sun Yang's expression was dark and foreboding, his mood as foul as if he had swallowed something vile. Upon learning about the missing first-tier ability users, he erupted in frustration. What the hell is lurking around the gathering place? The two dispatched ability users, along with dozens of armed elite survivor warriors, had returned without a single survivor. His faction was already weaker than Zhao Hu's, and this severe loss compounded his troubles. He was desperate to investigate the area surrounding the gathering place, eager to discover the entity responsible for the relentless attacks on survivor teams. Yet, he feared becoming another casualty, disappearing like his dispatched subordinates. Sun Yang slumped onto a bench, his gaze lost in confusion. That moment, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Chief, Zhao Hu has arrived and specifically requested to see you." Hearing of Zhao Hu's arrival, Sun Yang's expression shifted to one of wariness. What could this man want? Was he here to gloat? That would be rather petty of him. According to intelligence, Zhao Hu's losses were comparable to his own. The only difference lay in the fact that Zhao Hu's resources were more abundant, making the loss less painful for him. Nonetheless, Zhao Hu's visit piqued Sun Yang's curiosity, prompting him to decide to meet him. Rising from the bench, he squinted slightly and said, "Let us see what he wants." "Yes, Chief." The subordinate who delivered the message led Sun Yang toward Zhao Hu. The two soon met face to face. Zhao Hu, upon seeing Sun Yang, wasted no time and directly communicated his proposal to temporarily set aside their grievances and join forces to eliminate the threat surrounding the gathering place. Surely, at this moment, Sun Yang would not refuse. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Hu's words, Sun Yang found himself engulfed in hesitation. Having just been troubled by thoughts of a solution, has the answer not now presented itself? Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that the counterpart is Zhao Hu, with whom there has always been discord. Collaborating with him is akin to seeking to skin a tiger. However, it seems that the only way to extricate oneself from the current predicament is to join forces with him. Young man, ponder this carefully. Zhao Hu observed the hesitant Sun Yang, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as his fingers rhythmically tapped the table. It was evident to him that Sun Yang was wavering, likely leaning toward collaboration. Once they deal with the second-tier zombie lurking around the gathering point, it would spell the end for Sun Yang. A mere novice thinks he can contend with him? He is woefully inexperienced. Time ticked away. Ultimately, Sun Yang resolved to ally with Zhao Hu to eliminate the second-tier zombie that had been assaulting survivor groups near the gathering point. They agreed to meet the following morning, bringing their subordinates to patrol the vicinity until the zombie was vanquished. As for the core within it, they would rely on their own abilities to claim it. After finalizing the arrangement with Sun Yang, Zhao Hu departed to prepare. Despite being aware of Zhao Hu's ill intentions and the likelihood of being attacked after disposing of the second-tier zombie, Sun Yang found himself devoid of alternative solutions. If the second-tier zombie were not eliminated soon, his territory would inevitably descend into chaos before Zhao Hu's. Should Zhao Hu wish to annex his domain, it would likely be a trivial endeavor. As for why he did not opt to employ a strategy that would lead to his own territory's downfall, it was because Zhao Hu's side was not faring well either. If the second-tier zombie took this opportunity to attack the gathering point, it would spell disaster. Sun Yang could only take it one step at a time, preparing to guard against Zhao Hu, and if necessary, eliminate him first. Both harbored ulterior motives, each calculating as they began to mobilize their subordinates. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu remained oblivious to the impending threat posed by the two second-tier ability users within the Tiger gathering point, as he excitedly watched his evolution bar nearing completion. Evolution value 780-1000, subtracting the original 300 points. Zhang Yu had consumed the cores of 4 first-tier ability users over the past few days. Each first-tier core provided him with 100 evolution points, totaling 400. The remaining points were acquired from attacking human survivor groups and consuming their flesh. Zhang Yu had developed a penchant for utilizing lightning abilities, relishing the instant kill of ordinary human survivors, leaving many of their corpses charred and emitting a foul stench, rendering them unappetizing. Thus, he had never consumed any of the burnt flesh, distributing it instead to his horde of zombies to enhance their evolution. Consuming flesh significantly benefits ordinary zombies, enabling them to evolve into elite zombies, akin to the previously encountered second-tier strength zombie and the elite minions within the library. Though they had not reached first-tier status, they surpassed typical ordinary zombies in strength. However, they could not compare to Zhang Yu, who had previously consumed the zombie virus enhancement serum. Currently, his horde included dozens of elite zombies, most of which evolved from the charred flesh he had bestowed upon them. Regrettably, none had attained first-tier status. Nevertheless, the number of ordinary zombies in Zhang Yu's horde had exceeded 2,000, with the system's rewards and the hundreds of zombies commanded by the second-tier zombie. The total had surpassed 2,000, creating a frighteningly dense mass. The only shortfall was the absence of first-tier zombies, but the sheer number of his horde compensated for this deficiency, having already eliminated so many human survivors. Along with 4 first-tier ability users, it was high time for the leader of the Tiger Gathering Point to personally investigate, was it not? Zhang Yu strolled at the center of his horde. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he had inflicted significant casualties upon the Tiger Gathering Point. If the leader failed to act soon, it would be rather unreasonable, wouldn't it? He anticipated their arrival shortly, as he prepared to ambush the human survivor group. He needed to remain vigilant, for the leader of the Tiger Gathering Point could appear at any moment. Come forth quickly. My evolution to the 3rd tier depends on you. Lightning crackled in Zhang Yu's hands. His crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling intent, he had awaited their arrival for quite some time. First, he would take down the 2 second-tier ability users within the Tiger Gathering Point, and then the now vulnerable Gathering Point would fall into his grasp. It would be unable to withstand the onslaught of his horde. Once the entire Tiger Gathering Point was overrun, surely a few first-tier zombies would emerge from his ranks. Chapter 15. A personal intervention time swiftly passed, and noon of the following day arrived. Within the Tiger Gathering Point, both Sun Yang and Zhao Hu had prepared their respective teams, ready to personally lead an expedition to investigate the source of the ongoing attacks on the survivor groups. Zhao Hu had brought along the 4 first-tier zombies under his control, as well as 2 first-tier ability users, dozens of elite survivor fighters armed with firearms, and nearly 100 human survivors wielding crossbows, axes, and other melee weapons. Their formation appeared quite formidable, having left 3 first-tier ability users behind to guard their base. Sun Yang, on the other hand, had brought 2 first-tier ability users and their subordinates, along with dozens of elite survivor fighters armed with firearms and nearly 100 human survivors wielding crossbows and melee weapons. Sun Yang himself wielded a black metallic combat knife, with a hidden stash of specially made throwing knives at his waist for emergencies. These metallic weapons were particularly advantageous for metal-type ability users. Compared to Zhao Hu, Sun Yang's team seemed significantly weaker, but after the recent heavy losses, he could only muster this much manpower. The remainder had to stay behind at the gathering point to prevent any underhanded moves from Zhao Hu. Leading their respective teams, they soon arrived at the agreed-upon location. Zhao Hu cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yang's contingent, his eyes brimming with scorn as he remarked, "Leader Sun, since we are prepared, let us set forth to amass such a force. I presume you've emptied your coffers." Yet this suited his plans perfectly. Should all these elites fall, the remaining defenders of Sun Yang's territory would be utterly incapable of resisting him. It would then be effortless to annex his domain. Upon seeing Zhao Hu's group, Sun Yang's mind began to scheme. Indeed, their force was significantly stronger than his own. He needed to proceed with caution, always alert to Zhao Hu's potential treachery, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to strike back against him. "Let us proceed, Leader Zhao." Sun Yang refrained from engaging in further banter with Zhao Hu, leading his team outward from the gathering point. Roar! The zombies controlled by Zhao Hu stared blankly at the multitude of humans before them, emitting low growls. Had they not been under Zhao Hu's control, they would have already descended into a frenzy of slaughter. "Calm down, my precious ones. Remain quiet. Food will arrive shortly." Zhao Hu pacified the controlled zombies, a smirk forming in his heart as he watched Sun Yang's party advance outside the gathering point. Humph, unaware of the impending doom. He then waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to follow. Both parties led their respective teams as they swiftly exited the gathering point, commencing their patrol around the vicinity to ascertain the source of the attacks on the survivor groups. Not long after they emerged, Zhang Yu, leading his horde and still lying in ambush for the human survivor groups, suddenly sensed several distinct energy fluctuations belonging to human ability users, enhanced by the perception-boosting serum. Zhang Yu's senses had become extraordinarily acute. He immediately grew alert. The energy signatures of the human ability users were different from those he had encountered before. It seemed that there were second-tier ability users among them, and not just one. As the two parties were not in close proximity, Zhang Yu could only gauge the general presence of these energies. A manic grin spread across his face. "At last, they have emerged. I have awaited your arrival for far too long." Zhang Yu swiftly commanded his horde of zombies to conceal themselves, preparing for the imminent arrival of the leader of the Tiger Gathering Point. However, due to the sheer size of his horde, he could not guarantee the success of the ambush. Yet he felt no fear. Should they be discovered, he would simply engage. With so many ability users, taking down one would be a gain. Even if the leader of the Tiger Gathering Point managed to escape, he could still evolve to the third tier using the cores from these first-tier ability users. As for how to take on two opponents, Zhang Yu had already devised a plan based on his understanding of their abilities. He set up an ambush, eagerly awaiting their approach. Meanwhile, Sun Yang and Zhao Hu, leading their respective teams toward Zhang Yu's location, began to furrow their brows. Was there an unusual abundance of zombie presence in the vicinity? Could that second-tier zombie be lurking nearby? Instantly, they heightened their vigilance, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings to verify their suspicions. The pace of their advance slowed. The further they progressed, the more pronounced the zombie presence became. Everyone, stay alert. That second-tier zombie may be nearby. Sun Yang clenched his black combat knife, issuing a warning to his subordinates. The tension in both groups escalated. Zhao Hu, being a second-tier ability user himself, could sense the anomaly in their surroundings, and even without Sun Yang's reminder. He had already perceived the shift in atmosphere. Is it truly this sensitive? It seems the adversary has already discerned our presence. Zhang Yu observed the vigilant group of human survivors and spoke calmly. He had not harbored high hopes for this ambush. The opponent was also a second-tier ability user, unlike the first tier, and would undoubtedly sense the overwhelming presence of zombies surrounding them. Since they had been discovered, there was no point in maintaining the ambush. Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened, and the electric energy coalesced around him, signaling his readiness for battle. With a ferocious roar, he issued a command to the encircling horde of zombies to surround the group of human survivors. The thousands of zombies, responding to Zhang Yu's order, unleashed a cacophony of enraged howls and surged forth from all directions, encircling the elite band of survivors comprised of several hundred individuals. They charged forward, an unending wave of the undead crashing toward the human survivors. Indeed, the second-tier zombie was lurking nearby, fire at will to eliminate this horde. The ability users moved to the front, determined to halt the advancing tide of zombies. Zhao Hu, observing the onslaught, remained remarkably composed as he issued commands. A second-tier zombie could control at most a few hundred of its kind. With the manpower they had brought along, exterminating a few hundred zombies would be more than manageable. Once those were dealt with, the lone second-tier zombie would become significantly easier to confront. The sound of gunfire melded with the furious roars of the zombie horde. Sun Yang and Zhao Hu refrained from engaging the zombies directly, instead keeping a vigilant watch, intent on locating the source of the attack from the second-tier zombie. The initial roar they had heard was undoubtedly that of the second-tier zombie, commanding its horde to assault them. However, before they could pinpoint Zhang Yu's location, they realized the number of zombies assaulting them seemed far greater than anticipated. In rough estimates, the horde had surpassed 1,000. Damn it! Why are there so many zombies? Has it evolved to the third tier? Zhao Hu cursed, his heart sinking with trepidation. Could it be that this second-tier zombie had truly ascended to the third tier? Sun Yang shared the same concern as he witnessed the seemingly endless swarm of zombies. Even the most formidable second-tier zombie could not possibly command such a vast horde. If this zombie had indeed evolved to the third tier, their actions today would be akin to lambs entering the lion's den. With that thought, Zhao Hu's fear escalated. He commanded the 4 first-tier zombies to protect him closely while gripping his massive axe tightly. Sun Yang also sensed the impending danger, instinctively retreating behind Zhao Hu. Reasoning that Zhao Hu's control over the 4 first-tier zombies might draw the attention of the third-tier zombie, allowing him a chance to escape. The situation had spiraled toward chaos. N01 had anticipated that the zombie could potentially be a third-tier creature, far beyond the capabilities of the 2 second-tier ability users. Yet, what perplexed them was why this zombie had not yet revealed itself if it had indeed evolved to the third tier. Conversely, if it had not, how could it command such a multitude of zombies? As doubts clouded their minds, Zhang Yu, concealed within the horde, launched a direct assault on Zhao Hu. Zombie controller, allow me to send you on your way. A bolt of lightning, swift as a dragon, bypassed the human survivors engaged in battle and surged toward Zhao Hu's head. What? Block it! Zhao Hu shouted, urging the 4 first-tier zombies to defend against the unexpected attack. But it was too late. Before the zombies could react, the rapid and devastating blue lightning struck Zhao Hu's head with lethal precision. With a resounding explosion, his head shattered like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. His headless corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "My aim is quite commendable," Zhang Yu remarked with satisfaction as he observed Zhao Hu's lifeless body fall. A sinister smile crept across his face as he proclaimed, "This is far from over. The real show is just beginning. With Zhao Hu's death, the 4 first-tier zombies he had controlled swiftly regained their autonomy. Upon realizing their controller was dead and surrounded by numerous human survivors, a feral rage washed over them. They let out a furious roar and launched themselves at the unsuspecting survivors, who were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Ha! This is exhilarating," one of the zombies exclaimed. "What the hell is attacking me? What's happening? Why are they biting me? Our leader is dead." The human survivors, engaged in fending off the horde, were caught off guard by Zhang Yu's lightning-fast strike. In the chaos, only a few near Zhao who noticed that he was no longer among the living. Suddenly, they were attacked from behind by the first-tier zombies that had been under Zhao Hu's control, leaving them in utter confusion as they screamed and turned to find their leader's headless corpse. Thanks to Zhao Hu's decision to position the first-tier ability users at the front lines, he had inadvertently left only his most trusted 4 first-tier zombies to protect him, and the instant those zombies regained their senses, they swiftly eliminated the nearby human survivors before turning their wrath upon the remaining humans. The unexpected chaos left Sun Yang, another second-tier ability user within the survivor group, aghast. Zhao Hu.is dead. Zhang Yu's ambush was executed with such speed and lethality that even Sun Yang had not grasped how Zhao Hu had perished. He merely felt a surge of energy before noticing Zhao Hu's decapitated body on the ground. Fear gripped Sun Yang as he swallowed hard, clutching his metal blade for a semblance of security. His frantic gaze searched for the assailant's position. His eyes soon fell upon Zhang Yu, who was wreathed in blue arcs of electricity amidst the horde, emanating the unmistakable aura of a second-tier zombie. What? This isn't the previous second-tier zombie. Its aura is second-tier, not third-tier. So what of the thousands of zombies surrounding us? Before Sun Yang could fully process this revelation, the chaos within the survivor group reached his ears. He watched as the 4 first-tier zombies, now uncontrollable, attacked their comrades. Enraged, Sun Yang tightened his grip on his metal blade, cursing, "Damn you, Zhao Hu! You left me with this mess even in death." He then shouted to his 2 fellow ability users, "You too, help me deal with those 4 zombies." Without hesitation, he charged forward to confront the rampaging zombies, determined to restore order to the disarrayed group of survivors. He had realized that Zhang Yu was undoubtedly a second-tier zombie, not a third-tier, and believed that if they could stabilize their ranks, there would be a chance to break free from the encirclement of the horde. For confronting the second-tier zombie. That was a thought he dared not entertain. Zhao Hu had been felled by a single ambush, indicating that this awakened lightning ability user was immensely powerful. Sun Yang feared he might not stand a chance alone. However, Zhang Yu was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. Observing the turmoil within the human survivor group, he concentrated the power of his lightning ability at his feet, charged his fists with electricity, and propelled himself towards Sun Yang. The 4 first-tier zombies under Zhao Hu's command had caught Zhang Yu's attention from the outset. Their presence was fortuitous, as he lacked first-tier zombies in his own horde. Thus, he had concealed himself within the mass of undead, watching the human survivors slaughter the zombies without interference, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush Zhao Hu. Once the controller perished, his minions would naturally regain their senses, and given that zombies and humans were natural enemies, Zhang Yu was certain that the 4 first-tier zombies would turn against the survivors immediately upon Zhao Hu's demise. In hindsight, Zhang Yu's assessment had proven correct. The sudden assault by the 4 first-tier zombies plunged the survivor group into chaos. "Wait, something's behind us. You two, summon the first-tier idiots under Zhao Hu to help eliminate those 4 first-tier zombies. I'll handle the second-tier zombie." Just as Sun Yang was prepared to strike down the 4 first-tier zombies, he felt a wave of intense danger from behind. Without hesitation, he knew it was the second-tier zombie from earlier that sought to intercept him. He had no choice but to command his first-tier ability user subordinates to tackle the rampaging zombies while he faced the assailant responsible for Zhao Hu's death. To say he was not anxious would be a lie. But in this dire situation, there was no alternative. "Yes, leader, hold on. We'll eliminate those 4 first-tier zombies and come to your aid." His 2 first-tier companions replied hastily. Now that Zhao Hu was dead, Sun Yang was the only remaining second-tier ability user in their ranks. If he fell as well, their fate would be sealed. Then they hurried to locate the 2 first-tier superhumans under Zhao Hu, aiming to swiftly eliminate the 4 first-tier zombies in order to support Sun Yang. Chapter 17. A Bountiful Harvest. Incoming. Open fire on that zombie. Sun Yang commanded the armed human survivors surrounding him as he observed Zhang Yu, who was charging at him with a fierce intent. He sought to deplete Zhang Yu's strength first. Yes, Chief. The survivors promptly aimed their weapons at Zhang Yu and began firing. However, regrettably, they had barely discharged a few rounds when a potent blue arc of electricity struck them. This arc ricocheted among the survivors, and in an instant, all those who had fired at Zhang Yu lay on the ground, charred and lifeless. Damn it! Let me show you what I've got. Sun Yang's muscles tensed as he infused the golden energy within him into the blade of his black war knife and swung it towards Zhang Yu. There was no turning back now. Escape was impossible. He could only fight desperately against this zombie. A knife? I have one too. Zhang Yu, observing Sun Yang wielding a metal war knife, did not wish to clash his fists against the blade. Instead, he swiftly conjured a blue long knife crackling with electricity in his hand. It appeared exceptionally dazzling. The two, a human and a zombie, gripped their respective weapons and engaged in a fierce duel. Each of Zhang Yu's strikes was accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity, and the thunderous sounds reverberated through the air. The golden blade light intertwined with the blue arcs, each collision generating immense energy fluctuations. The surrounding tide of zombies and human survivors dared not tread near their battleground. It seemed they were evenly matched. Yet, the true circumstances were known only to the combatants, as the battle raged on. Sun Yang's grip on the black war knife began to tremble, and he felt increasingly overwhelmed, each swing accompanied by heavy gasps. Sweat flowed continuously from his forehead. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu appeared to possess boundless stamina and supernatural ability, remaining as ferocious as ever. This won't do. If this continues, I will surely perish. Sun Yang realized he was no match for Zhang Yu. With his other hand, he discreetly reached for a specially crafted throwing knife at his waist, hoping to seize the moment to ambush Zhang Yu. By utilizing his golden energy to control the trajectory of the throwing knives, his chances of hitting Zhang Yu would significantly increase. He would then assess the situation to decide whether to continue fighting or flee. If he chose to escape, he certainly could not take the surrounding survivors with him. Therefore, as long as he could land a successful ambush, he would not retreat easily. Just as Sun Yang gritted his teeth and swung his knife in defense, he seized the opportunity and suddenly drew a dozen throwing knives from behind, hurling them towards Zhang Yu, controlling their flight path with his internal golden energy. More hidden weapons? Zhang Yu, watching the sudden flurry of throwing knives aimed at him, showed no sign of panic. Such trivial tricks could not harm him. He continued to wield the long knife of electricity in his hand, instantly destroying the dozen throwing knives. Then, with a fierce gaze directed at Sun Yang, he concentrated his energy to augment his speed, instantly flashing to Sun Yang's side and delivering a decisive blow to his neck. Sun Yang, on the brink of death, could not comprehend how Zhang Yu was so powerful. Not only did he effortlessly fend off his ambush, but he also appeared beside him like a flash of lightning, striking his neck in an instant. Daring to use hidden weapons, you force my hand. Zhang Yu gazed at Sun Yang, whose life force was rapidly dwindling, his tone filled with indifference and disdain. Sun Yang's strength was decent, yet it paled in comparison to Zhang Yu. Only at the beginning of their skirmish could he exchange a few blows with Zhang Yu. After dispatching Sun Yang, Zhang Yu turned his attention to the human survivors. The 4 first-tier zombies, under incessant assault from 4 first-tier human superhumans and armed survivors, had sustained increasingly severe injuries. Witnessing his chosen subordinates on the verge of annihilation at the hands of humans, Zhang Yu could not even take the crystal core from Sun Yang's body before charging towards the 4 first-tier superhumans. He had spent a bit too long with this human and almost forgot that there were 4 first-tier zombies awaiting his support. Fortunately, they were still alive. He had not arrived too late. Let me come to your rescue. Zhang Yu suddenly intervened. A series of crackling electric sounds erupted around him, accompanied by a pervasive stench of charred flesh. He successfully saved the 4 severely injured first-tier zombies. Their bodies were marred with wounds, some revealing stark white bones. Bullet holes resembling wasp nests oozed black blood. However, the first-tier zombies possessed resilient life forces. Though gravely injured, they had not perished. With a substantial consumption of flesh and blood, they would soon recover. With a roar, their blood-red eyes turned toward Zhang Yu, bowing their heads in low growls of submission. Good, splendid. These human corpses are a reward for you. Recover swiftly. Zhang Yu, pleased with the 4 first-tier zombies' timely recognition of the situation, offered them the surrounding charred bodies. However, he had already extracted the crystal cores from the 4 first-tier superhumans. This elite survivor group of several hundred was swiftly engulfed and devoured by the encroaching tide of zombies. After the battle concluded, Zhang Yu gazed at his spoils with excitement. This time, I truly hit the jackpot. 4 first-tier crystal cores, along with 2 second-tier cores. Although the zombie tide had lost several hundred zombies, this haul was more than enough to compensate. Furthermore, he had acquired 4 first-tier zombie subordinates. Among his zombie tide, 3 had finally evolved to the first tier. In total, he now had 7 first-tier zombie subordinates. Yet, they had not awakened any unique abilities. Their powers were relatively ordinary. The 3 newly evolved first-tier zombies were all versatile types, a balanced breed with no particular strengths but a little of everything. In contrast, the 4 first-tier zombies controlled by the zombie overlord included 1 strength type, 1 agility type, and 2 defense types. Their physical characteristics made their classifications evident. The strength type boasted prominent arm muscles. The agility type showcased defined leg muscles, while the defense type exhibited distinct skin differences from other zombie varieties. As for the versatile zombies, they bore no notable traits. Zhang Yu had yet to encounter perception or psychic zombies, speculating they must resemble the versatile type. There remained one type akin to Zhang Yu, possessing elemental abilities. It appeared that luck was not on his side, as the first-tier zombie subordinates he acquired were of rather ordinary strength, lacking any awakened special abilities. Nevertheless, their sheer numbers were substantial, yielding 7 at once. The 4 first-tier zombies, previously gravely injured, had healed significantly after consuming ample flesh and blood. They stood respectfully beside Zhang Yu. Genuinely loyal, the remaining 3 first-tier zombies, summoned by the system, had evolved from ordinary zombies, leaving no doubt regarding their loyalty. Chapter 18. The first target to fall. Zhang Yu named these 7 first-tier zombies, designating them as Ai, Air, a San, a Si, a Wu, a Lu, and a Qi. While the names were not particularly melodious, they were certainly memorable. The first-tier zombies had begun to develop intelligence, and upon hearing the names bestowed by Zhang Yu, they expressed their fondness. After all, it was their leader who named them, as long as you like them. Subsequently, Zhang Yu consumed the 4 first-tier crystal cores and 2 second-tier cores in one go, preparing to evolve into a third-tier zombie. As the 4 crystal cores were ingested, a warm current coursed through his body, nourishing him and providing an immensely pleasurable sensation. He could distinctly feel his muscles becoming firmer, and all aspects of his physique receiving a comprehensive enhancement. What a delight! Zhang Yu closed his eyes, relishing this sensation. However, as the system's voice echoed in his mind, the evolution process swiftly concluded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving to the 3rd tier. Host information has been updated. Host: Zhang Yu level, 3rd tier zombie abilities, lightning elemental ability, domination, corpse poison evolution value, 3,510,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving to the 3rd tier. Awakening a new ability, invisibility state. Invisibility state. In this state, the host's emitted aura is significantly reduced, and the body becomes semi-transparent, making it difficult for enemies to detect. Note: attacking or using abilities will immediately reveal the host. Furthermore, the host cannot enter invisibility state again for a short duration. Ding! Reward: ordinary zombies 10,000. Absolutely obey the host commands. Summon. Ding! New system function activated. Scanning detects basic information of living beings within the host's line of sight. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Zhang Yu slowly opened his red eyes. After experiencing the physical changes from evolving to the 3rd tier, he could confidently assert that he could easily overpower his peaked 2nd-tier self. Excellent. Then, he summoned the system page. Witnessing the new abilities awakened after evolving to the 3rd tier. New abilities? No wonder I feel an additional surge of energy within me. Invisibility state. Zhang Yu was immensely curious. Let me give it a try. After reading the system's description, he was eager to experiment with his newly awakened ability. With a thought, he activated the newfound energy within him. Zhang Yu stealthily entered a state of concealment. His presence vanished entirely, and his body took on a translucent quality. Of course, it was not true invisibility. Astonishingly, the effectiveness of this concealment was remarkable. Zhang Yu felt that even if he were to approach a human ability user now, as long as he did not initiate an attack, they would be oblivious to his presence. Would launching an attack or gathering his powers immediately dispel this hidden state? Zhang Yu extended his palm, attempting to gather energy while concealed. However, as soon as he formed an arc of electricity on his hand, the stealth state was instantly lifted. He reverted to his original form in an instant. Was the so swift? Well, it seems that this newly awakened ability is not invincible after all. Zhang Yu retracted the lightning from his palm and remarked. He tried to activate it again, but all attempts ended in failure. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu was thoroughly satisfied. With this new ability, ambushing human ability users would become a simple task. The success rate, while not guaranteed to be 100%, would certainly be around 80%, of course. This probability excludes those ability users who have awakened special powers that can sense Zhang Yu's presence. After grasping the nuances of the concealment state, Zhang Yu opened the system interface to continue his exploration. He was already well acquainted with the rewards from the zombie tide and merely cast a glance before swiftly turning his attention to the final system notification. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Scanning? Is it the kind that can perceive enemy information from a great distance? I must say, I currently find this system function quite essential. Zhang Yu promptly directed a system scan at AE, and an information page for AE materialized before him. Species, zombie level, first tier name, AE ability, all-purpose zombie. Wow, how formidable, Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Although there were only 3 brief pieces of information, their application in combat would be exceedingly advantageous. For instance, when encountering a stranger who is a human ability user, whose powers are unknown, using the system scan would allow immediate access to their information. Meanwhile, the opponent would remain unaware of his own abilities, creating a significant information disparity. This can be described as an exceptionally powerful auxiliary function. Come, let me take a look at everyone. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Zhang Yu proceeded to scan AR and the others. Even the ordinary zombies in the vicinity were not overlooked. After scanning the area, Zhang Yu discerned the range of this scanning ability. As long as he could visually perceive a living organism, he could scan it. He then attempted to scan several zombies in the distance, observing that their information pages were largely identical. Species, zombie level, ordinary. Unevolved ability. Unlocked. Zhang Yu's enthusiasm finally waned. This ability to instantaneously reveal others' information was indeed fascinating. It would be even better if he could see what abilities ordinary zombies awaken after evolving to the first tier. Then this feature would truly be extraordinary. Next, Zhang Yu had important matters to attend to. He prepared to summon 10,000 zombies, intending to completely overrun the tiger gathering place. The elite human armed forces inside had already been annihilated by him, including the 2 second-tier ability users who had perished. With the remaining defensive forces at the tiger gathering place, they were utterly incapable of stopping his evolved third-tier self. He could reap another wave of evolution points. Disperse. Zhang Yu commanded the zombie tide under his control to clear a vast area nearby, preparing to summon 10,000 zombies in that space. As Zhang Yu confirmed the summoning, a familiar and blinding white light flashed around him. 10,000 zombies materialized out of thin air. The number of zombies under Zhang Yu's command surged exponentially, exceeding 10,000. Subsequently, Zhang Yu utilized his dominion to control over 3,000 more zombies. When all the zombies were combined, their total reached nearly 15,000. At this moment, Zhang Yu had become a truly terrifying zombie force in Yingyang City. Roar! Tens of thousands of zombies gathered together, their numbers densely packed, continuously emitting low growls. Zhang Yu stood at the center of the zombie tide, his heart swelling with excitement, a surge of indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. His future zombie army would only grow larger. And overrunning the tiger gathering place was merely the beginning. He aimed to conquer even more gathering places until the entire city became his territory. And this was just his preliminary objective. To realize his grand ambitions, Zhang Yu led the zombie tide towards the tiger gathering place. At that moment, within the tiger gathering place, the defensive forces were somewhat thin. The elite had been led away by the 2 leaders, preparing to eliminate the powerful zombies that continuously attacked survivor teams near the gathering place. The strongest combat power left consisted of 3 first-tier ability users that Zhao Hu had retained, along with 1 first-tier ability user left by Sun Yang. While they could fend off a small-scale zombie tide, it was utterly impossible to withstand the impending assault from Zhang Yu. The human survivors standing guard at the entrance of the tiger gathering place suddenly felt the ground shaking slightly. The tremors intensified rapidly. In an instant, they panicked and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly retreat inside and close the gates." The station survivors hurriedly ran inside the gathering place, closing the gates and sounding the alarm. Chapter 19. Despair at the Tiger Gathering Place. Well, the entire Tiger Gathering Place was suddenly filled with the piercing sound of alarms. This was an alarm. Not good. There's an enemy attack? The 4 first-tier ability users inside instantly grew serious upon hearing this. The last time they heard such a sound, the base had suffered an attack from a zombie tide. Fortunately, the 2 leaders had been guarding the gathering place at that time, not only eliminating the zombie tide but also severely wounding the leading second-tier zombie. But now, the entire gathering place was defenseless, and the elite armed forces had been taken away by the leaders, who had yet to return. The situation was dire and urgent. Summon all remaining guards in the gathering place to the high walls and prepare for battle. They could only gather the remaining guards in the gathering place and hastily ascend to the high walls to prepare for the impending zombie tide. They hoped desperately for the leaders to return and support the gathering place. Otherwise, with their current defense forces, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding a large-scale zombie tide. Upon reaching the gathering place's high walls, they gazed at the massive, dark horde charging towards the gathering place. Why are there so many? Their hearts sank, filled with horror. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. This horde of zombies seemed to number in the thousands and was still on the rise. The class of zombies capable of commanding such a vast number must be extraordinarily powerful. Even if the leaders were present in the gathering place, they would need to be cautious, let alone the current defensive forces within the gathering place. Withstanding this tide of zombies would be akin to scaling the heavens. Logically, the commotion caused by this horde of zombies should have been audible throughout the surrounding area of the Tiger Gathering Place. Yet their leaders, who seemed to be patrolling nearby, could not possibly have missed the noise here. Could it be that their leaders have already perished? The root cause is likely this very horde of zombies. The leading class zombie commanding so many must be at least second, or possibly even third tier. But it can't be. Leaders Zhao and Sun are the strongest ability users in the gathering place and have taken so many elites with them. Even if they can't win, they should be able to escape, right? The humans at the Tiger Gathering Place had reached the depths of despair. Looking at the horde of zombies now exceeding 10,000, their fighting spirit waned, and their hands trembled as they held their weapons. It's hopeless. We can't fight back. Especially those 4 first-tier ability users. They understood all too well what this overwhelming number of zombies represented. There was no doubt that the leading class zombie in this horde was absolutely third tier, and a strong one at that. They had truly drawn the short straw this time. If it weren't for the fact that the attackers were zombies, they would have surrendered long ago. Stay calm. We must fight against this horde of zombies. Your loved ones are still inside the gathering place. If these zombies breach the defenses, you know what will happen to them. They will not spare your loved ones. No matter what, we must keep this horde of zombies outside the gathering place. One unwilling to wait for death among the first-tier ability users shouted loudly from the high walls of the gathering place. Even if he dies, he would take a piece of this horde with him. Damn it, let us fight those damned beasts. 18 years later, I shall be a hero once again. What a loss. Had I known I wouldn't survive until this afternoon, I would have consumed all the food I had stored at home. Such a waste of provisions. My daughter is still in the gathering place. I will not allow this horde to break through before I fall. Damn it! Who said joining the gathering place ensured safety? I only just joined, and now I'm facing an attack from a horde of zombies, and such a massive one at that. The survivors on the high walls of the Tiger Gathering Place, ignited by the words of this first-tier ability user, finally felt a surge of morale. There was no escape now. They prepared to fight to the death against the tide of zombies, in the center of the zombie tide. Zhang Yu gazed greedily at the Tiger Gathering Place before him, licking his lips as an evil smile crept across his face. So many human scents, he could hardly wait to overrun the Tiger Gathering Place. However, to prevent the humans inside from fleeing, Zhang Yu had already led the tide of zombies to surround the area. There was a first-tier zombie at every direction, ensuring the fastest possible breach of the Tiger Gathering Place. Roar! Attack! Zhang Yu's voice resonated through the air with a thunderous zombie roar, pointing towards the Tiger Gathering Place and commanding the surrounding tide of zombies to charge. Roar! Tens of thousands of zombies let out a ferocious roar, launching an assault on the Tiger Gathering Place. Countless dark figures surged from every direction towards the stronghold. Open fire! Annihilate them! The survivors within the Tiger Gathering Place swiftly mounted a counterattack. The sound of gunfire echoed as their ammunition held out for a time. Yet Zhang Yu would not grant them the luxury of opportunity. With lightning abilities coursing through him, he darted like a bolt from the heart of the zombie horde towards the tiger gathering place. Quickly, eliminate that rapidly approaching zombie. The human survivors soon recognized the incredible speed of Zhang Yu, but their bullets simply could not find their mark. What in the world is that? How can it move so fast? It's impossible to hit him. Just as the human survivors were still in shock, Zhang Yu had already arrived at the formidable gates of the tiger gathering place, clenching his electrifying fist. With a thunderous crash, he smashed the gates open with a single punch. I am practically a Superman. Then, like a descending thunder god, Zhang Yu, cloaked in arcs of electricity, charged into the heart of the tiger gathering place. His overwhelming power left the 4 first-tier ability users and all the ordinary human survivors utterly dumbfounded, speechless in astonishment. Someone quickly regained their wits and shouted in panic, "This is bad. That zombie has broken in. What should we do? It's coming for us, damn it. I still have bullets left." It was a pity, he thought, for otherwise, he could have slain a few more of those wretched creatures. The first-tier ability user who had previously shouted gazed at the shattered gates and finally realized just how weak he truly was. How could he be so strong? He understood that the tiger gathering place was utterly doomed. Even if the leader had not perished and could lead an elite reinforcement, they would still be unable to withstand this third-tier zombie. With Zhang Yu's entrance, the tiger gathering place fell completely. The resistance of the human survivors dwindled to nothing until it vanished entirely, leaving only the frenzied roars of the horde reveling in their feast of flesh. Chapter 20. Humans and Mutant Beasts. Tens of thousands of zombies, led by a first-tier zombie, stormed into the tiger gathering place. Inside, thousands of ordinary survivors had no escape route. The entire stronghold had only 2 exits, and now those exits were inundated with the horde. Attempting to flee through these 2 directions was tantamount to seeking death. Many zombies had already scaled the high walls surrounding the stronghold, much like ants, and were pouring in, roaring as they lunged at the panicked crowd. The guards within had long since been targeted by Zhang Yu, who had breached the stronghold. A third-tier zombie against a group of ordinary humans and 4 first-tier ability users faced no pressure whatsoever, slaughtering them mercilessly. Under such circumstances, the tiger gathering place was utterly overrun. Not a single one of the thousands of survivors remained alive. Within, Zhang Yu revealed his bloodthirsty, brutal nature, mercilessly slaughtering human survivors and consuming vast quantities of flesh. Only when the entire tiger gathering place was devoid of human presence did Zhang Yu cease his massacre. With his blood-soaked visage, he bore a devilish grin, murmuring, "This harvesting of evolution points is truly exhilarating." The 4 first-tier ability cores, along with the countless ordinary human flesh he had devoured, brought Zhang Yu's evolution points to an impressive 5980. Half of the points needed for his evolution to the 3rd tier had already been amassed. Moreover, his horde had consumed a substantial amount of flesh, significantly boosting their evolution levels. The number of elite zombies had increased considerably, and 3 first-tier zombies were born, with AE evolving into a second-tier zombie. However, the newly birthed first-tier zombies awakened with rather mundane abilities. Lacking any rare skills. 2 were agile types, and 1 was a perception type. Zhang Yu named them a Ba, a Geo, and a Shur. Along with hundreds of elite zombies, they formed his horde's elite guard, tasked with protecting his corporeal safety and dealing with particularly tough foes. This was undoubtedly Zhang Yu's trump card. Yes, boss. Newly evolved to the 2nd tier, AE could articulate human language with remarkable clarity. As an all-purpose zombie, AE's evolution had enhanced various aspects of his capabilities. With you here, I feel reassured. Zhang Yu gazed at the now 2nd-tier AE with great satisfaction. He was the first 2nd-tier zombie under his command. Following this, he assessed the losses sustained in the horde's conquest of the tiger gathering place. Only over 1,000 zombies had perished to seize a stronghold of thousands of humans. This ratio was already extraordinarily impressive. Typically, a zombie horde would suffer thousands of losses to overrun a base of that size. The firearms in human hands continued to fire, managing to take down a significant number of zombies advancing towards the stronghold. Zhang Yu, now within the fallen tiger gathering place, rummaged through the former residences of Zhao Hu and Sun Yang, hoping to procure something of value. However, aside from some throwing knives used by Sun Yang during his earlier assault and a few precious medicines and foodstuffs for humans, He found nothing beneficial to zombies, trash. Zhang Yu disdainfully discarded a bottle of exquisite red wine, shattering it on the ground. The leader of the tiger gathering place is utterly pathetic. He scoured their living quarters, digging deep but finding not even a shard of a crystal core. What a poor lot. However, it made sense. Even if they had possessed cores, they would have been consumed long ago. Zhang Yu shook his head slightly, disappointment flooding him as he left. He had initially intended to scavenge some spoils, yet aside from human supplies, he unearthed nothing of significance. He then summoned the horde of zombies roaming the tiger gathering place. Zhang Yu did not plan to make this his stronghold. Instead, he intended to leave and continue wandering the city, seeking out other human encampments to instill a sense of dread among them. Throughout the entirety of Yingyang City, aside from the tiger gathering place, there were numerous other human strongholds. Zhang Yu's next target would be them. He aimed to bring them all to ruin and thoroughly dismantle the human survivor forces within Yingyang City, ultimately paving the way for the city's total downfall. Roar. Upon sensing Zhang Yu's command, AE and the others were the first to arrive, followed closely by hundreds of elite zombies. They surrounded Zhang Yu, clearly distinguishing themselves from ordinary zombies, exuding an air of elite prowess. The 10-tiered zombies instilled Zhang Yu with considerable assurance. Soon, tens of thousands of ordinary zombies gathered around. Once the horde was assembled, Zhang Yu issued the command to move on, continuing to search for the next human stronghold. The evolution points gained from conquering human encampments were exceedingly rich. Zhang Yu speculated that with the fall of just one more stronghold, he would evolve into a 4th-tier zombie, attaining the status of a zombie king. Tens of thousands of zombies marched forth from the tiger gathering place. After replenishing the horde's numbers nearby, Zhang Yu resumed his wandering within the city, on the lookout for human encampments. The once fallen tiger gathering place now bore no trace of human survivors. Damn it! Where are these human strongholds hiding? After searching for so long, I found not a single clue. Leading the horde, Zhang Yu roamed the city, failing to catch even a glimpse of any human encampments. He sensed only scattered human auras that had yet to join any stronghold, and he deemed them unworthy of his attention. He left their demise to his elite subordinates, AE and the others, as an added meal for them. After evolving to the 3rd tier, Zhang Yu's perception had sharpened significantly. He could sense not only the scattered human auras around him, but also the presence of mutant beasts. However, these mutant beasts dared not approach his horde. They were wise enough to understand that this throng of zombies was not something they could provoke. Should I ask someone where the strongholds are? Wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly is futile. It would be better to inquire with some humans about the locations of the encampments. Zhang Yu felt a bit vexed as he floundered about without direction. Just as he was about to do so, he suddenly detected the presence of a 2nd-tier human ability user alongside a 2nd-tier mutant beast in the distance. Intriguingly, these two entities were located in the same vicinity. A human ability user cohabiting with a mutant beast? How fascinating! The prospect of evolution to the 4th tier was within reach. Halt! Change direction. Zhang Yu commanded the horde to redirect, encircling the source of these two auras. Although he was uncertain why a human ability user and a mutant beast were together, he knew that if he could eliminate them both, he would be close to filling his evolution points even if he did not evolve to the 4th tier. Chapter 21. A reckless gamble. Zhang Yu's horde surged rapidly towards their target. Meanwhile, the human and the mutant beast in the distance remained blissfully unaware that they had caught the attention of a 3rd-tier zombie. Still rummaging through the abandoned structures for any remnants left by previous occupants, they lamented, "There's nothing here. Bye, let us go. We'll try another one." The 2nd-tier human ability user, having found nothing, beckoned to a pure white mutant dog at his side. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. This mutant dog was able to speak, responding to the black-haired youth with eyes as clear as stars. Got it, a Ming. They then exited the dilapidated building, proceeding to the next one in search of treasure. The dark-haired youth with clear eyes is named Su Ming. He recently evolved to the 2nd tier, awakening the ability of speed. The pure white mutated dog he affectionately calls Dabai is a pet he had before the apocalypse erupted. Dabai was found by Su Ming on the roadside when he was very young. Their bond has always been strong, sharing meals as if they were one. However, when the apocalypse suddenly struck, not only humans but a multitude of animals underwent mutations. Dabai, who was lounging at home, was no exception. He grew significantly larger, with sharper claws and fangs. Su Ming, hiding at home, was terrified as he watched Dabai transform, his face paling in fear. Just as he feared that Dabai would no longer recognize him and might consider him as food, Dabai nudged Su Ming with his now much larger head, as if reassuring him not to be afraid. Overjoyed that Dabai could still recognize him after the mutation, Su Ming embraced him tightly, and the two became inseparable companions in the harsh new world. Su Ming was puzzled as to why Dabai recognized him despite the mutation, especially when other people's pets immediately turned on their owners. Yet, Dabai was an exception. Not only did he refrain from attacking Su Ming, but he also appeared to grow more intelligent, even communicating with Su Ming using his paws. In the early days of the apocalypse, amidst the perils of the city, Dabai continuously protected Su Ming. With a powerful mutated beast by his side, Su Ming's situation was far better than that of other human survivors. Dabai quickly evolved to the first tier, and with his assistance, Su Ming soon became an ability user himself. Together, they eliminated numerous first-tier zombies, with Dabai evolving to the second tier while Su Ming followed suit shortly thereafter. It was then that Su Ming understood why Dabai had not attacked him during his mutation. Dabai seemed to be a sentient mutated beast and awakened a new ability after evolving to the first tier. The array of special circumstances surrounding Dabai indicated his exceptional potential, and Su Ming genuinely felt happy for him. Their daily life consisted of wandering through the city to check for any remaining tiered zombies or mutated beasts, or scavenging for supplies in abandoned buildings. They lived quite contentedly, for few dared to provoke a second-tier mutated beast alongside a second-tier human ability user. While Su Ming continued his search for supplies in a dilapidated building, the wandering zombies were left to Dabai, who stood vigilant. However, after Dabai had just dispatched a nearby horde of zombies, he suddenly sensed a terrifying presence. Instantly alert, he let out a low growl. A third-tier zombie was approaching, seemingly targeting them. Dabai hurried to Su Ming, eager to lead him away. Upon noticing Dabai rushing to his side, Su Ming's face lit up with joy, wondering at Dabai's keen sense of smell. Just as he found a few sausages, Dabai came to his side. Dabai, your nose is incredible. I just found... Wait. Where are you taking me? Before Su Ming could finish, Dabai nudged him urgently, saying, Ming, stop searching. We must leave, there's danger. It seems we are being hunted by a third-tier zombie. What? Run, Dabai. After hearing Dabai's warning, Su Ming quickly stuffed the sausages into his pocket and rushed toward the exit. Following Dabai's lead to flee the area, Dabai would never deceive him. He simply hadn't expected to encounter a third-tier zombie this time. Ming, stay close. I'll help you lose that third-tier zombie. After Dabai spoke, he dashed ahead, swiftly clearing the wandering zombies with the laser emitted from his eyes. This was Dabai's newly awakened light ability after evolving to the first tier. A rare elemental ability indeed. As a nimble ability user, Su Ming could keep pace with Dabai. His heart raced as he hoped to shake off the pursuing third-tier zombie. This was their first encounter with such a formidable enemy. It seems they've been discovered. They think they can escape? Not a chance. Zhang Yu sensed the two presences fleeing swiftly, realizing they had noticed him. But to lose him? Impossible. I'll go ahead. You all follow closely. He commanded his companions behind him, accelerating toward his targets. Boss, be careful. We're almost there, Ae cautioned. However, just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing ahead. As a lightning ability user. Not only was his attack power substantial, but his speed was also extraordinary. Zhang Yu concentrated all his lightning ability into his legs, becoming a streak of lightning that closed the distance to the fleeing youth and his mutated dog. He could already see Su Ming and the pure white mutated dog sprinting ahead. Thinking they could escape after being marked, Zhang Yu smirked. Those two second-tier cores were as good as his today. Ah, Dabai! The third-tier zombie is catching up, Su Ming exclaimed, panic rising as he glanced back at the electrified third-tier zombie drawing nearer. This is bad. We won't make it. The speed of the third-tier zombie was simply too overwhelming. Ming, prepare for battle, Dabai, glancing back at Zhang Yu, abandoned the idea of fleeing and decided to fight. Given Zhang Yu's speed, it wouldn't be long before he caught up. Rather than run, they might as well fight back, with only the third-tier zombie pursuing them, its horde likely still trailing behind. They still had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could even hunt down a third-tier zombie today. Chapter 22. Not a single one shall escape. Realizing they could not flee, Zhang Yu watched as the human and beast ceased their escape, taking a stance to confront him. Did they think two second-tier beings could withstand him? How naive. Even without the Horde to assist him, they would never stand a chance. The moment he laid eyes on them, he had scanned their information through the system. This youth had not awakened any special abilities. He was merely a body enhancement ability user. However, the pure white mutated beast was quite extraordinary. Intelligent and possessing a light ability, it was rare for a mutated beast to awaken two abilities. Had they faced a typical third-tier zombie, they might have had a chance to escape, but their luck had run dry. They had encountered Zhang Yu. Roar. Zhang Yu unleashed a fierce roar, arcs of electricity surging from his body as he charged toward the youth and his beast like lightning. The moment Zhang Yu launched his attack, Dabai sensed that together, they were no match for this third-tier zombie Da Ming. He is too strong. Plans have changed. We cannot defeat him. I'll hold him off. Run. Dabai positioned himself before Su Ming, his gaze resolute, determined to buy time for Su Ming to escape. No, don't, Dabai. We should fight together. Su Ming's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Dabai, who stood protectively before him. Dabai was his only family in this apocalypse. His parents had long since been infected and turned into zombies. Without Dabai, he might not have even survived the initial chaos, let alone evolve to the second tier. He certainly wouldn't be alive to this day. But before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a towering electric net rising around them, trapping them in place. This was, of course, Zhang Yu's doing. Watching the touching scene between the youth and beast, a wicked grin spread across his face. In that case, you both will stay with me. Today's objective was precisely these two. He wouldn't let them escape. Ming, we can't escape. Get away. I'll hold him back. Look for an opportunity to strike. Dabai revealed a fierce side of his nature, realizing their chances of fleeing were gone with the electric net surrounding them. To survive, they had to take down this third-tier zombie. Then Dabai, please be careful. Su Ming, with tears in his eyes, gently stroked Dabai's fur, who nodded thoughtfully. Roar. Su Ming stepped aside as Dabai bared his sharp fangs and let out a thunderous roar. Lunging at Zhang Yu, boom. Zhang Yu met Dabai's fangs with his electrified fist, and at the moment of collision, a massive wave of energy erupted. You little beast, you're still too green. Zhang Yu sneered at the pure white mutated dog, thinking it could tear him apart with its teeth. Instead, he seized its fangs, and high-voltage electricity coursed through Dabai's body. Roar, Dabai cried out in agony, but Zhang Yu's grip was too powerful. He couldn't break free. If this stalemate continued, he would soon be fried. In a desperate attempt to create distance, Dabai unleashed a beam of light from his green eyes toward Zhang Yu's head. Meanwhile, Su Ming, hearing Dabai's anguished cries, drew a very sharp dagger from his backpack and charged at Zhang Yu. You little beast, I told you, you're still too green. Zhang Yu, after scanning the information about the colossal creature, remained ever vigilant against its luminous abilities. In an instant, he loosened his grip on the creature's massive jaws and, with a flicker of electricity, appeared beside it, his fist, crackling with arcs of energy, struck with all his might against its enormous head. The creature's attack missed, while Zhang Yu, like a specter, darted to its side. His body, tinged with the numbing effects of electricity, reacted sluggishly, leaving him unable to evade as Zhang Yu's fist collided with its skull. A resounding roar of agony erupted as the creature was sent crashing into a nearby derelict building, its massive frame smashing a gaping hole through the structure. Dabai, I shall vanquish you. Soaring towards Zhang Yu, Su Ming, armed with a dagger, was consumed by fury upon witnessing the wretched state of Dabai. He surged forth at unparalleled speed, appearing at Zhang Yu's side in an instant, and aimed the sharp dagger directly at Zhang Yu's heart. Yet, just as the blade was poised to penetrate, it inexplicably halted. Now it is your turn, Zhang Yu uttered, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips as he seized Su Ming's arm. Preventing the dagger from advancing a single inch, Su Ming exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Zhang Yu's grip was unyielding, rendering Su Ming powerless to escape. Still wished to flee, Zhang Yu sensed Su Ming's attempts to break free, his crimson eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glow. With a swift maneuver, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Su Ming crashing to the ground. Then, his electrified fists rained down upon Su Ming's face like a torrential downpour. Bloodied and battered, Su Ming succumbed to unconsciousness. After satiating his desires, Zhang Yu grasped Su Ming by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, so weak. How did a mere child evolve to a second-tier ability user? Zhang Yu muttered, extracting the crystal core from Su Ming's body, thus ending his suffering. He discarded the lifeless corpse carelessly aside. Ming, Dabai, limping and injured, emerged from the ravaged remains of the building, only to behold Su Ming's lifeless form. Sorrowful human emotions flickered in its eyes, tears streaming forth. It felt the weight of its failure to protect its young master. Gazing at Zhang Yu, its eyes burned with murderous intent and rage. But its current injuries rendered it nearly incapacitated. The force of Zhang Yu's earlier blow had shattered several of its bones. Its head throbbed painfully, and blood continued to seep from its mouth. Zhang Yu regarded the gravely wounded white mutated dog, his crimson eyes brimming with malice, exuding an aura of chilling danger. Like a demon, he whispered, "Rest assured, you have not been forgotten," with an outstretched palm aimed at Dabai. Arcs of electricity coalesced into a formidable wave of energy, hurtling towards the creature with ferocity. A thunderous crack split the air. Dabai was doomed. It could not evade the oncoming assault, as a massive gaping wound erupted from its abdomen. After the demise of both the creature and Su Ming, Zhang Yu snapped his fingers, dissipating the electric field that had enveloped the area. He then approached Dabai's corpse and extracted its second-tier crystal core as well. Chapter 23. Evolution of the Corpse King. Easily securing 2 second-tier crystal cores, Zhang Yu's subordinates finally arrived. "Boss, we have come to support you." Leading the charge was AE, worried for Zhang Yu's safety, especially since he had evolved to the second tier, making him the fastest among the elite zombies. Upon seeing Zhang Yu unscathed before the carcass of a mutated beast, AE's worries dissipated. However, it was evident that the battle had concluded, and they had arrived too late. With AE and his elite zombies arriving, thousands of ordinary zombies followed closely behind. Zhang Yu bestowed the corpses of the second-tier mutated beast and the second-tier ability user upon AE and the others. He then consumed the 2 second-tier crystal cores, each no larger than a fingernail, glowing with a faint luminescence. These 2 second-tier crystal cores should elevate my evolution to the 4th tier, right? After devouring the cores, Zhang Yu pondered whether the energy they provided would be sufficient to propel him into the 4th tier. The pure energy coursed through his body, nurturing him in a delightfully invigorating manner. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, relishing the familiar sensation as his physique progressed towards the 4th-tier Corpse King. This evolution process took longer than usual, lasting a full 3 minutes. Protect the boss, AE, and the others. Aware of Zhang Yu's evolution, formed a protective circle around him. As the evolution process concluded, Zhang Yu reopened his blood-red eyes, acutely aware that his strength had multiplied several times over. The familiar sound of the system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on evolving to the 4th-tier Corpse King. Host information updated. Host, Zhang Yu level, 4th-tier Corpse King abilities. Lightning abilities, Stealth, Domination, Corpse Poison evolution points. 100, 100000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on evolving to the 4th-tier Corpse King. Reward, Corpse King Strengthening Serum 1. Corpse King Strengthening Serum significantly enhances the user's physique. To be injected into the heart. Note, injection requires the zombie level to be at Corpse King level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening a new ability. Light of Enhancement. Light of Enhancement can comprehensively amplify the selected individual's abilities. 0100. Ding! Congratulations, host, on evolving to the 4th-tier Corpse King, awakening Thunder Domain. Thunder Domain. In this state, the host's combat power is greatly enhanced, but it consumes a massive amount of energy from within, lasting only a few minutes. As the system notifications concluded, the Corpse King Strengthening Serum materialized in Zhang Yu's hand. A Corpse King Strengthening Serum? Such a remarkable item has appeared once more. Its name alone suggests it is a notch superior to the serum he injected previously. Zhang Yu gazed at the vial in his hand, excitement coursing through him. This serum was undoubtedly more potent than the first. He had not anticipated receiving another reward upon evolving to the Corpse King. After the first injection, he had longed for more, as its effects were simply astounding. If only the system could grant him more of these serums, he could forge an unstoppable legion of zombies. Yet, it remained merely a thought. Let me see what other treasures await. Zhang Yu, not in haste to inject the Corpse King Strengthening Serum, continued to browse. Light of Enhancement? This implies I can select my elite zombie subordinates for enhancement. Moreover, I can amplify up to 100 at once. At this moment, Zhang Yu's blood felt as though it were boiling. The potential of the light of enhancement was extraordinary. His first thought was of AE and the other elite zombie subordinates, whose combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant increase following the enhancement. They would surely emerge as the elite among the horde. After his excitement subsided, Zhang Yu turned his attention to the next item. He was not in a rush to enhance his elite subordinates just yet. Thunder Domain. That sounds remarkably potent. Zhang Yu sensed the surge of lightning abilities within him. After evolving to the 4th-tier Corpse King, the most pronounced enhancement was indeed the lightning abilities, the result of awakening the Thunder Domain. He could now employ the Thunder Domain as a hidden card, or unleash it from the outset, striking down foes in an instant. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. This evolution to the 4th-tier Corpse King had bestowed him with extraordinary rewards, each capable of significantly augmenting his strength. Once more, the heart. Zhang Yu injected the Corpse King's strengthening serum directly into himself. In the next moment, a wave of comfort far surpassing that of his initial injection enveloped him. As the serum coursed through his veins, his muscles tightened and strengthened, yearning to unleash even greater power. Other aspects of his being also received tremendous boosts. Minutes passed before the enhancement process concluded. Zhang Yu rose, stretching his body, feeling as though he had been reborn. Quite remarkable. Now, it's time to enhance you, old. A smile graced Zhang Yu's lips as he directed the light of enhancement at AE and his companions, along with 90 randomly selected elite zombies nearby. Intending to bestow upon them the enhancement, as the crimson glow in Zhang Yu's eyes flickered with blue light, AE and his comrades experienced significant improvements, their abilities amplified by the light of enhancement. Although the effects were not as potent as the serum granted by the system, they were still commendable. Boss, I feel stronger, he exclaimed, his gaze brimming with excitement as he looked at Zhang Yu. Fully aware that this newfound power was a gift from him. Boss. Air and the others, 1st-tier zombies, gazed at Zhang Yu with gleaming eyes, stuttering and struggling to articulate coherent words. Their evolution levels were insufficient, leaving them to learn gradually, unlike AE, who was fortunate enough to evolve to the 2nd tier and communicate normally with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu found their anxious expressions amusing and waved his hand to interrupt their stammering. I understand what you wish to convey. Strive to harness this power and evolve to the 2nd tier as soon as possible. With the enhancement from the light of enhancement, Air and the others could now be considered formidable within their tier. In future battles against encroaching human settlements, they would undoubtedly become invaluable allies. Having evolved to the 4th-tier Corpse King, Zhang Yu could now command an even greater number of zombie hordes. Due to the absence of rewards from the evolution of the 4th-tier system, Zhang Yu was compelled to meander among the zombies under his dominion, augmenting the numbers of his own undead horde. Under Zhang Yu's control as a 4th-tier zombie king, the surrounding undead swiftly converged towards him. In a short span, the size of his horde surged from over 10,000 to more than 50,000, and he also managed to command 3 1st-tier zombies. The number of his horde multiplied several times. Among them, the elite zombies exceeded 1,000. Those enhanced by the radiance of strength, known as AE and his companions, were the C-Armée de la C-Armée, collectively referred to as the Aces. Of the 3 1st-tier zombies, one awakened earth-based abilities, while the other 2 manifested strength-based powers. Zhang Yu was exceedingly delighted. He finally acquired a subordinate with elemental powers. However, 1st-tier elemental zombies are generally rather feeble. An Earth-type 1st-tier zombie can at most manipulate a few stones. Of course, Zhang Yu was an extraordinary exception. Subsequently, Zhang Yu incorporated these 3 1st-tier zombies into the Ace Squad, albeit having to exclude 3 elite zombies due to numerical constraints. He named them Lao Shi, Lao Air, and Shi 2. Chapter 24. The Undead Tide Like a Tsunami. After evolving into a 4th-tier zombie king, Zhang Yu's horde expanded significantly, and his ambitions grew correspondingly. His next plan was to obliterate all human strongholds in Yingyang City and subjugate the entire zombie faction. He intended to expel the mutant beasts from the city, establishing absolute control over the entire metropolis, rendering it his domain. Let us first annihilate all human strongholds in the city, Zhang Yu declared coldly. It was time to see a city fall, instilling a profound fear of the undead tide in humanity. Zhang Yu was confident that there was no force in this city capable of resisting him. With his evolution to a 4th-tier zombie king, Zhang Yu's perception was significantly enhanced, allowing him to vaguely sense where large numbers of humans were concentrated within the city. And no longer did he need to capture human survivors for directions. Standing still, his crimson eyes glinted with a faint red light as he sensed the approximate locations of human strongholds. Soon, he confirmed a direction. Found it. Let us commence with your demise. Zhang Yu's gaze turned frigid as he identified the direction of a human stronghold. Intending to obliterate these human enclaves one by one, wasting no time, Zhang Yu led his horde towards the identified stronghold. Regardless of the strength of this human enclave, Zhang Yu was confident in its total annihilation. Should he encounter formidable human ability users, it would be an excellent opportunity to test his Thunder Domain. Having just evolved into a 4th-tier zombie king, Zhang Yu required a substantial amount of evolution points to progress to the next tier. The fall of these human strongholds would provide him with a considerable influx of evolution points, achieving 2 objectives with one action. Tens of thousands of zombies, resembling a black tide, surged through the city, destined to become the nightmares of the humans within the stronghold. The targeted human stronghold was named Huai Shui, which was relatively weaker compared to the Meng Hu stronghold. The leader, named Chao Jian, was a 2nd-tier water ability user and possessed decent strength. At this moment, Chao Jian remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, lounging leisurely in his bed, indulging in his desires with a woman of apparent beauty. Just as he reached a critical moment, a violent knocking echoed from his door, accompanied by a frantic voice. "Leader? Urgent news. Please pause and come out. There are suddenly numerous zombies surrounding the stronghold, damn it. Just a few zombies. If you can't handle this, what use are you to me?" Disturbed at such a crucial time, Chao Jian lost interest in the woman and pushed her aside, rising to dress and ascertain what was happening outside the stronghold. He knew that his subordinates would not dare disturb him unless there was a significant issue at hand. Otherwise, he would have killed them. Soon, Chao Jian emerged, having donned his attire, his expression dark as he glared at the subordinate who had knocked. With a powerful hand, he clapped down on the subordinate's shoulder, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he spoke slowly. "If this situation is not as dire as you claim, then you may as well die." The subordinate, witnessing Chao Jian's menacing demeanor, nervously swallowed and stammered, "Boss, it's true. Numerous zombies have suddenly appeared around the stronghold. They seem poised to attack. You must come and see. Brother Gua and the others are waiting for you." This subordinate was acutely aware of the potential consequences of interrupting the leader at such a time. He would never have come unless the situation was truly critical. Brother Gua referred to one of the other 1st-tier ability users within the stronghold, and all the 1st-tier ability users had ascended the stronghold's walls to prepare for the impending undead assault. Upon hearing his subordinate's account, Chao Jian's brow furrowed with concern. Could it be that a horde of zombies was planning to attack the stronghold? If it were a mere minor horde, he would not need to intervene. Yet, the fact that all his 1st-tier ability users had mobilized indicated that the number of zombies was substantial. To ascertain the extent of the undead gathering around the stronghold, Chao Jian hastily made his way to the stronghold's walls. "Damn it! How dare these beasts choose this moment to gather? I will annihilate you." As he walked, Chao Jian cursed under his breath. The timing of this horde was utterly inconvenient. If only they had arrived a few minutes later, he could have finished his business first. Chao Jian arrived at the vicinity of the stronghold's walls, observing numerous subordinates armed with firearms, ready for combat. Realizing that this horde was likely formidable, he climbed the stronghold's walls to gauge the number of approaching zombies. Upon seeing the sheer number of zombies surrounding the stronghold, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief, his anger dissipating significantly. How could there be so many zombies gathered? Chao Jian stared at the thousands of zombies amassed around the stronghold, his mind blank. Despite having evolved to a 2nd-tier ability user, his legs trembled slightly at the overwhelming sight. Tens of thousands of zombies traversed the desolate city, surrounding the stronghold completely. Their deep, guttural growls quickened his heartbeat, instilling a profound sense of despair. Moreover, the evident organization among these thousands of zombies suggested that they were commanded by a single zombie king. The ability to control such a vast horde was beyond the capacity of a mere 2nd-tier ability user. It was highly probable that the commanding zombie had already evolved to the level of a zombie king. Specifically a 4th-tier zombie king. At this moment, Chao Jian deeply regretted his leisurely indulgence in the stronghold. Beside him, 1st-tier ability user Guo Zhixin quickly found his footing, tugging at Chao Jian's sleeve. "Leader, what should we do?" Chao Jian's face turned ashen as he stared blankly at Guo Zixin. What should we do? How would I know? A zombie king capable of commanding so many zombies would easily overpower us. Even if we split it in two, he exclaimed in despair. Stay calm. We will fight back once the horde approaches. What was the point of resisting? They might as well await their demise. Even if they were armed with infinite ammunition, they could not hope to contend with this horde. While ordinary zombies were manageable, the true despair lay with the high-tier zombie king. The guards within Huai Shui's stronghold felt their fear swell like a tidal wave. Their psychological defenses began to crumble in the face of this undead tide. They appeared utterly insignificant and powerless. Chapter 25. Deceived and crippled. Chao Jian gazed despairingly at the advancing horde of zombies. Feeling utterly powerless to prevent the impending calamity, before such a large-scale horde, Huai Shui's stronghold was pitifully weak in the center of the horde. Zhang Yu surveyed the Huai Shui stronghold ahead with an expression of cold cruelty. With a thunderous roar, he commanded the surrounding undead to assault the human stronghold. Tens of thousands of zombies responded to Zhang Yu's order, emitting a chorus of low growls as they charged towards Huai Shui. Among them, Aer and the other aces were particularly exhilarated. They too desired to evolve to the second tier like Ae. The 100 aces, enhanced by Zhang Yu, became even more formidable, roaring as they led the charge. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu did not remain in the center of the horde to command. Instead, enveloped in crackling lightning, he surged towards the human stronghold with the speed of a lightning bolt. Zhang Yu had already sensed the general strength of the human ability users within the stronghold. There were no third-tier ability users, only one second-tier user and several first-tier users, rendering them weaker than the previous Menghu stronghold. Against such a feeble human enclave, there was no need for Zhang Yu to remain at the horde's center directing operations. The armed forces of the stronghold were wholly inadequate to withstand a fourth-tier zombie king. The optimal strategy was to crush them with overwhelming power, were he to encounter a particularly strong human stronghold. Zhang Yu would never dare to charge into the horde recklessly, as he could be met with devastating weaponry that could inflict serious harm or even obliterate him. Or perhaps there are formidable superpowered beings stationed atop the high walls of the gathering place, effortlessly subduing Zhang Yu with their defensive weaponry. Yet, faced with the feeble Huai Shui gathering place, Zhang Yu harbors no such concerns. The weapons they possess are utterly inadequate for dealing with a fourth-tier corpse king. Such thoughts are merely fanciful. Soon, Zhang Yu, braving the dense barrage of bullets directed at him from the high walls, swiftly arrived before the fortified gates of the gathering place. With a deft strike of his fist, he shattered the gates. In the astonished gazes of the human survivors, he left behind a flickering blue arc of electricity as he surged inside. A fourth-tier corpse king. It's over, utterly over. Chao Jian felt the overwhelming aura of the fourth-tier corpse king emanating from Zhang Yu. His eyes became hollow as he gazed upon the approaching behemoth, filled with boundless despair and helplessness. Zhang Yu charged toward the high walls of the gathering place, unleashing a massacre upon the humans still attempting to resist. Soon, Huai Shui gathering place was filled with desperate cries and pleas for salvation, as survivors looked on in terror at Zhang Yu, who was mercilessly slaughtering their companions. They were devoid of hope, left to merely watch as the corpse king wreaked havoc, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Yi and his cadre of elite zombies followed closely behind, emitting terrifying roars that S in the secure zone. An urgent meeting was convened among various departments, with the primary objective of devising a strategy to confront the newly emerged corpse king within the urban area. During the meeting, Li Taizhan, clad in simple black combat attire, addressed the assembled crowd in a steady voice. According to the latest intelligence, a corpse king had evolved to the fourth tier in the city of Ingyang, commanding a horde of tens of thousands of undead, which was relentlessly encroaching upon gathering points. It was conceivable that our Ingyang secure zone could soon be next in line. Therefore, I would like to hear if anyone has any countermeasures or innovative ideas to propose. As he spoke, he projected the information they had gathered onto the large screen in the conference room. Although the display consisted of mere textual descriptions, it vividly conveyed the terror of this advancing horde. The ministers from various departments fell into a contemplative silence after Li's statement, subsequently engaging in fervent discussions. Minister of Combat, Yang Wanhao, was the first to speak up. Leader, based on the intelligence we possess, it is evident that this corpse king has already evolved to the fourth tier, making its strength truly formidable. However, our secure zone also boasts a 4th-tier ability user. To eliminate this Corpse King, we could wait until the Horde approaches the secure zone, utilizing our base's formidable firepower in conjunction with Captain Gao to eradicate it in one decisive strike. Yang Wanhao's gaze was sharp and unwavering, reflecting his exceptional strategic insight. His plan, though conservative, was undeniably effective, to bide their time until the Horde arrived, allowing the 4th-tier ability user within the secure zone to coordinate with the base's firepower to eliminate the Corpse King. The aforementioned 4th-tier ability user was none other than his subordinate, Gao He, the captain of the 1st Combat Team, who had recently reached 4th-tier status, making him the strongest human ability user within the secure zone. In the early days of the secure zone's establishment, Gao He had led the military to vanquish numerous tiered undead, earning him immense credit within the secure zone. His rank had ascended smoothly from squad leader to team captain, and now, with the position of deputy minister of the combat department vacant, Yang Wanhao contemplated promoting Gao He to that role, which would alleviate some of his burdens. Deploying the 4th-tier ability user against the 4th-tier Corpse King was indeed a prudent course of action. Chapter 27. Target acquired. Following a vigorous discussion in the conference room, the consensus emerged that Minister Yang's plan was indeed feasible. The sheer number of the Horde was overwhelmingly vast. Should they dispatch troops to engage them head-on? They would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. It was far more prudent to prepare within the secure zone and await the Horde's arrival. That moment, they could deploy the 4th-tier ability user from the base, in tandem with the defensive firepower, to annihilate the Corpse King in one fell swoop. The 4th-tier Corpse King's defenses would undoubtedly be formidable, and merely relying on conventional weaponry would be insufficient to confront such a high-tier undead. Fortunately, the secure zone now had a human powerhouse who had also reached the 4th tier. Thus, the combination of their abilities and conventional weaponry would surely spell the end for the Corpse King. Ultimately, leader Li Taizhan endorsed this decision, instructing Combat Minister Yang Wanhao to personally relay the mission to Gao He. Should he successfully complete this task, the position of Deputy Minister of the Combat Department would be his for the taking. They could not afford to underestimate the Corpse King. Failure to eliminate it could result in retaliation, subjecting the Yingyang secure zone to persistent Horde disturbances and stifling its development. In the worst-case scenario, the entire secure zone could fall. Rest assured, leader, Gao He is a formidable warrior. I believe he will undoubtedly resolve this threat and safeguard the secure zone. Yang Wanhao responded confidently upon receiving the leader's orders. Gao He was indeed the most powerful human ability user within the Yingyang secure zone, and with the ample firepower support from the base, they could undoubtedly vanquish the 4th-tier Corpse King. Li Taizhan nodded in approval at Yang Wanhao's assurance before directing Intelligence Minister Zhou Mingjie to conduct reconnaissance around the secure zone. It was imperative to acquire immediate intelligence on the approaching Horde. Zhou Mingjie, a tall, slender middle-aged man with glasses, acknowledged, "Yes, leader." Fortunately, the leader had not assigned them any exceedingly difficult tasks, such as tracking the Horde's location, which was beyond the current capabilities of the intelligence department. Li Taizhan understood the challenges faced by the intelligence unit. Due to the apocalypse, their operations relied solely on manpower, leading to a shortage of personnel, many of whom had perished while gathering intelligence. Subsequently, he delegated some tasks to the other departments. The Yingyang secure zone entered a state of alert, preparing for the impending arrival of the Horde. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, after incessantly overrunning human gathering points and absorbing the zombie forces within the city, had significantly bolstered both the numbers and strength of his horde. The ordinary undead had swelled to over 100,000, with thousands of elite zombies among them. The 1st-tier zombies had reached dozens, while the 2nd-tier zombies had increased to 5. Some had been newly acquired, while others had evolved after feasting on the flesh of fallen humans. Remarkably, Zhang Yu had even captured 2 3rd-tier zombies. After receiving a powerful blow from Zhang Yu, these 2 zombies, enhanced by the effects of the strengthening light, willingly pledged allegiance to him, considering themselves his trusted aides. Currently, all tiered zombies under Zhang Yu's command were augmented by the strengthening light, indicating that many elite zombies had been produced. Observing his robust and formidable horde, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Most importantly, his evolution points had risen to 37,951 100,000 after continuously overrunning human gathering points. Although he was still far from the 10,000 mark, he had already surpassed 1/3 of the required total. If he could conquer all human gathering points within Yingyang City, it would undoubtedly enable him to evolve into a 5th-tier Corpse King. Overrunning weaker human gathering points yielded relatively modest evolution points. Hence, it would be far more advantageous to target the strongest gathering point directly. Zhang Yu, standing at the heart of the horde, bore a chilling smile. The feeble human gathering points stood no chance against his formidable horde, yet the evolution points obtained from them were limited. Thus, Zhang Yu had set his sights on the most powerful human gathering point in Yingyang City, the Yingyang Secure Zone. He had gathered information about the secure zone from the leaders of the fallen human gathering points, albeit at the cost of allowing them to live a few extra moments. To ensure the accuracy of the information, Zhang Yu had interrogated multiple leaders of human gathering points. After confirming the details, he resolved to target the Yingyang Secure Zone. Given the current strength of his horde, the most formidable Yingyang Secure Zone was not to be underestimated. However, as it was established by military forces, their armed capabilities would likely surpass those of ordinary human gathering points. There was also a possibility of encountering ability users of similar levels within. This was precisely the type of target Zhang Yu had been seeking. The evolution points gained from devouring the crystal cores of similarly tiered ability users could potentially exceed those obtained from overrunning a human gathering point. Therefore, Zhang Yu planned to first conquer the strongest Yingyang Secure Zone before proceeding to deal with the remaining human gathering points. The horde, composed of over 100,000 zombies, wove through the streets, squares, and buildings of the city, creating a terrifying sea of undead. The chilling roars of the undead echoed throughout the desolate and ruined cityscape, instilling fear in the hearts of any who beheld it. At the center of this vast horde stood the most imposing zombies, larger and more powerful than their counterparts, their crimson eyes glinting with a sinister light, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. These were Zhang Yu's elite zombies, comprised solely of elite and tiered undead, all possessing high levels of evolution. At the core of this assembly of elite zombies stood Zhang Yu himself, surrounded by layers of protection from his formidable minions, making it an almost insurmountable challenge to eliminate him. Should anyone assume that the presence of so many elite zombies indicated weakness in Zhang Yu, they would be gravely mistaken. Zhang Yu's power surpassed that of all the elite zombies combined, rendering him a terrifying force. Should any human dare to entertain such a notion, Zhang Yu would be more than eager to surprise them. Target: Yingyang Secure Zone, commence. Zhang Yu commanded the horde of tens of thousands from his central position, directing them toward the secure zone. Let me witness the true strength of the most powerful human gathering point. Do not disappoint me. As Zhang Yu guided the horde onward, the crimson light in his eyes flickered with excitement. The number of human survivors within the secure zone was likely in the tens of thousands, and among them, the number of ability users would surely exceed those in the gathering points he had previously overwhelmed. With so many human ability users, it was inevitable that a few powerful ones would arise, as for whether they could withstand his might. Zhang Yu possessed a very clear understanding of his current strength. Any ordinary fourth-tier ability user posed no threat, regardless of their numbers. Even if a particularly strong one appeared, they would still fall under his domain once their abilities were unleashed. Chapter 28. The extremely dangerous Corpse King within the Yingyang Military Secure Zone. Combat Minister Yang Wanhao, after the meeting concluded, promptly sought out the only fourth-tier ability user currently residing within the secure zone, Gao He. Upon arriving at his residence, Yang Wanhao discovered that Gao He was not present there. Nor was he within the secure zone. After inquiring, he learned that Gao He had taken his subordinates outside the secure zone to hunt zombies. With a sense of helplessness, Gao He could only wait in his room for his return, while dispatching someone to wait at the entrance of the safe zone for him. Just as he returned from hunting zombies in the vicinity of the safe zone, he received urgent news from Minister Yang, who was frantically looking for him. It sounded quite pressing, as if something significant had arisen. Currently, he remained at his residence, anticipating the minister's return. Minister Yang was his superior, who had consistently provided him with substantial assistance. Hearing that Minister Yang was seeking him for something urgent, Gao He felt compelled to ascertain the matter at hand. I will first see what urgent matter Minister Yang has for me. You all should deliver these supplies to the logistics department in exchange for merit points. Gao He instructed his subordinates, who had accompanied him in hunting zombies and gathering supplies. The unexpectedly found resources could be exchanged for a considerable amount of merit points at the logistics department. For an ordinary person, acquiring such supplies outside the safe zone would be exceedingly difficult, but for him, a fourth-tier ability user, it was remarkably simple. Although he currently held a high position within the safe zone, enjoying respect from leaders and department heads alike, he still wished to contribute more to the safe zone through his own abilities. More importantly, he relished the thrill of hunting zombies and gaining crystal cores to enhance his strength. Being cooped up in the safe zone day after day was dreadfully tedious for a battle-hardened individual like him. The world outside was far more exhilarating. Searching for supplies was merely a secondary endeavor. Contributing to the safe zone while earning merit points. What could be more gratifying? Having spoken, Gao He vanished from his spot with remarkable speed. "Yes, Captain, you go ahead," his subordinate said, watching in awe and admiration as their captain disappeared. Was this the power of a fourth-tier ability user? Truly, the captain's speed was astonishing. They too aspired to become powerful ability users like Gao He, effortlessly dealing with the formidable zombies that posed a significant threat to them. As a versatile fourth-tier ability user, Gao He's speed allowed him to traverse the safe zone swiftly. In no time, he arrived at his residence, where he spotted 2 ability user soldiers stationed at the entrance, tasked with protecting Minister Yang. Upon seeing Gao He return, one soldier hurried inside to report, while the other saluted promptly, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration. "Captain Gao, you have returned. Minister Yang is waiting for you inside." At present, Gao He had become an object of admiration for most ability users within the safe zone. His remarkable achievements were widely recognized, having progressed from an ordinary human to a fourth-tier ability user, accumulating numerous glorious accomplishments since the establishment of the safe zone. Despite his high rank and authority, he did not forget to venture out to hunt zombies. Looking at the ability user soldiers assigned to protect Minister Yang, he nodded and smiled. "Is there something urgent that Minister Yang needs to discuss with me?" "Well, it seems there is something important." The soldier began to respond but was abruptly interrupted by a voice from within the room. "You guessed it right. There is indeed something important that requires your attention, and this task cannot be entrusted to anyone else. If you can successfully complete it, the position of Deputy Minister in the Combat Department will be yours." Yang Wanhao remarked with a smile, stepping out from the room upon hearing that Gao He had returned. He'll rise from an ordinary squad leader to a captain in less than a year. And now with the opportunity to become the Deputy Minister of the Combat Department. Such prospects would have been unimaginable before the apocalypse. However, the world had changed, and Yang Wanhao knew it was time to adjust certain conventions. It was essential to promote talented young individuals for the sake of the safe zone, and Gao He was an excellent candidate. Otherwise, he would not have proposed elevating Gao He to be his deputy. Yang Wanhao held this powerful young man in high regard. "Ah? The Deputy Minister of the Combat Department? Minister Yang, surely that isn't necessary? I prefer my role as captain." Gao He expressed his confusion, pointing at himself and displaying some reluctance. He was not feigning modesty. Being cooped up in the safe zone as deputy minister, dealing with administrative affairs, sounded exceedingly dull compared to the thrill of hunting zombies outside, which he relished. He was not particularly keen on such a high-ranking position. Noticing Gao He's demeanor, Yang Wanhao patted his broad shoulder and chuckled. "You worry too much, my friend. Rest assured, even if you become deputy minister, you can still continue hunting zombies outside. I will handle the affairs within the safe zone. You are the strongest in the safe zone, and I would never hinder your quest for strength." Seeing Gao He so resistant, Yang Wanhao realized his plan had faltered. It seemed he would have to manage the combat department's affairs himself. "Really? Then it's settled," Gao He exclaimed with delight, fully agreeing. Being promoted without the burden of responsibilities was quite appealing. He scratched his head and inquired, "Minister Yang, what exactly is this important matter you need me for? Is it to venture into a dangerous area to gather supplies? Or something else?" Since he had been summoned, it implied that the task assigned to him was of considerable significance. Yang Wanhao's expression turned serious as he responded to Gao He's inquiry. This task arose unexpectedly following an emergency meeting convened by the leader. You often hunt zombies outside the safe zone, so you may not be aware of the latest information. According to recent intelligence, a fourth-tier corpse king has appeared in Yuyang City, commanding a horde of tens of thousands of zombies. Yang Wanhao then relayed the information regarding Zhang Yu and the upcoming task to Gao He. Upon hearing this, Gao He's expression grew grave. The horde of tens of thousands under the command of the fourth-tier corpse king posed a significant threat. Its strength could very well surpass his own. Confronting this fourth-tier corpse king would be vastly different from hunting the ordinary zombies around the safe zone. Gao He understood that he must approach this task with utmost seriousness. "Minister Yang, I comprehend the task. This corpse king's strength, as I speculate, should be exceedingly formidable, posing a considerable danger. If the horde were to launch an assault on the safe zone, I will do my utmost to contain it, Gao He stated, his face reflecting a stern resolve. Yang Wanhao observed Gao He's serious demeanor and his assessment of the Corpse King. This was one of the rare occasions he had seen Gao He so solemn since his evolution to the 4th tier. Realizing that this Corpse King had led to the downfall of numerous strongholds, he cautioned, "For the sake of the safe zone, you must exercise caution. If you feel uncertain, prioritize your own safety." Gao He nodded. For the safety of the safe zone, he would exert his utmost effort. Chapter 29. The annoying outpost in a desolate and lifeless urban area. A black ocean formed by a horde of zombies was on the move. This horde was vast and remarkably organized, clearly under the control of a high-tier Corpse King. Ordinary human survivors still struggling in the city were filled with terror upon hearing the commotion of this horde and fled swiftly. Even ability users dared not approach this horde. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they had gleaned certain survival experiences. Just from the sound, they could tell that the scale of the horde was substantial. Fortunately, they were at a considerable distance. At this moment, those who could run were making their escape. Once targeted by such a massive horde, the only fate awaiting them was death. The larger the horde, the more terrifying the Corpse King commanding it. "Heh, run if you can." Zhang Yu, at the center of the horde, smirked coldly. He had long sensed the presence of the nearby survivors, but chose not to eliminate them. Zhang Yu's current target was the Yuyang safe zone, allowing these human survivors to live a little longer in hopes of evolving more ability users. After all, the evolutionary value provided by a single ability user far exceeded that of an ordinary human survivor. Once the Yuyang safe zone fell, Zhang Yu's next plan was to conquer the entire city. By then, he would see where these human survivors could hide. If the Yuyang safe zone fell, there would be no existence left within Yuyang City to resist Zhang Yu. Under Zhang Yu's command, the horde swiftly approached the vicinity of the Yuyang safe zone. However, Zhang Yu suddenly commanded the horde to halt. "Boss, what's going on?" A nearby 3rd-tier zombie queried, puzzled by Zhang Yu's abrupt order to stop the horde. "Could there be a human trap ahead? There are human outposts ahead. If we proceed like this, we will be detected," Zhang Yu replied coldly. The humans within the Yuyang safe zone were indeed cautious. Having established outposts near the safe zone, should anything occur, they would swiftly relay the information to those inside the safe zone. Zhang Yu's perception was exceptionally keen, and he had already sensed several military outposts surrounding the area. If the horde continued to advance, the movement would undoubtedly be detected by the humans stationed at the outposts. Zhang Yu aimed to catch the Yuyang safe zone off guard and minimize the losses of the horde. Although his current resources were substantial, he still sought to achieve an optimal solution and reduce losses to a minimum. Let us change direction. Zhang Yu directly led the horde to a different path. Since there were outposts nearby that could easily detect them, he would simply take a different route. Under Zhang Yu's command, hundreds of thousands of zombies prepared to launch a surprise attack on the Yuyang safe zone from another direction. However, after circling the safe zone, Zhang Yu fell silent. He realized his previous assumptions had been overly naive. The area surrounding the Yuyang safe zone was teeming with outposts. No matter from which direction one attempted to launch an assault, these sentinels would inevitably detect the approach. Truly, this was the most formidable human stronghold, proving to be quite extraordinary. Zhang Yu's plan for a surprise attack had faltered, yet fortunately, the personnel within these outposts were not particularly formidable, merely a handful of 1st and 2nd-tier superhumans. Zhang Yu swiftly devised a new strategy. With only low-tier superhumans present, this could be manageable. It appeared feasible for him to eliminate these troublesome humans before reporting to the safe zone. It was the perfect opportunity to test his stealth skills, which he had yet to employ since awakening this ability. This time, it would serve as an excellent trial. However, he needed to act swiftly. The humans within these outposts might constantly maintain communication with the safe zone. "Wait for me here. Do not expose yourselves. I shall first deal with those obstructive humans ahead," Zhang Yu said, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his crimson eyes as he addressed his elite zombies. "Boss, why not let us go instead? You need not take the risk. Simply wait for our good news." The elite zombies expressed their concern upon hearing Zhang Yu's decision, contemplating taking his place. "No, you would be easily detected by the humans. Remain here and await my command," Zhang Yu replied after a brief contemplation, resolutely dismissing the notion of sending his subordinates. Although they had been empowered by the light of enhancement, making them quite strong, any detection by humans would provoke alarm. Moreover, He could eliminate all the humans inside the outpost the moment he ended his stealth state. Having said that, Zhang Yu activated his stealth mode, his presence abruptly vanishing among the elite zombies. Departing from the center of the zombie horde, he swiftly moved towards the human outpost ahead. Where did the boss go? As expected of our leader, his concealment techniques are impressive. Were it not for the lingering mental connection with him, I might have thought he had perished. Indeed, his aura just vanished in an instant. The elite zombies excitedly discussed Zhang Yu's sudden disappearance. Their leader was undeniably powerful, not only possessing terrifying strength but also exceptional skills in concealing his presence. Fortunately, Zhang Yu had already set off towards the human outpost and did not overhear the elite zombies' conversation. Otherwise, he would have certainly reprimanded the second-tier zombie who had suggested he was dead. Due to the instantaneous conclusion of his stealth state upon taking action, Zhang Yu refrained from using his lightning powers to accelerate. Nevertheless, as a fourth-tier zombie king, his speed was not to be underestimated. Before long, he arrived at the periphery of the human outpost. 2 squads of soldiers, clad in matching dark green uniforms and armed with rifles, were patrolling nearby. Within structures resembling bunkers and watchtowers, 2 first-tier superhumans could be detected. Zhang Yu concealed himself nearby, utilizing his acute senses to swiftly assess the armed forces within the human outpost. Such a level of armament was utterly trivial in his presence. A bone-chilling coldness flickered in Zhang Yu's red eyes. He then circumnavigated the 2 patrol squads, swiftly infiltrating the outpost. The 2 first-tier superhumans, along with several ordinary human soldiers, remained completely unaware. They merely sensed an oddity in the air, unable to articulate its cause. "Is there something over there?" one of the superhumans questioned, pointing towards the translucent figure of Zhang Yu, puzzled. However, he perceived no anomalies in that position. Just as he thought he might be imagining things and prepared to rub his eyes, he suddenly found himself face to face with a pair of crimson eyes. Before he could emit a scream, his neck was brutally snapped. In the terrified gazes of the humans, Zhang Yu revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 30. Level 1 Alert. The superhumans within this outpost, as well as the 2 squads of patrolling soldiers outside, were effortlessly dispatched by Zhang Yu. Yet, this was not the only outpost in this direction. Zhang Yu needed to eliminate 2 more to ensure that the zombie horde would not be detected before reaching the Yingyang safe zone. His stealth state had already expired the moment he attacked. To reactivate it, he would need to wait a while. However, the superhumans within these outposts were not particularly powerful. Even without stealth, he could silently eliminate them with his strength as a 4th-tier zombie king. It seemed he had been overly cautious, overestimating the capabilities of the humans within the outposts. In the face of absolute power, they were utterly incapable of resistance. Thus, he resolved to eliminate these 2 obstructive outposts. There was a plethora of flesh waiting for him within the safe zone. A glint of red flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes, and he licked his lips, revealing a greedy expression. He then carefully suppressed his presence, channeling his lightning powers beneath his feet, moving with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning, leaving only a few lingering arcs of electricity in his wake as he headed towards the other 2 outposts. Once again, 2 squads of human soldiers, clad in matching green uniforms and armed with rifles, patrolled the vicinity. These were merely ordinary human soldiers, and with Zhang Yu meticulously concealing his presence, the patrolling soldiers failed to detect him. Zhang Yu regarded the firearms in the soldiers' hands with disdain. Such weapons were ineffective against him. While they might suffice against ordinary zombies, they were woefully outdated when confronting tiered zombies. If humanity did not develop new weaponry in the future, ordinary soldiers would essentially be awaiting their demise when faced with tiered zombies. These increasingly obsolete weapons could not breach the defenses of high-tier beings. However, Zhang Yu was not concerned with this matter. The later humanity delayed the development of new weaponry, the better. The immediate priority was to eliminate these 2 human outposts. "Let us deal with you," Zhang Yu said coldly, his crimson eyes flickering with indifference. He then evaded the 2 patrolling squads and stealthily approached the interior of the outpost. The ordinary human soldiers had no inkling that a zombie king had already infiltrated their stronghold. Who? Ah. The sole second-tier superhuman inside the outpost sensed something amiss as Zhang Yu approached but realized it was too late. Zhang Yu's powerful hands, crackling with arcs of electricity, struck his forehead. With a mere exertion of force, he crushed his skull. The second-tier superhuman was instantaneously slain, his face frozen in agony, eyes wide open in shock. "Tio Zhang Yu, There was no distinction between first and second-tier superhumans. They were merely weak humans to be dispatched at will. Yet, in other human strongholds, they held positions of leadership or at least were regarded as high-ranking second-tier superhumans, in the Yingyang safe zone. They were merely insignificant figures guarding an outpost. It seemed the Yingyang safe zone possessed considerable strength. The ordinary soldiers were even less noteworthy. They fell before Zhang Yu before they could even raise their weapons, let alone relay any intelligence back to the safe zone. The entire event transpired in mere seconds. Truly pathetic. Zhang Yu extracted and devoured the crystal core from the second-tier superhuman, his expression cold as he regarded the corpse. The energy from the second-tier crystal core coursed through him, and Zhang Yu relished the sensation. However, the evolution value provided by a single second-tier crystal core was hardly sufficient, intensifying his desire to bring the Yingyang safe zone to its knees. He licked his lips. Having dealt with the interior, it was time to address the exterior. With a faint scream echoing, the entire outpost was devoid of any human presence. The architect of this carnage, Zhang Yu, departed for the final outpost. Once he eliminated this last stronghold, the zombie horde could advance toward the safe zone. Zhang Yu swiftly arrived at the final outpost along this route, encountering the same setup as before. 2 squads of armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter. He sensed the presence of a weak human superhuman from within. The last one, a smile curved Zhang Yu's lips, his eyes shimmering with a surge of murderous intent. Before long, the final obstructive outpost was eradicated by Zhang Yu. Subsequently, he emitted his unique commanding aura to his subordinates, instructing them to converge upon his location. The boss is summoning us, let's hurry. As expected of the boss, he resolved those troublesome humans so swiftly. Let us go, support the boss. The zombie horde, sensing Zhang Yu's call, began to rapidly converge towards his current position. Hundreds of thousands of zombies moved like a black tide through the abandoned city. Fortunate that the outpost capable of observing this horde had already been eliminated by Zhang Yu, remaining undetected by the humans. Soon, they spotted Zhang Yu waiting for their arrival. Boss, we're here. The elite zombie squad, leading the horde, quickly surrounded Zhang Yu upon seeing him. Listening to the commotion generated by the movement of the hundreds of thousands of zombies, Zhang Yu realized he needed to expedite his actions. Although the nearby human outposts that could observe the horde had been dealt with, the noise created by tens of thousands of zombies was hardly insignificant. The humans within the safe zone would soon notice something amiss. Or the distant human outposts might report the disturbances back to the safe zone. If they discovered that the 3 nearby outposts had gone dark, the whereabouts of the horde would be exposed. Rendering Zhang Yu's surprise attack meaningless. Speed up. Follow me directly to the Yingyang safe zone. A red glint flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes as he commanded the horde to increase their pace. In the Yingyang safe zone, within the intelligence department, the communications officer responsible for liaising with the surrounding outposts noticed that 3 outposts had not sent any reports for several minutes, instantly piquing his attention. If a forward outpost were to be so, they would not be so vigilant. Perhaps the soldiers within have grown complacent, but now there are 3 forward outposts, all in the same direction. Inquiries about them yielded no responses, which raises significant concerns. They dared not conceal this information and promptly reported their findings to Minister Zhou Mingjie. Upon receiving the news of the 3 outposts going dark, Zhou Mingjie furrowed his brow in distress. 3 outposts in the same direction have lost contact. Summon someone immediately and report this to the leader. There is a suspected enemy incursion. Swiftly, he dispatched someone to inform the leader while simultaneously alerting Minister Yang to pay attention to any disturbances in the western sector of the safe zone. The simultaneous loss of contact with the 3 outposts in the west suggests that the enemy may be attempting an invasion from that direction. Yes, Minister. An agile ability user under Zhou Mingjie hurriedly relayed the intelligence to leader Li Taizhan and Combat Minister Yang Wanhao. The safe zone immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Troop strength was redirected towards the western sector of the safe zone. Notify Captain Gao to proceed there as well. We cannot afford any negligence at this moment. Li Taizhan, a towering and formidable figure, swiftly issued several commands upon receiving Zhou Mingjie's message. This was a critical moment, and any sign of danger must be met with stringent vigilance. Not to mention, 3 outposts in the same direction had gone dark. Chapter 31. The offensive begins just as Li Taizhan finished giving orders. Another ability user soldier hurriedly approached with alarming news. Leader, a massive horde of corpses has suddenly surged into the western sector of the safe zone. Their numbers are at least in the tens of thousands. and they have commenced an assault on the safe zone. Li Taizhan slammed his hand down on the table, causing the documents atop it to tremble, and cursed vehemently, "Damn it, these beasts are faster than expected." Just after receiving the information about the 3 outposts going dark, he was now informed that the Horde had launched an attack on the safe zone. The valiant soldiers within those outposts must have sacrificed themselves. With tens of thousands in number, their movements are astonishingly swift. It must undoubtedly be that 4th-tier zombie king. How audacious it is for it to target the safe zone so quickly. Thankfully, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, they would have been caught off guard by this 4th-tier zombie king. As it stands, they have yet to find themselves in an overtly disadvantageous position. However, the speed of this horde is rather alarming. The order to enter a state of heightened alert was issued just moments ago. Now, this horde has already begun their assault from the western sector. Given that they are commanded by a 4th-tier zombie king, Li Taizhan dared not underestimate the situation. He must personally inspect the city walls of the base to gauge the true strength of this horde. After all, he is a 2nd-tier defensive ability user, and with the presence of numerous ability user soldiers, his safety is reasonably assured. Let us see just how formidable these beasts truly are. Li Taizhan exuded an aura of authority as he set out towards the city walls accompanied by his ability user guards. He had already issued the other necessary commands. Troops within the safe zone had begun to reinforce the western city walls, and the strongest ability user, Gao He, was also on his way. This was the most significant crisis the safe zone had faced since its establishment. They were to defend against tens of thousands of corpses alongside a 4th-tier zombie king. The pressure was immense. Fortunately, the armed forces of the safe zone were not lacking, and there remained a substantial hope for withstanding the assault. Li Taizhan swiftly donned his combat gear, and with his ability user guard team, he soon arrived at the western city walls, gaining a clear view of the scale of the horde. He could also sense a profoundly threatening aura emanating from the center of the horde. Li Taizhan, as a 2nd-tier ability user, could perceive this ominous presence, which originated from the commanding zombie king of the horde. Combat Minister Yang Wanhao and Captain Gao He, fully equipped, also reached the city walls. The 4th-tier ability user Gao He wielded a uniquely designed long gun, constructed from a special metal, with a specially treated, razor-sharp tip. When confronting a 4th-tier zombie king, conventional firearms inflict minimal damage. Indeed, well-crafted melee weapons are far more effective. The enhanced physical capabilities of ability users significantly increase the lethality of melee weapons, making them more suitable for dealing with high-tier zombies than firearms. The other department ministers had not arrived. They were busy coordinating within the base or reassuring the tens of thousands of survivors in the safe zone. They were not combat specialists, and their presence would not be of much use. For instance, the logistics and research departments. "Leader, why have you come? It is far too dangerous here. You should return. We will manage." Combat Minister Yang Wanhao, observing Leader Li Tieshan's presence at the front line, quickly urged him to reconsider. This horde is unlike any previous. It contains a 4th-tier zombie king. There is no telling what strange abilities it might possess that could strike the base walls from a distance. If it were to target the leader, the safe zone would descend into chaos. Leader Li Taizhan is the very soul of the safe zone, the beacon of hope for the survivors amid despair. He led the army to establish the safe zone and safeguard tens of thousands of survivors. Should he fall, it would significantly demoralize the safe zone's forces. Indeed, leader, I am still uncertain about the abilities of this zombie king. Your presence here is somewhat precarious. Gao He added his voice of caution. He glanced at the scale of the horde and the ominous aura emanating from the high-tier zombie at its center. Realizing that this zombie king was extraordinarily powerful, it appeared they were truly up against a formidable foe. And it would be a matter of whether they could withstand the challenge. Rest assured, it will not be so easy to kill me. We shall proceed according to the original plan. Once that zombie king approaches the range of our firepower, we will concentrate our attacks and work in conjunction with Captain Gao to eliminate it. Li Taizhan waved his hand dismissively, an invisible force emanating from him, conveying to Minister Yang that a 2nd-tier defensive ability user was not so easily slain. Moreover, remaining here also represented a form of strength. Very well then, Captain Tan, you must ensure the leader's safety above all else. This is of utmost importance, and there must be no lapses. Yang Wanhao, well aware of Li Tieshan's stubbornness, knew that once he resolved to do something, it would be as difficult as moving a mountain to dissuade him. With a resigned sigh, he commanded the leader's protective ability user guard team. his tone imbued with anxiety and concern. "Yes," the guard captain, Tan Long, responded without hesitation, his voice filled with determination and confidence. Yang Wanhao felt a slight sense of reassurance at the resolute gaze of Tan Long. "Prepare for battle, everyone," Li Taizhan observed as the horde approached the range of their weaponry, beginning to direct the operation. Roar! A black sea formed by the horde surged forward, tens of thousands of zombies letting out an astonishing roar as they charged ahead. Zhang Yu commanded the horde in their assault against the human safe zone. This time, he did not charge ahead alone but chose to remain at the center of the horde, directing the attack. He wished to first gauge the firepower of this human military safe zone and observe what abilities the fourth-tier human ability user had awakened. Moments earlier, Zhang Yu had sensed the presence of the human fourth-tier ability user, along with several lower-tier ability users. This discovery thrilled Zhang Yu. Indeed, the safe zone housed a fourth-tier ability user. This time, he was certain he could acquire the core needed to evolve into a fifth-tier zombie king. Concealed within the center of the horde, Zhang Yu utilized his system to continuously scan the humans atop the city walls of the safe zone. That fourth-tier ability user must be among them. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Once he had comprehended the armed forces of the safe zone and the details concerning the fourth-tier ability user, Zhang Yu intended to lead his elite zombies in a genuine full-scale assault against the safe zone. Roar! Like a black ocean, the horde soon surged into the range of human weaponry. Open fire. With the leader's command, the weapons in the hands of the humans erupted with dazzling light, blasts of searing flames surging forth from the gun muzzles, reaping the lives of the zombies charging at the forefront. Rat-a-tat-tat, Gao He refrained from firing, needing to conserve his stamina for the impending confrontation with Zhang Yu. He also remained vigilant, seeking to pinpoint Zhang Yu's location. His sharp eyes searched the tumultuous horde, knowing that the commanding zombie king was likely positioned safely within the center. Yet, the chaotic essence of the zombies at the center made it challenging to discern which among them was the fourth-tier zombie king. "Let me see which one is the fourth-tier ability user." Zhang Yu scanned the humans atop the walls, noting those whose attire was distinctly different from that of ordinary soldiers. As the zombies at the forefront continued to fall, Zhang Yu remained undeterred. He understood that to breach this safe zone would require sacrifices. A second-tier ability user, not this one. A first-tier ability user, also not this one. Where could it be? Zhang Yu utilized his system to swiftly eliminate potential targets. A third-tier ability user. An unexpected bonus. A third-tier core would also yield a significant amount of evolution value. Chapter 32. Where are you? I found you. A smirk crept across Zhang Yu's lips as he finally identified the fourth-tier ability user after a thorough search. Observing the information displayed on his system interface, he noted, species, human level, fourth-tier ability username, Gao He ability, all-rounder, field not yet unlocked, so, an all-roundered. A cold smile flickered across Zhang Yu's face. This is a certainty. This fourth-tier human ability user has awakened no formidable powers. A mere all-rounder without an unlocked field holds no candle against me. Having grasped the capabilities of the highest combat power within the human safe zone, Zhang Yu gazed at the relentless horde of corpses surging towards the safe zone, his eyes gleaming with a faint red light. The military secure zone truly lives up to its reputation, exhibiting a ferocity of firepower far surpassing that of the human settlements. The relentless tide of corpses advances with a sluggish pace, littering the ground with the lifeless bodies of zombies, oozing black blood that exudes a putrid stench. Yet, the zombies behind remain undeterred, charging forward in spite of the mountain of their fallen comrades, pressing on with unwavering resolve. As the distance narrows, the human soldiers atop the towering walls of the secure zone are overwhelmed by a suffocating stench, an amalgamation of decay and blood. A harbinger of death. Each soldier bears immense pressure, their hearts heavy with fear, as they confront this unprecedented wave of the undead. The inky mass stretches into infinity, akin to a dark torrent inching closer to the secure zone. Unyielding against the bullets, however, amidst this dread, they do not relinquish their fight. They harbor faith that their leader will once again lead them to vanquish this horde, especially with the mightiest of abilities stationed here, ensuring the safety of their stronghold. The firepower may be fierce, yet it is merely formidable against the ordinary zombies. Zhang Yu's cold gaze fixates on the high walls of the military secure zone. He perceives that while the firepower is indeed fierce, it is but a minor obstacle for the evolved zombies. It is time to bring this war to an end. prepare to charge with me. The crimson spark in Zhang, the very target that Gao He has been desperately seeking, Zhang Yu, is right beneath his nose and is now charging towards him with murderous intent, while Gao He is still scouring through the tide of corpses for any trace of Zhang Yu. He suddenly encounters a semi-transparent creature looming before him. He grips his long spear tightly, preparing for an attack, bewildered by the nature of this enigmatic being. Just as he is about to thrust his weapon forward to ascertain what manner of creature this is, an overwhelming and familiar aura engulfs him. Gao He's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the terrifying presence of the fourth-tier corpse king that he has been tirelessly pursuing, now standing directly before him. Die? Zhang Yu's crimson eyes gleam with ferocity, his lips curling into a cruel smirk that reveals the malevolence of the corpse king. With arcs of electricity crackling around him, he lunges at the astonished Gao He. The moment Zhang Yu attacks, his stealth mode dissipates, flooding the entire perimeter with the fearsome aura of the fourth-tier corpse king. A piercing scream reverberates across the chaotic battlefield. Gao He, caught off guard by Zhang Yu's sudden appearance, is struck in the abdomen by a devastating punch, sending him hurtling backward from the towering city wall, crashing into a warehouse filled with supplies. Zhang Yu effortlessly seizes Gao He's weapon in the process. Gao He is utterly blindsided, realizing too late that the transparent entity he encountered was, in fact, the very corpse king he had been seeking. Everything transpires in a heartbeat, and it is only after Gao He is sent plummeting off the base city wall that the others finally grasp the gravity of the situation. Captain Gao. Yang Wanhao watches in disbelief as the scene unfolds, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How could this fourth-tier corpse king have appeared here, ambushing the strongest ability user in the safety zone? Leader, Minister Yang, be careful. Stay behind me. The third-tier ability user, Tan Long, who is tasked with protecting Li Taizhan, is now on high alert, swiftly positioning the other ability users to shield the two. He strives to maintain composure. Yet the panic in his eyes betrays his inner dread. Had Zhang Yu's earlier strike been aimed at him, he might well have met his end. Bad news. Zombies are advancing. Quick, protect the leader. Eliminate this undead fiend. Keep your distance and incinerate it with firebombs. The surrounding human soldiers react, opening fire at Zhang Yu. No need to panic. Your turn will come soon enough. Zhang Yu, wielding Gao He's long spear, casts a frigid gaze upon the group of humans. There is no time to deal with them now. He must focus on eliminating that fourth-tier ability user. In an instant, he transforms into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight as he leaps from the towering base wall, heading straight for the warehouse where Gao He has fallen. That earlier punch, infused with the raging power of lightning, had landed squarely on Gao He. Even if he were to survive, he would be gravely injured. What the hell? He jumped down. Is he insane? The ordinary soldiers are left dumbfounded as they witness Zhang Yu's lightning-fast descent from the wall. That's an insane height. Even ability users wouldn't dare to jump like that. Li Taizhan realizes that Zhang Yu has chosen not to attack them, but instead is rushing to aid Gao He, who is in danger. He quickly shouts to the ability users guarding him, Captain Gao is in peril. Hurry to his aid. If Gao were to fall, the safety zone would surely succumb to chaos. Feeling the chilling aura of the corpse king permeating the air, they know that Gao He represents their last flicker of hope. The rest would certainly be unable to withstand the onslaught of the corpse king. Chapter 34, Truly Weak. It's the leader. Second-tier ability users, follow me. First-tier ability users, stay back to protect the leader and fend off the climbing zombies. Tan Long swiftly leads dozens of second-tier ability users towards the safety zone to support Gao He. However, they must leave first-tier users behind to defend against the zombies scaling the walls. Sending them to engage the corpse king would be a death sentence. Be cautious. Yang Wanhao advises, watching Tan Long lead the ability users away. He fervently hopes they will vanquish the fourth-tier corpse king and return with good news. Still reeling from the shock of Zhang Yu's sudden appearance, he recalls how a solitary corpse had inexplicably used some strange ability to appear atop the wall. Sending the strongest ability user, Gao He, flying with a single punch. As the head of the combat department, he knows Gao He's strength, and it is unfathomable that he could not withstand even one blow from the corpse king. Minister Yang, order all forces within the safety zone to reinforce the west gate. The horde will likely not attack from the other three directions. Li Taizhan, observing the relentless stream of zombies pouring towards the safety zone, concludes that the horde will probably not assault from other fronts. he decides to redirect all remaining forces within the safety zone to the west gate for a decisive confrontation with the undead tide. Leader, please stay safe. I'll be right back. The second-tier ability user Yang Wanhao rushes to relay the orders to the remaining troops in the safety zone, with Tan Long leading the other second-tier users to support Gao He. He finds himself the only second-tier user left. To ensure swift communication. This is why Li Taizhan specifically tasked Yang Wanhao with this mission at IT. Seems the fears of a multi-directional assault were unfounded. Boss has charged in. Move quickly. Outside the safety zone, the defensive zombies, resisting human attacks, urge the powerful zombies to break through the door. They sense Zhang Yu's presence within the safety zone and are eager to rush in to assist their leader. Almost there. Just give us a little more time, and we'll smash through this damn door. The hulking, muscular power-type zombies, fueled by rage, strike the already battered safety zone door with all their might. The human soldiers atop the base wall can distinctly feel the tremors, as if an earthquake were about to strike. Roar! Agile zombies have already begun to scale the human walls, revealing their fierce visages and sharp fangs as they launch an assault on the soldiers. Help! Zombies are climbing up. Stay back. Die! Ordinary soldiers panic, firing their weapons wildly at the agile zombies. Why leg? Who the hell is shooting recklessly? Amidst the chaos, soldiers not only fail to eliminate the zombies, but also inflict friendly fire on their own. Get out of the way! Stop shooting! The remaining first-tier ability users rush in to confront the agile zombies. The ordinary soldiers, confronted by the sheer number of the undead tide, are engulfed by fear. With Zhang Yu's sudden assault on the strongest ability user, Gao He, the psychological defenses of the soldiers are crumbling. Had their leader not been fighting alongside them, they might have already lost the will to fight. This is why Li Taizhan insists on being at the front line directing operations, yet he cannot reverse the tide of the safety zone's imminent collapse. The battlefield's advantage has decisively shifted in favor of the Horde. Inside the warehouse where supplies are stored, a gaping hole has been created. Cough, cough. It hurts so much. Gao He, pale as a ghost, finds his gear severely damaged, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. He can feel several of his ribs have fractured. With his blood-stained arm trembling, he struggles to stand. The memory of the earlier confrontation haunts him. The strength of this corpse king is unfathomable, exceeding all expectations. A single punch has left him grievously injured. Though both are fourth tier, he is no match for this corpse king. Even without the element of surprise, he would falter in a head-on clash. Yet, as the strongest ability user within the safety zone, he cannot retreat. He must stand firm. Without hope, the safety zone will fall even faster. Damn, my weapon has been taken. Gao He laboriously rises, instinctively clenching his hand only to realize his long spear is gone. Likely seized by the corpse king during their skirmish, without a weapon, he is even less of a match. Gritting his teeth, Gao He's eyes blaze with determination. Even without a weapon, he will confront this corpse king with his fists. Just as he prepares to exit the warehouse to face Zhang Yu, a demonic figure suddenly materializes before him, blocking his path. Are you looking for me? Zhang Yu's eyes glint with malice as he gazes at the severely injured fourth-tier ability user. You die. Gao He gasps in shock. The corpse king has indeed pursued him, brandishing his own weapon. Now trapped in this position, escape is impossible, and he has no choice but to fight with his battered body. Gao He clenches his fists, attempting to create distance from Zhang Yu. What? But he suddenly feels a searing pain in his abdomen. Gao He came to an abrupt halt, a torrent of fresh blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as his legs gradually buckled beneath him. Kneeling upon the ground, instinctively, he cast his gaze downwards towards his abdomen, only to behold the gruesome sight of his own body impaled by a long spear. One that was, ironically, his own weapon. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Yu crackled with electric energy, currents coursing around him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he approached the kneeling Gao He. How pitiful. You didn't even need to activate your domain. With that, he extended his razor-sharp claws and plunged them into Gao He's chest, extracting the fourth-tier crystal core from within it. The pained, anguished scream escaped Gao He's lips as he succumbed to death. Unable to comprehend the meaning behind Zhang Yu's words, save for the undeniable truth that he was deemed weak. Though he yearned to land a blow upon this corpse king before his demise, his severely injured body betrayed him, leaving him to seethe with rage as he helplessly watched Zhang Yu's claws pierce his chest and retrieve his core. Ultimately, he closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 35. Your timing is perfect at that moment. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse, followed by the violent kick that flung the door open. Captain Gao, hold on. We're here to support you. A third-tier ability user, Tan Long, accompanied by over 10 second-tier ability users, rushed into the fray, eager to assess the battle within the warehouse. They had witnessed the Corpse King leap from the city wall and plunge into the depths of the building. Uncertain whether Gao he could withstand such an adversary alone. Thus, they hastened their steps to lend their strength against the formidable foe. However, upon entering the warehouse, they were rendered speechless, unable to process the horrific scene before them. The strongest ability user within the safety zone, Gao He, was now kneeling before the Corpse King, his abdomen skewered. There was no sign of life emanating from him, signifying his demise. Captain Gao is dead? How could this be? He was the mightiest among us. The reinforcements stood pale-faced, their lips quivering as dread washed over them. If even Gao He could not contend with the Corpse King, how could they possibly hope to stand a chance? Ah, you've all arrived just in time. Saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Zhang Yu's eyes glinted with malice as a cold smile played upon his lips, surveying the sudden influx of ability users. He had initially intended to eliminate them atop the city wall, but they had conveniently walked into his grasp, each one no less than second tier, with even a third tier among them. I'll send you on your way. With a surge of electricity coursing through him, Zhang Yu unleashed a formidable energy field, the air crackling with lightning like a tempest unleashed. This is bad. We need to get out of here. Tan Long realized the disparity in power between himself and the approaching storm that was the Corpse King. He urgently called out to his comrades, imploring them to flee, but it was already too late. The instant they had set foot in the warehouse, they had sealed their fate. Captain Tan, help me. No. Zhang Yu appeared as a deity of thunder, his form imposing against the backdrop of electric brilliance. He radiated overwhelming currents, swiftly decimating the group of ability users. The lower-tier abilities stood no chance against the sheer might of the Corpse King. Boom! The entire warehouse crumbled under the wrath of Zhang Yu's ferocious lightning strikes, burying the charred remains of the human ability users beneath the debris. Before the structure collapsed entirely, Zhang Yu had already darted out, extracting every crystal core from the fallen ability users without exception. What a bountiful harvest, he mused, a sinister smile creeping across his fierce visage as he surveyed the pile of cores in his grasp. So many cores, including a fourth-tier one. This should be more than sufficient for my evolution. Yet, Zhang Yu was in no hurry to consume them. The humans within the safety zone were still resisting, and the horde had yet to breach their defenses. He resolved to wait until everything settled before indulging in his feast. For now, he would eliminate the humans atop the city wall and invite the horde in. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu charged towards the soldiers stationed on the base S walls, lightning energy coalescing beneath his feet, leaving behind a trail of crackling arcs, beasts. Atop the base S walls, Li Tieshan's visage twisted into a snarl, his eyes burning crimson as he pinned a first-tier agile zombie to the ground. Unleashing a primal roar, clenching his fists, he rained blows upon the zombie's head. Roar! The subdued agile zombie retaliated with ferocious growls, its sharp claws clawing at Li Tieshan. Yet the damage was negligible, as a second-tier defensive ability user. Li Tieshan felt only minor pain from the attacks, which were far from fatal. His fists, like hammers, pounded relentlessly upon the zombie's skull, rendering it a bloody pulp. Despite the grievous wounds, the agile zombie's life force remained stubbornly resilient. Refusing to succumb, Li Tieshan abandoned all pretense of defense, his fists a blur as he relentlessly assaulted the zombie's head. He was astonished by the creature's tenacity. It was as if its life force was inexhaustible. I refuse to believe you won't die. Suddenly, as he swung his fists, a sharp pain surged through his chest, causing him to cough up blood. His grip weakened, allowing the near-death zombie to break free. Who? Li Tieshan turned, attempting to discern the source of the attack, only to be met with a jolt of agony in his heart. His eyes widened in horror, pupils constricting as he collapsed to the ground. Roar. The gravely injured agile zombie gazed upon the towering figure that had saved it, its voice hoarse and broken. But the severity of its injuries rendered its speech eerie. The figure was none other than Zhang Yu, who had arrived just in time to see his ally being battered into submission. Thankfully, he had intervened. Otherwise, he would have lost yet another capable subordinate. Zhang Yu regarded the bloodied head of his ally with a mix of admiration and pity for its resilience. Such severe injuries would take a considerable amount of time to heal, even with the consumption of flesh. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yu handed the freshly extracted second-tier crystal core from Li Taizhan to the first-tier zombie. Take this. Recover quickly. It's far too dangerous here. Find a safe place to hide and consume it to heal. The first-tier zombie, invigorated by the core's energy, scrambled down the wall in search of a secure spot to recover. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yu unleashed havoc atop the city wall, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar. Leader, it was Yang Wanhao, leading the support troops, who beheld the bloodied corpse of the fallen leader. The weight of guilt crashed down upon him. As if the heavens themselves had collapsed. I arrived too late. No. Your timing is perfect. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared before Yang Wanhao, radiating a chilling danger. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses. You! In his terror, Yang Wanhao glanced around, witnessing the lifeless bodies of soldiers strewn across the walls. Chapter 36. The fall of the safety zone. The architect of this chaos stood before him, the Corpse King. Zhang Yu, exhilarated by the arrival of the reinforcements, reveled in the convenience of their eagerness to converge upon him. It spared him the effort of hunting them down. You can join him now. Zhang Yu grinned menacingly at Yang Wanhao, his electrified claws plunging into the latter's chest. A surge of electricity surged through Yang Wanhao's body, and in an instant, the second-tier ability user was annihilated. With Zhang Yu casually extracting his crystal core, Minister Yang, a second-tier powerhouse, slain so easily, the remaining reinforcements were paralyzed with fear, witnessing the effortless demise of their second-tier leader at the hands of the Corpse King. Quick! Don't just stand there. Eliminate this Corpse King. A remaining third-tier commander, feeling the overwhelming aura of the Corpse King, swiftly commanded his troops to fire. The sound of gunfire erupted as countless bullets, accompanied by a barrage of energy attacks, rained down upon Zhang Yu. Yet, mere bullets and low-tier abilities could not hope to fell him. Unfazed, Zhang Yu smirked, his eyes glinting with wild excitement. The terrifying aura of the Corpse King erupted forth. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Zhang Yu unleashed a massacre upon the encroaching human forces. The base's walls lit up with flashes of lightning, accompanied by the anguished cries of humanity. Boom! The severely deformed gate of the safe zone could no longer withstand the onslaught of the undead tide and was utterly smashed open by the brawny, muscle-bound zombies. A thunderous roar erupted. Charge in! Go! Go, boss! We are here! Numerous elite zombies, their faces twisted with ferocity, led the charge into the safe zone. A vast horde of zombies followed closely behind, surging madly into the human sanctuary. The human soldiers atop the walls had long been eradicated by Zhang Yu, their bodies strewn about in disarray. The reinforcements that had arrived were also being mercilessly slaughtered by Zhang Yu. With their own survival in jeopardy, they were in no position to fend off the encroaching zombie tide. As the roars of the undead echoed within the safe zone, the surviving humans witnessed the most terrifying spectacle of their lives. The grotesque zombies continued to roar, lunging toward them. The so-called strongest human military stronghold in Yingyang City had, with the influx of the undead, transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The air was filled with the frenzied roars of zombies and the terrified screams of human survivors. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until the entire safe zone was devoid of any human presence, leaving only the jubilant howls of the zombie horde. At that moment, Zhang Yu was drenched in blood, unable to recall how many human powers he had dispatched. He held aloft a burlap sack discovered within the safe zone, brimming with crystal cores. Zhang Yu's expression turned to one of excitement as he weighed the blood-stained sack in his hands. The sound of the crystal cores clashing within it resonating. The bounty this time was indeed bountiful. 1 4th-tier crystal core, 2 3rd-tier crystal cores, and dozens of 2nd-tier and 1st-tier crystal cores. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu devoured all these crystal cores, preparing to evolve into a 5th-tier zombie king. The rich energy contained within the cores flowed through Zhang Yu's body, nourishing him continuously. The sack was soon emptied of its contents, and a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Evolution value is full. Would you like to evolve immediately? Evolve. Zhang Yu replied decisively upon hearing the system's inquiry. In that instant, a surge of intense energy coursed through his body, enhancing Zhang Yu's physique. This sensation was exquisite, and Zhang Yu closed his eyes to savor the process of evolution until the system's voice resounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have evolved into a 5th-tier zombie king. Host information updated. Host. Zhang Yu level, 5th-tier zombie king abilities, domain, lightning type abilities, stealth, domination, enhancement light, zombie toxin evolution value. 63,951 1 million ding. Congratulations, host. You have evolved into a 5th-tier zombie king. Reward. Elite zombies 5,000, absolutely loyal to the host. Would you like to confirm receipt? Ding. Congratulations, host. Duration of Thunder Domain increased. Enhancement light amplification increased by 100-300. Zhang Yu slowly opened his crimson eyes, acutely aware that his strength had significantly increased after evolving into a 5th-tier zombie king. He then summoned the system interface to see what rewards he had received this time. 5,000 elite zombies. Quite impressive, Zhang Yu mused as he considered the first reward offered by the system. Now, excluding those lost during the assault on the safe zone, he likely still commanded around 2,000 elite zombies. Adding the 5,000 rewarded by the system, his numbers surged to over 7,000. Elite zombies could be regarded as the backbone of the horde. Their combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary zombies, and with the consumption of flesh, they could evolve to the next tier, thus forming a more formidable fighting force. Zhang Yu planned to summon these 5,000 elite zombies after reviewing all the system rewards. Increased duration for the Thunder Domain. He realized he had yet to utilize it. The human powers within this safe zone were too weak. There was no need to activate the domain. It would be best to save it for another opportunity. Zhang Yu shook his head in exasperation. There was simply no necessity to deploy the domain against low-tier powers. It would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The enemies he encountered this time were far too weak to warrant such measures. He would have to find another chance to test it out. An increase in the amplification of enhancement light? Now that was promising. Upon seeing this particular system reward, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He had witnessed the amplification effect of enhancement light firsthand. The most notable example being the agile 1st-tier zombie, which remained undeterred even after its skull was crushed. Truly a remarkable feat. This time, the amplification quantity had risen by 200. Although the rewards from this evolution were not numerous, they were undoubtedly valuable. However, what captivated Zhang Yu's attention the most was the evolution value section, which indicated that a staggering 1 million evolution value was required for the next tier. What the hell? How could it be so much? Zhang Yu stared blankly at the astronomical figure. It seemed that in order to evolve, he would need to devour the crystal cores within beings of equal rank. Chapter 37. All elite subsequently. Zhang Yu summoned the 5,000 elite zombies. A familiar flash of white light enveloped the area, and the 5,000 elite zombies appeared neatly within the now fallen human safe zone. Indeed, all were elite. Zhang Yu marveled. The aura they emanated was significantly stronger than the ordinary zombies summoned previously. With just a bit more flesh consumed, they could evolve into 1st-tier zombies. Roar. The 5,000 elite zombies sniffed the surrounding scent of blood. Their excitement manifesting in fervent roars. Zhang Yu's gesture. They scattered throughout the safe zone, seeking out the fresh flesh that had yet to be devoured. Zhang Yu remained stationary, assessing the current quantity and quality of the horde under his command. This human safe zone possessed formidable firepower, having eliminated tens of thousands of ordinary zombies. The number of elite zombies had also decreased, but after breaching the human stronghold and consuming a substantial amount of flesh, many elite zombies had evolved from the horde, compensating for the fallen and even increasing their ranks. The number of 1st-tier zombies had risen to nearly 100, with over 10 2nd-tier zombies and 8 3rd-tier zombies. Due to Zhang Yu's decision not to completely encircle the human safe zone, some human survivors had managed to escape. Otherwise, the number of elite zombies would have been even greater. The primary reason was that this safe zone differed from other human strongholds. The number of survivors within was simply too vast. When the horde concentrated its assault from one direction, it was inevitable that some quick-thinking humans would flee from other exits of the safe zone. Zhang Yu had anticipated this when directing the horde's attack. A full frontal assault from a single direction would expedite the horde's entry into the safe zone, but it would also prevent him from trapping all the human survivors within, akin to catching fish in a barrel. Nonetheless, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. He had successfully conquered Ingyang City's strongest human stronghold, and the quality of the horde had improved considerably. As for those who managed to escape, Zhang Yu planned to lead the horde to subjugate the entire city next. He would see then if they could maintain their good fortune. Now that the strongest military safe zone in Yingyang City had fallen, the remaining human strongholds were sparse and weak in comparison. Let us turn the entire city into my territory. Zhang Yu's face broke into an evil smile. He then gathered the horde under his command, intending first to replenish the numbers of ordinary zombies before completely annihilating all human strongholds within the city. Roar! The ordinary zombies roaming nearby, sensing Zhang Yu's aura, emitted low growls and staggered toward him. Zombies from all directions converged toward the same point, their eerie cries echoing ominously. The human survivors who had narrowly escaped the Yingyang safe zone quickly relayed the news of its fall to the other human strongholds. What? The Yingyang safe zone has fallen to the zombie tide. How is this possible? The Yingyang safe zone not only boasted powerful weaponry, but also had fourth-tier powers stationed within. How could it have succumbed so swiftly to the undead? Lei Zhang, the leader of the Tianming stronghold, listened incredulously to the latest report. In a wonder, he had not heard of any other stronghold falling to the zombie tide recently. Turned out this horde had targeted the Yingyang safe zone. That place was a military stronghold several times more powerful than theirs, yet it had fallen so quickly to the undead. Who conveyed this news to you? Bring them to me, he commanded sternly to the subordinate who had reported. If you fail to bring them, you understand the consequences. Lei Zhang's expression was grave. This news was too shocking to dismiss lightly. As it pertained to his life, he could not afford to take any chances. If the Yingyang safe zone had truly fallen, he would need to flee Yingyang City immediately. If even the formidable military stronghold could not withstand the undead tide, what hope did he have? Yes, Chief. Please wait a moment. I will bring them to you right away, the subordinate replied, ingratiatingly. Before long, he brought 5 low-tier powers before Lei Zhang. The guard accompanying them wore a fierce expression and warned, "Our boss will ask you some questions, and you will answer truthfully. Don't try to play any tricks, understood? Or else, you'll experience a fate worse than death." These 5 first-tier powers were the fortunate survivors who had escaped from the safe zone. After escaping from the besieged Yingyang safe zone, they found themselves without a destination. All stored supplies remained within the confines of the safe zone, which they had been unable to carry out. They had no choice but to seek another human settlement, intending to exchange intelligence about the fall of the safe zone for some provisions before fleeing Yingyang City. Even if they could not escape the city immediately, they aimed to distance themselves from the urban area. However, just as they were about to make their escape after trading for supplies, they were apprehended by the guardians of this settlement, who claimed that the leader sought to speak with them. They were left wondering what the leader of this settlement wanted from them, as their supplies were meager and unlikely to warrant any foul play. I ask you, has the Yingyang safe zone truly fallen? How do you know this? Lei Zhang's gaze was sharp, emanating the formidable aura of a third-tier ability user as he interrogated the few ability users before him. Upon hearing Lei Zhang's inquiries, the escapees from the safe zone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was not about the supplies. They hastily explained, "The Yingyang safe zone has indeed succumbed to the horde. The news is unequivocally true. We just escaped and witnessed it with our own eyes." They trembled as they spoke, the horrific images of the horde ravaging the safe zone flooding their minds. Seen it with your own eyes? What proof do you have? Do not think me easily deceived. The Yingyang safe zone possesses formidable armed forces, with a 4th-tier ability user stationed there. How could it have fallen so swiftly? Lei Zhang's piercing gaze shimmered with cold light as he conjured a sharp metal blade from his golden abilities. He would not easily trust these outsiders. If they intended to exchange false information for supplies, he would ensure they understood the consequences of such treachery. The atmosphere grew tense. I can provide proof. One of the ability users stammered, raising his trembling hand in the charged atmosphere. If they failed to clarify their situation, they might meet their end here. The other nervous ability users exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with hope at this companion's assertion. "It's this useless doctor. I mean, it's Zhao Yi." One of them quickly corrected himself. The user who raised his hand was named Zhaoan, a first-tier ability user with enhanced vision, capable of perfectly projecting images he had seen for a period. Though his ability was often regarded as trivial in combat, he had been ridiculed as a weakling within the safe zone. Just moments ago, they had lamented his lack of combat prowess, yet now, in this critical moment, the so-called useless one might save their lives. Chapter 38. Escape from Ingyang City. My awakened ability allows me to perfectly project what I see. A glance from you will confirm our truth. Zhao carefully addressed the menacing Lei Zhang, feeling the weight of his third-tier aura. Without delay, he directed his gaze downward, unleashing a beam of light that projected the scene of the safe zone's fall to the horde. The image depicted countless zombies surging into the Ingyang safe zone, devouring and tearing apart numerous ordinary survivors. The projection continued until Zhao escaped the safe zone, finally concluding at that moment. Zhao was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from the exertion of sustaining the projection for so long, which had drained much of his ability. "Now do you believe what we say?" he gasped. "It does not appear to be false. The Ingyang safe zone has truly fallen to the horde. The Ingyang safe zone was the strongest settlement. How could this horde be so formidable?" Lei Zhang's subordinates murmured in shock after witnessing Zhao projection. Observing the vividly realistic imagery, Lei Zhang retracted the weapon he had conjured, maintaining an outward calm while his heart raced. He was certain that the scene projected by this ability user was genuine. Thus, the Ingyang safe zone had indeed fallen. If even the strongest safe zone could not withstand this horde, their settlement stood no chance against it. With the Ingyang safe zone now lost, no one could fathom the extent to which the horde's leader had evolved. The invading horde displayed a terrifying aggression. Lei Zhang surmised that their next target would likely be the settlements like theirs. Given his strength, he could not withstand such a horde. The only option for survival was to flee. Remaining in Ingyang City was no longer an option. The zombie menace had risen dramatically after overpowering the safe zone, showcasing an unstoppable force. After a moment of silence, Lei Zhang addressed Zhao and the other first-tier ability users. "You may leave." Upon hearing their leader's command, the guards of the settlement absent-mindedly parted to create a path. They too were contemplating their next steps, as the horde was truly terrifying. Even the Ingyang safe zone had succumbed. "All right, let's go," Zhao cautiously replied, hurriedly ushering his companions outside the settlement. Time was of the essence. They could not predict whether the zombie leader had turned its sights toward them after the fall of the safe zone. Now that they had secured supplies, they could make their escape, though they were uncertain of which city to flee to. Anywhere but Ingyang City would suffice. "Zhao Yi, I apologize for previously calling you useless. Brother Zhao, thank you for saving me. Before the apocalypse, I would have treated you to a foot bath for this. Is that proper?" The other ability users expressed their gratitude to Zhao as they ran. No one could comprehend the feeling of narrowly escaping death. Their bond had deepened through these harrowing experiences, and they harbored no ill will towards Zhao boss. What should we do? If even the Ingyang safe zone has fallen, what about our settlement?" One of Lei Zhang's subordinates cautiously inquired. "I intend to flee Ingyang City. Is anyone willing to join me?" Lei Zhang, after a fierce internal struggle, spoke with unwavering resolve. For the sake of survival, they needed to escape Ingyang City swiftly, like the ability users before them. Although he was reluctant to abandon the settlement he had painstakingly built, survival took precedence over all else, as long as they had life. They could rebuild. Having persevered through the apocalypse and evolved to a third-tier ability user, Lei Zhang had grown increasingly protective of his life and refused to perish due to attachment to a settlement. With his mind made up, he planned to pack up quickly and escape to another city to start anew. However, rebuilding a settlement required manpower, hence he inquired if any of his subordinates wished to follow him. Fleeing Ingyang City? His subordinates were taken aback, surprised that their leader chose to abandon the settlement. That horde's power has risen significantly. Staying here means certain death. Anyone wishing to survive should follow me. Lei Zhang reiterated the dangers of remaining in Ingyang City. "I am willing to follow you." I am too. That horde is too terrifying. I refuse to wait for death here." Many of Lei Zhang's subordinates expressed their willingness to accompany him, recognizing that fleeing with a third-tier ability user was indeed a wise choice. Even without his urging, they had already contemplated this course of action, as it was clear that staying in Ingyang City was perilous. "All right, in that case, quickly gather the essential supplies. We will escape shortly." Lei Zhang was pleased with his subordinate's response, relieved that no one wished to remain behind to await their demise. Before officially disbanding the settlement, he informed the remaining survivors about the fall of the Ingyang safe zone, urging them to fend for themselves. He had done his duty by relaying this information, and he would not pressure those unwilling to follow him. "Boss, which city should we escape to?" One of his subordinates scratched his head, seeking direction. "Let us head west to Gaohu City." Lei Zhang had already decided on their destination long before contemplating the evacuation from Ingyang City. Their current location was relatively close to Gaohu City, and he had previously dispatched subordinates to gather intelligence about the area. The number of zombies and mutated beasts along the route was relatively low, making it a safer option compared to fleeing to other cities. With a dozen ability users accompanying him, reaching Gaohu City would constitute a considerable force. There is absolutely no need to remain in Ingyang City, waiting for death at the gathering place of Tianming. He has already made his plans. Upon arriving in Gaohu City, he will first assess the situation within the city. As for the reconstruction of the gathering place, at that time, he will see which gathering place is relatively weak, and with their strength, they could easily seize it. Chapter 39. Is it true or false? However, not all leaders of human gathering places are as clear-headed and decisive as Lei Zhang. Zhou Yuntong, the leader of the third-tier ability users in the Ronghui gathering place, has also received news that the Ingyang safety zone was recently overrun by a horde of corpses. Yet, Zhou Yuntong is somewhat skeptical of this sudden news. The Ingyang safety zone has fallen? How is that possible? That is a safety zone established by military forces. Even if this horde of corpses is formidable, the Ingyang safety zone could not have fallen so swiftly. Could it? Who spread this news? Zhou Yuntong furrowed his brows, inquiring of the subordinate who hurriedly came to report the information. He could not believe that the Ingyang safety zone had fallen so quickly. Boss, it was a few outsiders with abilities. They used this news to exchange for supplies and then hurriedly left. According to Along, who was responsible for the exchange of supplies, those people's panicked demeanor did not seem fake. I couldn't make a judgment, which is why I came to seek your opinion. Boss, if this news is true, should we? This subordinate explained to Zhou Yuntong, ultimately making a gesture of retreat. Humph. I suspect this news is mostly false. I have long been aware of the strength of the Ingyang safety zone. The base not only possesses formidable armed forces, but also has a fourth-tier ability user. How could it have fallen to the horde of corpses so swiftly? You fools were deceived by those ability users. The reason those human ability users fled so quickly must be that the news is false. They fear we would catch up to them and cause them trouble. After listening to his subordinate's explanation, Zhou Yuntong pondered deeply and angrily declared, "These idiots have been tricked by a false message, and they even thought of escaping." Fortunately, he was sharp enough to notice the issue directly. Otherwise, they would have truly been misled. Right. It is indeed your brilliance, boss. After hearing Zhou Yuntong's analysis, this ability user subordinate felt it was quite reasonable and showed remorse. He couldn't believe he had been frightened into considering escape by a false message. He felt played and said fiercely, "Boss, those human ability users shouldn't have run far. How about I take some men to catch them? How dare they use false news to deceive our gathering place for supplies? If we let them escape just like that, Ronghui gathering place would lose face. Forget it. The people have already run away. Where would you chase them?" Zhou Yuntong looked at his subordinate, seething with anger, and then thought for a moment before continuing, "We are not too far from the Ingyang safety zone. You should take some men to see what is really going on. Bring back the current intelligence of the safety zone." Although Zhou Yuntong did not believe that the Ingyang safety zone had fallen, he decided to send his subordinates to investigate the surroundings of the Ingyang safety zone to dispel any doubts. "Yes, boss." After hearing Zhou Yuntong's words, the subordinate hurriedly left to prepare to take people to check the surroundings of the Ingyang safety zone. Am I being too suspicious? Such an obvious false message. Well, it's good to gather information about the current situation of the safety zone to put my mind at ease. After his subordinate left, Zhou Yuntong felt a bit overly sensitive. The Ingyang safety zone, which had already been overrun, was now gathering nearly 200,000 corpses, densely packed like a black ocean. These corpses bore grotesque expressions, continuously emitting low, guttural roars. Excellent. With over 200,000 corpses, it is sufficient. Next, we can thoroughly eliminate the remaining human gathering places within the city. The center of the horde, protected closely by the ace zombies, Zhang Yu, who is gathering the corpses, is filled with excitement. It is time to overrun the entire city. Roar. Zhang Yu let out a thunderous roar, issuing commands to the surrounding horde of corpses. Roar. The terrifying horde, a sudden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, wielding the cataclysmic power to strike directly at them. What the hell? Quick, take cover. Yu Zhiqing gazed in astonishment at the sky, where the crackling lightning was hurtling towards them. Before he could finish his exclamation, he was struck directly in an instant. He was reduced to cinders, meeting an untimely demise. Damn it. You go? The remaining psychics watched in shock as Yu Zhiqing, the foremost among them, was suddenly struck down by the lightning that had materialized from the clear sky. How could thunder erupt so unexpectedly? And why was it that it had claimed Yu Zhiqing's life? They swallowed nervously, still trying to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder reverberated through the sky once more, followed by several more bolts of lightning that rained down upon them. Again, on the ground, a dozen charred corpses lay scattered, their features indistinguishable. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than Zhang Yu. Having just led a horde of the undead out of the Yingyang safe zone, he sensed the approach of a group of human psychics, initially contemplating leaving the matter to his subordinates. He was taken aback when these humans displayed unexpected caution, seemingly aware of the impending danger, and turned to flee. However, Zhang Yu would not allow these psychics to escape. He swiftly coalesced his powers and, from a distance, annihilated them in an instant. To avoid wasting the fresh flesh of these humans, he meticulously controlled the intensity of his attacks. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ash long before. Roaring, the horde soon converged upon the location of the fallen psychics, the outer zombies letting out excited howls as they pounced upon the corpses. Within mere moments, the remains of the humans were devoured by an overwhelming tide of the undead. Their crystal cores extracted and offered to Zhang Yu. After resolving this minor interlude, the densely packed horde continued to traverse the decaying city. Is this all the evolution value I can obtain? Zhang Yu's face clouded with disappointment, for after consuming these low-tier crystal cores, he found himself unsatisfied. The evolution value required to ascend to the next tier was a staggering 1 million, and the energy contained within these few cores barely filled a gap. He hoped that the remaining psychics in the human settlements would possess greater strength. A chilling light flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes as he directed the horde towards the Ronghui settlement, which, based on the human presence detected, was the nearest to their current location. Thus, he resolved to lay siege to this human stronghold. At that very moment, the leader, Zhou Yuntong, awaited news from Yu Zhiqing and his companions. Hoping for assurance, suddenly, he sensed disturbances in the surroundings. Just as he was about to inquire about the commotion, a panicked psychic rushed in to report, his expression fraught with alarm. "Leader, it's bad. A horde of zombies has suddenly appeared around the settlement. It seems to be a massive horde." "What? You mean a massive horde?" Zhou Yuntong was struck by disbelief, his body instantly drenched in cold sweat, his mind blank. Only a horde numbering over 100,000 could be classified as massive. And the ability to command such a multitude implied that the zombie king leading them was at least tier 4, with a high likelihood of having evolved to tier 5. "Leader, it's absolutely true. It's not just a massive horde. It's at least a large-scale one," the subordinate replied hurriedly. "No, stay calm. Let me ascend the wall and take a look." Zhou Yuntong's heart raced as he dashed towards the settlement's walls. Regardless of whether it was a large or massive horde, both could spell doom for the entire settlement. Given the current strength of Ronghui, they could barely withstand a small to medium horde. As Zhou Yuntong pondered the scale of the approaching horde, a jolt of realization struck him. The news of the Yingyang safe zone's fall couldn't possibly be true, could it? The proximity of Ronghui to Yingyang suggested that if the latter had indeed been overrun, they would surely be the next target. The unfolding disaster seemed to affirm this grim possibility. Chapter 41. The prey within Zhou Yuntong ascended the settlement's walls in a state of panic, his face pale and breath hitching. What he beheld was the most terrifying sight of his life. The settlement was completely encircled by zombies, their roars echoing relentlessly, eroding the psychological defenses of those atop the walls. As they stood on the brink of death, serenity eluded them. "I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die." Fear permeated the crowd, their faces ashen, eyes filled with despair. Some clutched their weapons tightly, yet they could not suppress the overwhelming dread coursing through them. Was there truly no hope left? Faced with such an overwhelming horde, no amount of struggle could alter their fates. This aura is at the tier 5 zombie king? Zhou Yuntong's complexion grew even more ashen as he felt the terrifying presence emanating from the heart of the horde. "Leader, what should we do?" A voice quavered, but it went unanswered. They had surrendered to despair. No settlement could survive the onslaught of such a horde. Even the strongest Yingyang safe zone had succumbed to its might. It was over. Zhou Yuntong felt as if his very soul had been siphoned away. his legs trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the approaching zombies, their grotesque visages akin to a black hole poised to consume Ronghui entirely. I am the fool. I am the fool. Zhou Yuntong collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant as he muttered incessantly. Regret engulfed him. If only he had heeded his subordinate's advice to flee Yingyang upon receiving the news of its fall, he might have avoided this fate. Instead, he had foolishly doubted the veracity of the reports and missed the optimal chance to escape. Only now, with the horde advancing upon the settlement, did he awaken to the grim reality. The pain was unbearable. Roar! In stark contrast to the despair of the human settlement, the horde surged with fervor, invigorated by the scent of humanity permeating the air. The snarling zombies bared their bloodthirsty fangs, unleashing thunderous roars filled with ferocity that echoed around the human enclave, sending shivers down their spines as if the very air quaked in anticipation. Attack! Deep within the horde, Zhang Yu's icy gaze was fixed upon the settlement as he issued the command to strike. The horde had thoroughly encircled the human stronghold, leaving the survivors within with no hope of escape. Roar! The densely packed zombies unleashed a cacophony of howls that resonated throughout the skies, a wave of invisible force shaking the very core of the Ronghui survivors. Leader, the horde is attacking. Please save me. I truly don't want to die. The guards atop the walls looked frantically at Zhou Yuntong as the horde launched its assault, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Their eyes, filled with helplessness and desperation, sought the leader's reassurance. I don't want to die either. Zhou Yuntong had abandoned all hope of resistance. His voice wouldn't. He was merely a Tier 3 psychic. How could he possibly stand against the Tier 5 zombie king within the horde? It was likely that no creature in the entire city could withstand this tide. Ronghui would undoubtedly not be the last human settlement to fall. The survivors within Ronghui were devoid of fighting spirit, their eyes reflecting the terror of impending death. In such a state, Zhang Yu effortlessly led the horde into the settlement, overwhelming it with ease. Ronghui had become a grotesque playground for the undead. Nearly 10,000 human survivors faced certain doom as the horde breached their defenses. So many zombies. Run! The horde has invaded. Those wretched beasts, once so brazen. How could they not withstand the onslaught of the horde? Isn't the leader a Tier 3 psychic? How could he allow the horde to breach the settlement? Damn it! Get off me! I'll kill you. Faced with the relentless advance of countless zombies, the ordinary humans without awakened powers were akin to lambs led to slaughter. Their resistance was negligible, barely stirring the waters of fate. Desperate cries and agonized screams were drowned out by the voracious roars of the horde consuming flesh and blood. Alas, the evolution value gained from conquering a human settlement is hardly worthwhile, Zhang Yu lamented as he absorbed all the psychic crystal cores collected, observing only a slight increase in his evolution progress. He felt a profound sense of futility. If only a few Tier 4 or 5 adversaries would present themselves, devouring such high-tier crystal cores would yield a gratifying surge in evolution progress. Yet, such formidable foes would not appear so readily. After all, they were not foolish enough to plunge into the depths of the horde. Even a Tier 5 psychic would find their combat prowess diminished within the confines of the swarm. Boss, all the humans within the settlement have been consumed. A Tier 3 zombie bowed its head respectfully before Zhang Yu. Very well, let us proceed to the next target. Zhang Yu nodded, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his crimson eyes. Yes, boss. The third-tier zombies exhibit an unwavering loyalty to Zhang Yu, considering it an honor to follow such a formidable corpse king. The tide of the undead swiftly coalesced, departing from the Ronghui gathering place and continuing towards the nearest human settlement. This vast horde migrated through the dilapidated city, resembling a black flood of death that relentlessly engulfed human enclaves. Within a mere week, the forces of humanity in Yingyang City had been entirely obliterated. All succumbing to the relentless onslaught led by Zhang Yu and his horde, no gathering place could withstand the assault of the undead tide. Next in line were the human survivors in the city who had not joined any gathering. This time, Zhang Yu refrained from direct involvement, instead dispatching numerous subordinates to thoroughly eradicate the remaining human survivors and the lurking mutated beasts. Led by 300 enhanced elite zombies, they set forth to carry out his orders. With their prowess, they could easily crush any remaining human survivors in the urban area. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu found residence in an exceptionally luxurious villa, temporarily designating it as his lair. He was thoroughly satisfied with this grand abode. The security booth at the community entrance lay in utter disrepair, the guards long vanished, and the railings damaged. Inside the villa, once exquisite furniture was now covered in layers of dust, and the glass doors had been shattered, indicating prior human presence. Signs of rummaging by human survivors were evident within the rooms. Behind the villa, a swimming pool lay dry, littered with fallen leaves. After a prolonged period of neglect since the apocalypse, the garden flourished with overgrown trees and rampant weeds. Chapter 42. The absolute sovereign of the city. After instructing his subordinates to tidy the villa, Zhang Yu moved in without delay. He had not anticipated that becoming a corpse king would afford him such luxurious accommodations, especially the most opulent villa in the entire city. Though somewhat dilapidated, a little repair rendered it remarkably lavish. Truly, the unpredictability of undead life. The interior of the villa was spacious, with elite zombies assigned to provide close protection, while numerous ordinary zombies patrolled the perimeter, ensuring maximum security. Standing in the courtyard, Zhang Yu surveyed the tidily arranged greenery, a result of his subordinates' handiwork. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to open the system interface. Ding! Host information page refreshed. Host: Zhang Yu level, Tier 5 zombie abilities, Domain, Lightning Manipulation, Stealth, Domination, Amplified Light, Corpse Poison. Evolution points: 103652 million. His evolution points had only reached a mere 10th. Upon seeing his progress, Zhang Yu's expression soured, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. After devouring so many low-tier crystal cores and human flesh, the evolution points had barely accumulated. It was a significant blow to his morale. He hoped that the survivors in the city who had not joined any human gathering would bring him some surprises. With his head hung low, he could only wish for his subordinates to procure a few high-tier crystal cores for him. Presently, Zhang Yu had lost interest in ordinary human survivors, having slaughtered all the common humans within the gathering of thousands. He had yet to gain as much evolution value from them as from a single Tier 3 crystal core. Thus, he now sought only crystal cores, leaving the handling of flesh to his subordinates as their reward for their efforts. As night fell, moonlight bathed the city streets. The elite zombies returned from their hunts, buoyed with excitement as they presented themselves before Zhang Yu. Boss, look, today we captured a Tier 3 ability user and several Tier 1 ability users. Here are their crystal cores for you. 2 Tier 3 zombies approached Zhang Yu first, offering the crystal cores they had acquired, their faces eager for praise. Well done, these crystal cores are yours. Zhang Yu accepted the cores, feeling satisfied with the energy emanating from the Tier 3 crystal. He then rewarded his subordinates with the remaining Tier 1 cores. Thank you, boss. The 2 Tier 3 zombies were pleasantly surprised that Zhang Yu had only taken the Tier 3 core while generously bestowing the rest upon them, deepening their loyalty. They realized that Zhang Yu did most of the fighting against human gatherings, while they merely followed in his wake, reaping the remnants of human survivors. The strongest ability users within those gatherings hardly required their intervention, as Zhang Yu handled them effortlessly. For him to share the spoils with them was an unexpected stroke of fortune, further solidifying their allegiance to him. The remaining elite zombies, unwilling to be outdone, hurried to present their own gains. Boss, we took down 3 Tier 2 ability users. Here are their cores for you. Boss, we only found 2 Tier 1 ability users today. Would you consider this acceptable? A few Tier 2 zombies displayed a hint of embarrassment. Having had an unfortunate day in terms of luck, they could only offer 2 Tier 1 cores, especially when others were presenting at least 1 Tier 2 core. And no worries, do your best next time. Zhang Yu consumed all the Tier 2 and above cores, bestowing most of the Tier 1 cores upon his subordinates, demonstrating a balance of reward and authority. After presenting their haul to Zhang Yu, these elite zombies did not rest but continued to scour the city for traces of human survivors. A week passed, and the entire Yingyang city had been purged of human presence, with the remaining humans fleeing to other cities to relay the news. The city had transformed into a veritable zombie metropolis, a formidable force of terror. Within the Villa district, Zhang Yu stood as the undisputed overlord, with all zombies beneath his command, displaying no signs of infighting or territorial disputes. The entire city was now under Zhang Yu's dominion, with the horde comprising over 300,000 ordinary zombies, hundreds of Tier 1 zombies, dozens of Tier 2 zombies, and more than 10 Tier 3 zombies. Regrettably, no subordinates had evolved into Tier 4 Corpse Kings. Despite the ordinary horde only numbering 30,000, Zhang Yu could easily double it if he wished. This horde would follow him in assaulting other cities. while the remaining zombies would guard their territory. Zhang Yu had no intention of remaining confined to Yingyang City. He planned to lead his horde in further conquests. However, he would not remove all zombies from his stronghold, ensuring a portion remained to guard against potential incursions. With the city now firmly under control, it was time to address the mutated beasts lurking in the suburban forests. Zhang Yu's gaze turned icy. Glimmering with resolve, the human forces had been entirely eradicated, and he intended to eliminate the remaining mutated beasts as well. Though these creatures had remained docile in the outskirts, Zhang Yu was determined not to let them escape his grasp if he wished to achieve complete dominion over Yingyang City. Additionally, the suburban forests likely harbored numerous mutated beasts, possibly even a Tier 4 Beast King. Zhang Yu's immediate need lay in high-tier crystal cores. With the suburban forests marked as the next target, he wasted no time in gathering 30,000 zombies from the city, marching forth through the abandoned urban landscape towards the outskirts. The city still had 1 million zombies roaming, and with news of Yingyang City's fall spreading among survivors, Zhang Yu felt confident that none would dare venture into the city at this juncture. As the tide of the undead advanced, the ground trembled beneath their weight, and the air thickened with the stench of decay and death. Their collective roars and growls melded into a symphony of terror. The atmosphere around the central zombies radiated an even colder and more menacing aura, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, instilling dread in all who beheld them. They were starkly different from the ordinary zombies moving outside. Their distinctive features marked them as elite undead. Chapter 43. The first encounter with the beast tide in the suburbs of Yingyang City. The once thriving landscape had vanished, replaced by desolation and decay, overrun with weeds. The surrounding area was sparsely populated by ordinary zombies, with not a single elite among them. The imposing figures of mutated beasts occasionally darted past. Leaping atop crumbling structures, these beasts appeared extraordinarily fierce and terrifying. Their sizes had significantly increased compared to the pre-apocalypse era, with sharp, menacing teeth and deep green eyes that resembled embedded emeralds. A savage and cunning glint emanated from them. Upon sensing the commotion of the undead tide, the mutated beasts residing in this territory quickly gathered, intent on eliminating the intruders. With no human presence detected in the vicinity, it was evident that the mutated beasts had become the rulers of this domain. The wandering ordinary zombies, it is presumed, have been relegated to mere fodder for the mutated beasts. The class of zombies may have long been exterminated by these aberrations. After Zhang Yu led the horde to the outskirts, he swiftly surmised the situation at hand. Boss, there's movement ahead. It seems to be a beast tide. A perceptive third-tier zombie hastily reported to Zhang Yu upon sensing a significant commotion up ahead. To his astonishment, the mutated beasts in this area were exceptionally audacious, their numbers exceeding 300,000. How daring they are to confront him instead of fleeing. A beast tide? How intriguing. Zhang Yu discerned that indeed a beast tide was coalescing ahead, and its target was none other than himself. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. With only 3 third-tier mutated beasts present, how could they muster the audacity to launch an assault on his horde? Were these creatures genuinely so fearless? If they sought their demise, he would gladly oblige. The crimson glint in Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with a murderous intent. The third-tier crystal cores that were presented to him should not go unclaimed. Boss, you need not intervene. Leave it to us. The elite zombies exclaimed with palpable excitement, eager to showcase their worth. Then I shall entrust it to you. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, observing the fervor of his subordinates. A mere 30,000 beasts would suffice for his brethren to handle. Let us VA the recently encountered Tier 3 mutated beasts were likely stalling for time, awaiting the support of the Beast King deep within the forest. However, they were far too weak, unable to hold out for their lord's assistance before being vanquished by their own subordinates. As Zhang Yu guided the tide of corpses toward the woodland, he pondered the true habitat of the mutated beasts lay within the depths of the forest. The movement of the corpse tide was not sluggish. It swiftly advanced beyond the suburbs ahead. The forest loomed, its trees twisted and foliage lush. Yet, the once tranquil and serene woods, where humans occasionally camped and cooked, had transformed into a strange and perilous realm, teeming with various mutated creatures. The roads constructed by humanity before the apocalypse were now cracked by the massive feet of the mutated beasts. Giving way to rampant weeds, this thoroughfare, which connected the forests of Yingyang City to other urban centers, lay utterly abandoned, now a haven for a multitude of mutated beasts. for the surviving humans to traverse this path to other cities. Only the extraordinarily powerful stood a chance of survival. Otherwise, it would be a perilous endeavor. Yet, Zhang Yu was not dissuaded by this grim scene. His purpose today was to confront the Beast King lurking within. He pressed onward, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, commanding the tide of corpses as they advanced into the woodland. Just as the horde was on the verge of the scarlet eyes transformed into a deep blue, shimmering with an eerie luminescence, akin to a deity of thunder descending upon the world. The environment around Zhang Yu underwent a metamorphosis under his dominion. The sky darkened, clouds roiled, and thunder reverberated. Strikes of lightning cleaved through the heavens, as if these bolts were servants of Zhang Yu, poised to heed his every command. Within this realm, Zhang Yu's power surged tremendously, and he sensed the vast consumption of his innate abilities. I feel invigorated. It is time to send you on your way. You should consider yourself fortunate to be the first creature to perish in my domain. Zhang Yu, invigorated by the formidable energy coursing through him, cast a fervent gaze upon the trembling mutated Tiger King. With a mere flick of his hand, countless unavoidable deep purple bolts of lightning manifested in the sky, imbued with the capacity to obliterate the very earth. Striking down upon the ground with lethal intent, the target was none other than the mutated Tiger King. What such terrifying power? What on earth is this? The mutated Tiger King was utterly befuddled, as this spectacle shattered its understanding. How could this corpse king suddenly unleash such overwhelming might, even capable of altering the surrounding environment? Chapter 46. Cultivation. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. Purple lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a heart-stopping surge of energy, crashing into the forest and exuding a stifling radiance. The mutated Tiger King was instantly reduced to ash, leaving behind a colossal black pit. The surrounding trees were cleaved asunder, and rocks shattered, leaving behind terrifying scars. Zhang Yu remained enveloped in dazzling electric light, his eyes flickering with an uncanny deep blue glow, seemingly proclaiming his victory. No zombie or mutated beast dared approach the battlefield surrounding the mutated Tiger King. The aura emanating from Zhang Yu and his domain was formidable and fearsome, causing ordinary mutated beasts to flee in terror. Zombies, too, were wary of being inadvertently struck by the incessant purple lightning cascading around them. Consequently, the area transformed into a desolate expanse, ravaged and in disarray. Subsequently, Zhang Yu descended into the black pit left by the deceased mutated Tiger King and retrieved the fourth-tier crystal core that had fallen from its lifeless form. Holding the crystal core, brimming with potent energy, Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the core had not been shattered. Otherwise, this would have been a significant loss. Zhang Yu pocketed the mutated Tiger King's crystal core and turned his gaze towards the battlefield between the zombie horde and the beast tide. The beast tide was already at a disadvantage, and even with the terrain's favor, it could only delay its inevitable collapse. Once the ace zombie entered the fray, the terrain advantage evaporated completely. With the death of the mutated Tiger King, the once cohesive beast tide disintegrated into chaos, each combatant fighting for survival. The vast horde of zombies systematically encircled the beast tide, slicing it into segments, ensuring that the tens of thousands of mutated beasts were thoroughly trapped, preventing their escape into the depths of the forest. The zombie horde gradually consumed the beast tide, sealing their fate. The situation was clear. The entirety of Yingyang City would soon fall under my complete control. Zhang Yu's deep blue eyes sparkled with electric light as he beheld the favorable turn of events, and he dispelled his domain. The sky gradually returned to tranquility, the ominous clouds dissipating, the terrifying roars fading, and sunlight once again gracing the earth. Although the activation of his domain significantly amplified his strength, the consumption of his abilities was alarmingly excessive. There was no need to activate the domain to deal with the remaining beast tide. Even confronting this fourth-tier mutated beast king did not necessitate it. Primarily, Zhang Yu wished to test the efficacy of the thunder domain, preparing himself for when he would truly need to unleash it. In the throes of his domain's power, Zhang Yu felt as though all surrounding creatures were mere ants beneath his feet. The exhilarating sensation of his power multiplying exponentially was utterly intoxicating. Let me bring this battle to a close. A flicker of crimson light crossed Zhang Yu's gaze as he regarded the fourth-tier crystal core in his hand. His objective had been fulfilled. It was time to conclude the conflict with the beast tide. Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he unleashed a massacre upon the beast tide, which was gradually being consumed by the zombie horde. For these ordinary mutated beasts, the arrival of the fifth-tier Corpse King represented a catastrophic shift in power. With a mere focus of energy in his palm, he could obliterate hundreds of ordinary mutated beasts in an instant. Before long, tens of thousands of beasts lay slain, the forest thick with the stench of blood. The zombie horde emitted exultant roars as they feasted upon the carcasses of the mutated beasts. Zhang Yu too consumed the mutated Tiger King's crystal core, his evolution value visibly surging. System. Open the information page. Ding. Host information page refreshed. Host. Zhang Yu level. 5th tier Corpse King abilities. Thunder Domain. Lightning Manipulation. Concealment. Domination. Light Enhancement. Corpse Poison Evolution Value. 2219831,000,002 filled. Splendid. Zhang Yu felt a wave of satisfaction. With minimal effort, he had filled 1/10 of the evolution bar. After the zombie horde had devoured a substantial number of mutated beast corpses, numerous elite zombies and tiered zombies had emerged from the fray. This venture had proven worthwhile, delivering a crushing blow to the mutated beast forces. Zhang Yu's heightened perception allowed him to sense that within this forest, a few low-tier mutated beasts had miraculously survived, likely due to the limited command of the Beast King over its tide, sparing them from the zombie horde's complete annihilation. However, their numbers were scant and their levels low, posing no threat to the zombie horde. Should Zhang Yu wish, he could easily cleanse the entire forest of mutated beasts, though such an endeavor would be laborious and yield minimal evolution value. They were merely low-tier mutated beasts. Exterminating them would not provide the same satisfaction as devouring a 4th-tier Beast King's crystal core. It would be a rather unwise trade-off. Zhang Yu was not inclined to engage in unprofitable ventures. After careful consideration, he resolved to spare the remaining mutated beasts. This was not out of a sudden surge of compassion, but rather a calculated decision. He intended to cultivate them within the forest, awaiting the moment they evolved into Beast King-level mutated beasts to reap the rewards. Additionally, retaining them would effectively deter any forces from neighboring cities attempting to infiltrate Ingyang City through this forest. Even though the mutated beast forces had been severely weakened, thousands still remained. For adversaries of average strength, traversing this route to enter Ingyang City would be impossible. Preserving these mutated beasts proved far more advantageous than eradicating them entirely. After the zombie horde had thoroughly consumed the flesh of the mutated beasts, Zhang Yu led them out of the Ingyang City forest. They reclaimed the suburbs that had once been occupied by the mutated beast forces, stationing numerous zombies within. Furthermore, he left behind the corpses of the fallen zombies to nourish the mutated beasts, hoping they would soon evolve another 4th-tier Beast King. Since he had decided to cultivate these mutated beasts, he would need to provide them with sustenance to expedite their growth. The corpses of the deceased zombies served as the feed for these mutated beasts, allowing them to fulfill their final purpose. In the Ingyang City forest, long after Zhang Yu and the zombie horde had departed, mutated beasts cautiously approached to assess the situation. A 1st-tier mutated beast observed the severely damaged environment and the pervasive scent of blood, causing it to keep its distance and peer nervously from afar. The commotion of the battle had reverberated throughout the forest, instilling fear in the hearts of the mutated beasts, which cowered in their lairs, trembling at the terrifying aura of the 5th-tier Corpse King. Only after the presence of the Corpse King faded and tranquility returned to the forest did they dare to emerge. Once the surrounding mutated beasts confirmed that the zombie horde had completely vacated, they cautiously approached the corpses of the fallen zombies to feast. Chapter 47. Human Rebirth. Zhang Yu led the zombie horde back into the city. The mutated beast forces had been dealt a crippling blow, and the human factions had been entirely eradicated. The city had transformed into a veritable zombie metropolis. Amidst the dilapidated urban landscape, zombies wandered aimlessly, emitting low, guttural growls. The news of Ingyang City's fall to the zombies had likely spread among the survivors who managed to flee, rendering the area a no-go zone for any living creature. I never expected to have a day living in a villa. How surreal. Zhang Yu reclined on the grand bed of the villa, eyes closed, listening to the occasional roars of zombies drifting from afar. He sighed with a sense of leisure. Yet, rather than reveling in the conquest of a city, he remained contemplative, pondering his next strategic objectives. Zhang Yu's ambitions had expanded in tandem with the fall of Ingyang City. He intended to lead the zombie horde to spread further into neighboring cities. conquering more territories and devouring more flesh. After a brief period of recuperation, he planned to launch an offensive against the surrounding cities. As Zhang Yu anticipated, news of Ingyang City's downfall circulated among neighboring cities. Those few survivors who had narrowly escaped recalled the terror of the zombie horde that had overrun Ingyang City. Zhang Yu had already gained infamy within Ingyang City, and with its complete subjugation, his notoriety soared. However, it was not a reputation to be envied. A corpse king ruling over an entire city wielded tremendous terror and influence. Ingyang City had been marked as a forbidden zone by the human factions in surrounding cities. Do not enter without at least 4th-tier strength. According to the accounts of those fortunate survivors who managed to escape from Ingyang City, an extraordinarily terrifying 4th-order zombie king has emerged, commanding an immense tide of the undead. This dread figure has led the horde to recklessly invade and overrun the settlement, leaving countless human survivors reduced to mere flesh and blood. Even the most formidable military safe zones could not withstand this relentless tide, succumbing utterly within a single day. The most alarming aspect is that this zombie king had already evolved to the 4th order prior to the fall of the military safe zone. After feasting on a copious supply of flesh, it is highly probable that it has now ascended to the status of a 5th order zombie king, representing an exceedingly formidable undead force. Upon hearing this news, the leaders of the surrounding human settlements were filled with terror. From the information available, the aggressiveness of this horde is alarmingly high, and it is conceivable that one day they may burst forth from Ingyang City. However, these settlement leaders find themselves powerless to devise any solutions, praying in their hearts that once the tide has overtaken Ingyang City, it will remain there, allowing them to coexist peacefully. Alternatively, they hope for the emergence of a powerful ability user who could penetrate Ingyang City and slay the 5th order zombie king within. Yet both of these possibilities seem exceedingly slim, given the evident aggressiveness of the horde. In this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, the weak can only depend on the protection of others. But who would dare to come forth and shield them in such dire times? In Gaohu City, the strongest survivor enclave, the reborn Suimo was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea when his reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Brother Mo, this is bad, Ingyang. Ingyang City has fallen to the zombies. A young 3rd order ability user, Yu Xingyang, rushed to Suimo, delivering the grave news of the city's downfall. Suimo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them upon hearing the news, his gaze fixed on the young man reporting to him, a look of confusion crossing his face. Zhengyang, what did you say? Upon realizing that Suimo had not heard him clearly, Yu Zhengyang repeated, Brother Mo, Ingyang City has fallen to the zombies. The news of a city succumbing to the undead was indeed shocking. Suimo's mind raced as he processed the information. Ingyang City has fallen to the zombies. This cannot be true. In his previous life, there was no way that Ingyang City had succumbed. How could there be such a discrepancy in his memories? Or was there an error in the intelligence? Yet, knowing Yu Zhengyang's character, he would not report such a matter carelessly without confirmation. Suimo, reborn individual and a 9th order powerhouse in his past life, possessed fire-based abilities and had awakened a unique ability known as Plunder. Unbeknownst to him, something had caused his unexpected rebirth on the very day the apocalypse erupted. Utilizing the advantage of his memories as a reborn individual, he quickly developed and established a powerful survivor enclave known as Tianyuan, striving to lead humanity in exterminating the rampant mutated species and to restore civilization. Now, as Suimo absorbed the news of Ingyang City's fall, his mind raced through his memories of the city from his previous life. This cannot be right. During this time period in his past life, Ingyang City had certainly not fallen to the zombies. The forces within the city should still have been engaged in fierce battles against the undead. So what on earth is happening now? Could it be that my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? How severe could this butterfly effect possibly be? Suimo quickly recalled the intelligence from his previous life regarding Ingyang City, his brow furrowing in concern. In his past life, Ingyang City had not fallen to the undead at this time. On the contrary, the human forces there were particularly strong. Many powerful human warriors had risen within its walls, such as the young man who frequently accompanied a pure white mutated beast. Though his own strength was modest, that white mutated dog was indeed formidable. And then there was the individual known as the zombie controller, who, while rather unpleasant, was undeniably powerful. Any zombie king with weaker mental fortitude could not escape his peculiar mental control and had no choice but to obey the commands of the zombie controller. At this moment, Suemo could not recall any other notable human warriors from Ingyang City, only these representative figures. If Ingyang City has indeed been overrun, does that mean that these human warriors are now dead? To ensure the accuracy of the information, Suemo promptly stood and looked at Yu Xingyang, asking, "Xingyang, where did you obtain this information?" Suemo felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that the situation was slipping from his grasp. He had originally planned to handle matters in Gaohu City before personally heading to Ingyang City to recruit those remarkable figures from his memories, who were still relatively weak at this time. With a display of overwhelming strength, he could easily bring them under his command. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could even set out, he received the alarming news of Ingyang City's downfall. Could it be that the butterfly effect of his rebirth has summoned a powerful undead force to Ingyang City? Brother Mo, it was reported by some survivors who escaped from Ingyang City. The information is absolutely credible. Why Yu Xingyang, sensing Sumo's serious demeanor, hurriedly disclosed the source of the news to him. Survivors fleeing from Ingyang City? Find someone who can represent them all and bring them to me. Suemo's expression grew grave at the news. He urgently instructed Yu Xingyang to bring the individual who conveyed this information so that he could inquire directly about what transpired in Ingyang City. Brother Mo, please wait a moment. I will go bring them to you right away. Why Yu Xingyang observed Sumo's earnest expression, feeling a twinge of confusion but refraining from further questions. This was the first time he had witnessed such a countenance on Suemo, indicating that the situation in Ingyang City was indeed dire. As Yu Xingyang departed to fetch the survivors, Suemo murmured to himself, his expression laden with gravity. This was the first occurrence of an event outside the scope of his previous memories. The fall of Ingyang City to the undead was a significant incident that had never transpired in his past life. Since his rebirth, he had rapidly advanced by leveraging his memory advantages and had even recruited powerful individuals from Gaohu City, including Yu Xingyang, who possessed the ability of the Eye of Void, allowing him to see enemy information and swiftly identify their weaknesses. However, due to the auxiliary nature of his ability, his combat prowess was not particularly strong, which had ultimately led to his demise at the hands of an agile zombie king in his previous life. A truly unfortunate fate. Upon his rebirth, Suemo had immediately thought of Yu Xingyang, knowing that his unique ability would prove invaluable on future battlefields. After considerable effort, Suemo managed to locate him within a survivor enclave, showcasing his formidable strength to easily recruit him and thus alter Yu Xingyang's fate, preventing him from falling victim to a zombie king in the future. In addition to Yu Xingyang, Suemo also recruited another special ability user, Jiang Fan, who specialized in mental abilities, and under his protection, Jiang Fan had successfully advanced to the Third Order. Moreover, Suemo expended considerable effort to personally bring Dr. Ku, a renowned researcher known for developing new weaponry in his past life, from another city to the Tianyuan Enclave. In Sumo's former existence, human forces had discovered that as the zombies continued to evolve, their old-fashioned weaponry inflicted minimal damage. Tio changed this situation. Human factions began to invest heavily in the development of new weapons specifically designed to combat the rampant mutated species. The new weapons developed by Dr.Ke were capable of inflicting substantial damage on the evolved zombies, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the base military forces. Suemo had resolved to expedite the research and development of these new weapons to equip his army. Fortunately, he still possesses a considerable advantage. Suemo composed himself, reflecting deeply on the situation. He had now evolved into a fifth-order dual-type ability user, wielding immense fire abilities along with the unique plunder ability, which allowed him to directly seize the abilities of his enemies for his own use, truly a formidable power. Additionally, he had successfully awakened the domain of fire, positioning him among the strongest of fifth-order beings. The Tianyuan Enclave he had established had grown to become the most powerful human settlement in Gaohu City, having absorbed numerous other enclaves. Today, Tianyuan was thriving, housing hundreds of thousands of survivors, including a significant number of ability users. Under Suemo's leadership, there was a discernible trend toward reclaiming the entire city district, with the undead forces being either expelled or eradicated, rendered utterly powerless and pitiable. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, and Suemo felt no fear of the zombie king that had engulfed Ingyang City. However, the emergence of an event beyond the bounds of his previous memories left Suemo feeling uneasy, nearly disrupting his composure. The situation remains within my control, he reassured himself softly. Yu Zhengyang swiftly located the few human survivors that Suimo wished to meet within the gathering place. Captain Lei? Please accompany me. The leader wishes to see you, Yu Zhengyang stated in a neutral tone. Ah? My lord Yu. The leader wants to see me? Captain Lei, taken aback by the leader's summons, pointed at himself incredulously. After escaping from Yingyang City, Lei had led a small group of supernatural beings, successfully navigating through hordes of zombies to reach Gao Lake City. Upon arrival, they realized that their previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. The situation in Gao Lake City was the complete opposite of that in Yingyang City. The human settlement here was particularly powerful, with the formidable Tianyuan gathering having completely absorbed the other settlements. Standing unrivaled. It was even stronger than the military safe zone in Yingyang City. The leader, Suimo, was a formidable fifth-tier supernatural being. Given their abilities, establishing a new settlement, Tianming, here would be nothing short of a pipe dream. However, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. With their decent abilities, Lei and his companions abandoned the idea of establishing a new settlement and opted to join Tianyuan gathering instead. Subsequently, leveraging their third-tier powers, they secured positions within Tianyuan. Although life was not as carefree as it had been when Lei was a leader, they no longer feared waking up to find themselves slaughtered by a zombie king. Moreover, they informed the local authorities about the fall of Yingyang City to the zombies, hoping to raise awareness and prevent similar fates. The leader wishes to see you urgently. Let us not waste any more time. Follow me, Yu Zhengyang urged, ignoring Lei's puzzled expression. Yes, my lord Yu, I shall comply, Lei replied, his curiosity piqued about why the leader sought him. However, sensing Yu Zhengyang's cold demeanor, he refrained from asking further questions and followed him toward the leader's residence. Captain Lei, do not be anxious, Yu Zhengyang said, glancing at the visibly tense Lei. My lord Yu, could you perhaps disclose why the esteemed leader wishes to see me? It would help me prepare mentally. Hearing Yu Zhengyang's tone soften slightly, Lei cautiously inquired. It is nothing of great consequence. The leader merely wishes to inquire about the situation in Yingyang City. You will report truthfully when the time comes. Yu Zhengyang replied candidly, revealing that his cold demeanor stemmed solely from his personality, not from any disapproval of Lei. Following the traumatic incident of witnessing his parents transform into zombies, Yu Zhengyang's character underwent a significant transformation, displaying relative normalcy only in Suimo's presence. Thank you for informing me, my lord Yu, Lei responded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon learning that the leader was merely seeking information about Yingyang City. He recalled the vivid imagery of the zombie tide wreaking havoc within the city. Thankfully, his decisive actions had spared him a fate akin to that of the other settlement leaders who had perished at the hands of the zombie king. Before long, Yu Zhengyang brought Lei before Suimo, his expression finally shifting. Brother Imo, I have brought the person you requested, he announced before turning to introduce Lei. Captain Lei, this is our leader of the Tianyuan gathering. Thank you, my lord Yu, Lei said, raising his gaze to see Suimo, who was seated and observing him intently. Esteemed leader, you summoned me? The moment Lei laid eyes on Suimo, his face was etched with shock. The powerful leader of the Tianyuan gathering in Gao Lake City was, astonishingly, a handsome young man with black hair. It was beyond his comprehension. A youth younger than himself had established such a formidable gathering and was a fifth-tier supernatural being. Lei's mind was reeling with astonishment. While it was somewhat expected for young individuals to possess great power in this apocalyptic era, where age no longer dictated the opportunity to become a supernatural being, this young man had personally founded a settlement and made it the strongest in the entire city, which was indeed a rarity. You are one of the survivors who escaped from Yingyang City? Suimo inquired, cutting straight to the point. Yes, esteemed leader, I recently escaped from Yingyang City, Lei replied, shaking off his initial shock. Very well, please share all the intelligence you possess, Suimo urged, his urgency evident as he sought crucial information regarding the zombie tide in Yingyang City. Understood, Lei responded respectfully, mentally preparing to recount what he remembered. The Zombie King, having evolved to the fourth tier, commanded a terrifying horde of hundreds of thousands. Initially, it wreaked havoc upon the settlements, then set its sights on the military safe zone. Most alarmingly, despite the military safe zone being fortified with fourth-tier supernatural beings and substantial firepower, it fell to the horde in less than a day. Nearly 10,000 survivors were devoured, with only a handful escaping after the horde breached the safe zone. The leader of the settlement at the time. I chose to flee Ingyang City out of fear once I confirmed the military safe zone's downfall. Pausing momentarily, Lei continued, after the Zombie King consumed a vast amount of flesh in the fallen military safe zone. It likely evolved to the 5th tier, which would significantly increase the number of zombies it could command. Beyond that, I am unaware of what occurred, as I had already led my subordinates to escape Ingyang City. Having concluded his account, Su Mo quickly assimilated the critical details within Lei's narrative. The fact that a horde could topple a military safe zone in a single day was astounding in his previous life. He retained some memories of the leader of that safe zone, known as Gao He, who was quite formidable in the post-apocalyptic landscape. The Ingyang safe zone held a reputable standing, so it was unfathomable that it could succumb so swiftly to the horde. This indicated a significant development. The Zombie King's strength, resulting from his rebirth and the ensuing butterfly effect, was truly formidable. The once thriving Ingyang City, a breeding ground for numerous human powerhouses, had fallen. Su Mo recognized that a 4th-tier Zombie King capable of commanding such a vast horde was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Once it evolved to the level of a zombie emperor, it would become an exceedingly challenging adversary. With the military safe zone having collapsed and the Zombie King having feasted on ample flesh, its evolution to the 5th tier was virtually guaranteed, and it might even unlock a domain. As a reborn individual, Su Mo was well aware of the potential for domains. Regardless of whether they were humans, zombies, or mutated beasts, any entity strong enough might unlock a domain upon reaching the 5th tier or advancing thereafter, resulting in a significant boost in combat prowess. Quite formidable indeed. It seems I have truly encountered a worthy opponent. Su Mo murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. Turning to the still respectful Lei, he said, "Captain Lei, I appreciate your effort in coming here. I have gathered sufficient information about the situation in Ingyang City. You may return and rest." Surprised by Su Mo's courteous tone, Lei replied, "Yes, esteemed leader," and proceeded to exit, reflecting on how such a strong gathering had been established under Su Mo's leadership. The courtesy he extended to his subordinates left a profound impression on Lei, who had once been a leader himself. Had their positions been reversed, Lei knew he would not have treated a 3rd-tier supernatural being with such politeness, viewing them as little more than an insect. After Lei departed, Yu Xingyang approached Su Mo, curious. "Brother Mo, it sounds like the zombie tide that overwhelmed Ingyang City is quite formidable. Should we take any action?" Given that Ingyang City was adjacent to Gao Lake City, Yu Xingyang felt that if they did not act, there was a possibility of the horde spilling over into Gao Lake City. "Yes, we must take action. Inform Xiaofan to expedite the extermination of the remaining zombies in the city. You will personally lead a team to assist him. Once Dr. Ku completes his research, we will be ready to confront the zombie tide in Ingyang City," Su Mo replied after a moment of contemplation, his mind racing as he formulated the next steps. The remnants of the zombie forces in the city were being steadily eradicated, with the higher-tier zombies long since eliminated by Su Mo. The remaining zombies were left for Jiang Fan, a powerhouse from Su Mo's previous life, to hone his skills. However, plans had shifted, necessitating a swift conclusion to the remaining zombie forces in the city to eliminate concerns when dealing with the tide from Ingyang City. Furthermore, once Dr. Ku finalized the development of the new weapon, the combat effectiveness of their ground forces would see a substantial enhancement. When the time comes, dealing with the zombies within Ingyang City will become significantly easier. Chapter 50. Progress of Experimental Research. "All right, Mo Gu, I shall proceed at once." Yu Xingyang nodded solemnly and made his way towards the military encampment. He was preparing to lead a troop to support Jiang Fan, who was currently engaged in exterminating the zombie forces. He could discern that the zombies in Ingyang City posed a considerable threat to the Tianyuan gathering place. It had been several days, and he wondered about the progress of the serums that Dr.Ke had been working on, which I had previously mentioned. I should go take a look. Su Mo pondered after Yu Xingyang's departure. He seemed to recall something and began to mutter to himself. Just as he was about to head to the laboratory at the gathering place to find Dr. Ku, a melodious voice interrupted from outside. "Su Mo, I just saw Xingyang leave in a hurry from your place. Is something the matter?" A strikingly beautiful girl, exquisite in features and graceful as a flower, entered the room. Upon hearing her words, Su Mo's previously furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a warm smile. "Don't worry, Huaya. It's nothing serious. Since you're here, why not accompany me to the laboratory for a look?" The girl who had just arrived was Su Mo's girlfriend. In his past life, She had sacrificed herself to save him from a mutated beast, leaving Suemo deeply moved in this life. However, due to his reincarnation, such a tragic fate had been averted. Suemo was determined to cherish and make amends to his beloved Zhao Huaya in this lifetime. Is it really nothing? You mustn't deceive me, or else. Hee. Zhao Huaya playfully lunged into Suemo's embrace, shaking her tiny fist. Of course it's true. Suemo quickly wrapped his arms around the approaching Zhao Huaya and planted a kiss on her cheek before gently placing her back on the ground. Let us not dwell on this. Shall we go to the laboratory? The laboratory? Sure, let us go. With a beaming smile lighting her face, Zhao Huaya took Suemo's hand. As long as you're with me. I am happy to go anywhere. Suemo gazed at Zhao Huaya with eyes brimming with affection, silently vowing to protect her from any harm in this life. They made their way to the laboratory, eager to see the progress of the new weapon research and the serum he had previously mentioned. If successfully developed, it would significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of the grassroots military in the forthcoming battle against the zombies in Ingyang City. Greetings, Chief. Good day, Madam. Along the way, the inhabitants of the gathering place spotted Suemo and Zhao Huaya, promptly halting to greet them respectfully. Suemo returned their gestures with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at the laboratory, which was heavily guarded, with several squads of empowered individuals patrolling the vicinity. Such places were of utmost importance within the gathering place, generally inaccessible to ordinary survivors. Chief, the leader of the empowered squad noticed Suemo approaching and quickly halted, tension evident in his demeanor. Good day, Chief. Good day, Madam. Thank you for your hard work. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement and led Zhao Huaya into the laboratory. Oh wow, I'm actually speaking with such a powerful figure as the Chief. The leaders of the patrolling squads were exhilarated. The aura the Chief exudes is incredibly formidable. Indeed, the Chief and his lady are a perfect match. Upon entering the laboratory, the squad leaders were filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that Chief Suemo was as approachable as the rumors suggested. Success! Success! Suemo and Zhao Huaya had hardly stepped into the laboratory when they heard Dr. Ku's joyous laughter, exclaiming that they had achieved success. The other research personnel wore delighted expressions as well. Oh, Dr. Ku, what has succeeded to bring you such joy? Zhao Huaya inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling like two luminous stars. Hearing her voice, Dr. Ku Mingyan turned his gaze toward her, his excitement palpable. Chief, Miss Huaya, you've arrived at just the right moment. I was about to send someone to inform you. The serums you mentioned last time have indeed been successfully developed. Empowered serums? Zhao Huaya exclaimed. Recalling that Suemo had previously mentioned this, it was said that injecting this serum could allow ordinary individuals to evolve into first-tier empowered beings in a short span. However, due to the forced catalyzation from the serum, those ordinary survivors who evolved would be at the lower tier among empowered beings and would be unable to awaken their abilities unless their physical strength reached the evolutionary level. Yet, the second-generation enhanced serum could resolve the issue of inability to awaken abilities. These empowered serums came in 3 grades: low tier, mid tier, and high tier, corresponding to first tier, second tier, and third tier empowered beings, respectively. There were also some special serums, but Zhao Huaya couldn't recall them all at the moment. She was intrigued by how Suemo knew about these matters, but refrained from asking further. Zhao Huaya was astute. After the apocalypse, she observed that Suemo seemed to have transformed into someone else, yet some aspects remained unchanged, his love for her, for instance. Yes, indeed, the first-generation empowered serums, and we have also developed the first-generation berserk serum. Dr. Mingyan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Ever since Suemo had specifically instructed him and provided numerous ideas and materials, he had been researching both the new weaponry and these serums. To his astonishment, he had successfully created a serum that could catalyze an ordinary survivor into an empowered being. It was truly remarkable. Additionally, the berserk serum could exhaust one's potential to significantly elevate their level and power. After consuming the berserk serum, a first-tier empowered being would rapidly enhance their level and strength within a short period, albeit with considerable side effects. Once consumed, their level would permanently stagnate, and their appearance would drastically change, resembling a monster more terrifying than a zombie. As of now, there was no means to remedy this. Wonderful news, Dr. Ku. You are indeed a great benefactor of the Tianyuan gathering place. Suemo exclaimed joyfully upon learning that Dr. Ke had successfully developed the empowered enhancement serum he had requested. This would greatly increase their chances against the zombies in Ingyang City. Dr. Ku, how long will it take for the empowered serums to be mass-produced? Is the second generation progressing smoothly? Suemo inquired, pressing for the most crucial details. The first generation empowered serum and berserk serum have been successfully developed, and as long as we have enough raw materials, we can begin mass production immediately. However, for the second generation, it seems you will have to wait a little longer, Chief. Dr. Ku Mingyan replied after a moment of contemplation. With the wealth of information and resources provided by Suemo, their research had advanced remarkably. Given sufficient time, they could develop everything. Good. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Kuda. Sumo was exhilarated by the rapid progress of the research in the laboratory. Once mass production commenced, the number of empowered individuals in the gathering place would surge, significantly bolstering the combat strength of the mid to lower-tier military forces. Though the empowered individuals catalyzed by the serum would be at the lower end of the tier spectrum, they would be more than sufficient to deal with ordinary zombies. While these forcibly catalyzed empowered beings could not awaken abilities, their physical strength would genuinely reach the empowered level. In Sumo's past life, these empowered serums were highly sought after by ordinary survivors, serving as the only pathway for those lacking innate talent to evolve into empowered beings. Chief, there's another piece of good news. The new weaponry you specifically requested has also been developed, and we have enough to begin replacing a batch of old weapons in the military. Dr. Ke Mingyan excitedly relayed additional news regarding the new weaponry to Suemo. Dr. Ku, your research has made an indelible contribution to the Tianyuan gathering place and the entire Yun nation. Suemo remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he praised Dr. Ke without reservation. He held great respect for the researchers capable of continuously developing new weaponry. The zombies of this era were far from the terrifying entities he recalled from his past life. With the new weapons emerging years ahead of time, they would deal significant blows to the mutated species. That Suemo planned to let the zombie forces in Ingyang City be the first to experience the might of these new weapons. You're too kind. Dr. Ke Mingyan humbly declined the praise, though internally he was elated. Just as Suemo had expressed, the new weaponry he developed would indeed perform admirably in the battles against mutated beings. Compared to old weapons, the new ones possessed greater lethality against mutated species and were also more convenient to carry. Finding the necessary raw materials was not overly difficult either, given ample time. The grassroots military forces across the entire Yun nation could essentially be equipped with new weaponry, phasing out the old. However, the time required for this process would not be short. Wow, Dr. Ku, may I try out this new weapon? Zhao Huaya, listening intently to the conversation between Suemo and Dr. Ku, was filled with curiosity and eager to see what magic the new weapon possessed to inspire such excitement in Suemo. Certainly, Miss Huaya, please follow me. Dr. Ke Mingyan led Zhao Huaya towards the new weapon testing ground. It seems that you, old Ku, truly possess the gift of eloquence. They constantly refer to me as madam, which makes me feel aged beyond my years. Zhao Huaya's laughter was as melodious as a silver bell, as she pulled Suemo to follow behind Ke Mingyan. She was but a pure and charming young lady of 20, yet the others in the gathering consistently addressed her as madam. Although their intentions were harmless, it left her feeling rather peculiar. Only Yu Zhengyang and Jiang Fan preferred to call her Huaya Jia. Miss Huaya, behold, this is the new weapon. Ke Mingyan presented a newly developed weapon to Zhao Huaya, carefully explaining its features. The innovative armament drew inspiration from traditional firearms, yet its lethality was vastly superior. One could say it belonged to a realm far above the previous generation. Furthermore, this new weapon was part of a complete set of gear, which included protective suits effective against zombie attacks, firearms with enhanced firepower, grenades, and sharp daggers. Indeed, it was the first generation of new weaponry, a testament to old Ku's ingenuity, as he managed to develop it several years ahead of time. Suemo stepped forward, taking one in hand, and he reflected on how closely it resembled the designs etched in his memories from a previous life. However, being the first generation, it seemed somewhat rudimentary compared to the fully realized versions he recalled. Nevertheless, Suemo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. For the current stage of mutated beings, the first generation of new weaponry would suffice. With him around, the second, third generations, and beyond would soon follow, constantly improved upon. The upgraded weapons would render the early stages of the apocalypse's biological threats akin to a dimensional strike. Perhaps Yunghua would become the first nation to extricate itself from the menace of mutated species. Wow, what tremendous power. If this could be mass-produced, combating the mutated creatures would be significantly easier, Zhao Huaya exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment after firing a few rounds. It was her first encounter with such a devastating weapon, capable of firing projectiles akin to lasers that could shatter colossal stones from afar. Moreover, it felt remarkably light in her hands. Indeed, Miss Huaya, we owe much of this to Captain Su's efforts. Otherwise, I would not have been able to develop such formidable weaponry in such a short time. Ku Mingyan smiled at Zhao Huaya's astonishment, his wrinkled face softening. In the early days of the apocalypse, he and several remaining researchers had taken refuge in a fortified military research building, temporarily evading the zombie crisis. However, they found themselves trapped, surrounded by transformed guards and researchers. Any attempt to venture outside would surely lead to demise. They could only remain in their sealed room, awaiting rescue from official sources. Yet, as their food supplies dwindled, no search teams arrived. Just when Ku Mingyan and his fellow researchers were compelled to step outside due to dwindling resources, Suemo traveled great distances to their besieged laboratory, successfully rescuing them. Otherwise, he may have met a grim fate at the hands of the rampaging mutated beings in the city, let alone develop such a powerful weapon. Unbeknownst to Ku Mingyan, even if Suemo had not sought him out, he would not have been consumed by the mutated creatures. He would have merely endured further suffering before being rescued by a specialized search team dispatched from the local military safe zone. Suemo recalled that once the military safe zone in that city stabilized, they promptly deployed a special operations team to search for Ku Mingyan and his fellow researchers, successfully rescuing them before they could fall victim to the mutated creatures. However, this time around, due to Sumo's reincarnation, he intercepted Ku Mingyan and the remaining research team, causing the military search team to return empty-handed. Chapter 52. The Cyborg Project. Upon learning that Ku Mingyan had successfully developed the new weapon and the blood serum for superhumans, Suemo felt immense satisfaction. Before departing the laboratory with Zhao Huaya, he presented another document to Ku Mingyan. Old Ku, please take a look at this. Let us see if it's possible to develop this as well. Suemo handed over a dossier concerning the Cyborg Project, eager to explore the potential of creating a war machine designed solely for slaughter. Ku Mingyan glanced at the cyborg document Suemo provided, his expression shifting from shock to rapid composure as he remarked, "It seems a bit challenging, but I shall do my utmost." He had not anticipated that Suemo would present him with materials on human modification. Such experiments were strictly prohibited before the onset of the apocalypse. Although taken aback, he felt the concept was indeed feasible upon closer examination. If this terrifying cyborg could be developed to combat mutated species, it would yield significant results. Ku Mingyan had not realized that Suemo was also a genius in research. From the initial new weapons to the subsequent superhuman blood serum, and now the Cyborg Project, it was likely he would continue to produce remarkable inventions. Ku Mingyan regarded Suemo with the gaze one might reserve for a mythical creature, sensing the extraordinary nature of the young man with black hair before him. Old Ku, I appreciate your hard work, Suemo spoke earnestly, aware that this was Ku Mingyan's first encounter with such an experiment and that it might be difficult for him to accept. After handing over the cyborg dossier, he and Zhao Huaya departed the laboratory. It was indeed a formidable challenge to develop such a fearsome bioweapon in the current era. Even with Sumo's documentation, numerous human modification experiments would be necessary to achieve success. Yet, should they succeed, it would prove to be of even greater assistance than the superhuman blood serum. Sumo's mind wandered back to memories from his previous life. Envisioning the cyborgs, after countless improvements, executing a massacre against the zombie horde. Equipped with overwhelming firepower, they suppressed the onslaught, possessing physical capabilities far superior to those of superhumans, effortlessly dispatching the zombie kings amidst the throngs. Moreover, the cyborgs exhibited no fear, operating solely on the commands of their master. The only downside was the complexity of their creation, coupled with a minuscule chance of malfunction in his quest to eradicate the zombies plaguing Ingyang City and eliminate this unstable factor. Suemo began meticulous preparations in Gaohu City. As night descended, and the moon rose gradually, illuminating the darkened city, Zhao Huaya sensed something amiss with Suemo. His behavior was distinctly unusual. After persistent inquiries, Suemo finally divulged the details of Ingyang City's downfall to the zombie infestation and his plans to confront the approaching horde. How could you, Suemo? I sensed you were hiding something from me. Why would you withhold such important information? Zhao Huaya pouted, her cheeks flushed with irritation, enhancing her cuteness and prompting Su Mo to apologize profusely. After a brief physical altercation, they managed to resolve the matter. As midnight approached, Zhao Huaya had succumbed to exhaustion, sleeping soundly like an adorable little kitten, evoking an irresistible desire in Su Mo to cradle her in his arms. Embracing the slumbering Zhao Huaya, his eyes brimmed with tenderness and love. Then, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, Su Mo seemed to contemplate something, a faint glimmer igniting in his dark eyes. They are about to undergo mutations as well. Aren't they? Su Mo's mind began to meticulously recall the timeline of plant mutations from his previous life. It occurred several nights after the apocalypse had erupted, with the moon shining as brightly as it did now. The only difference was that on that fateful night, the moon emitted an eerie red glow, casting the entire night sky in a blood-red hue. The crimson light illuminated the earth, and under its influence, plants began to mutate. Human factions gazed at this bizarre sight in the night sky, gripped by panic. The dual threats of zombies and mutated beasts had already caused considerable distress among the leaders of various sanctuaries. If a third faction of mutated plants were to emerge, their struggles would intensify. However, it soon became apparent that the mutations occurring among plants differed significantly from the other two mutated species. Perhaps the delay in their transformation contributed to their unique characteristics. The mutated plants appeared fearsome in appearance, yet bore minimal offensive capabilities. Any they possessed were feeble. Some mutated flora even bore special fruits, enhancing speed, strength, defense, perception, and so forth, or contained rich energy capable of facilitating evolution in those who consumed them. Conversely, certain enticing fruits could result in severe poisoning or transformation into creatures even more dreadful than zombies. These rare plants capable of producing special fruits exhibited significant levels of aggression, seemingly having evolved a form of consciousness. This conclusion, drawn by numerous human experts, astonished many survivors who had not anticipated that even plants could evolve intelligence. As time passed, human survivors gradually discovered that some mutated plants yielded abundant, edible produce that posed no harm to the body. This revelation brought great joy to the leaders of various human sanctuaries, as the issue of food scarcity was mitigated to some extent. The same applied to zombies, who, having gone without blood and flesh for an extended period, would consume these mutated plants to sustain their existence in a state of hunger. It is precisely because the plants will soon undergo mutations that Su Mo has cultivated a vast array of flora within the Tianyuan gathering place, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Crimson Moon, which will trigger their transformation. He yearns to discover whether any of the cultivated plants will evolve into a unique mutated specimen. The appearance of mutated plants before and after their change can differ greatly. Su Mo finds himself unable to ascertain the original forms of those special mutated plants. Thus, relying solely on intuition, he collects several seemingly unique specimens from the city. He has designated a specific area within the expansive gathering place to plant these specimens among a hodgepodge of other flora. Hurry up and mutate. Let us see if fortune will smile upon us with the emergence of several extraordinary mutated plants. With a yawn, Su Mo reflects on his thoughts. Following the recent physical altercation, he now feels somewhat fatigued. Chapter 53. The Corpse King of Yinhua City and Gaohu City. Upon learning that Yingyang City has succumbed to a tide of zombies, Su Mo begins to devise strategies to counter the undead forces within. The Tianyuan gathering place has now established itself as the dominant power in Gaohu City. To continue its development, expansion into the surrounding cities is imperative. Should he succeed in subduing the zombie presence in Yingyang City, the growth rate of the Tianyuan gathering place will multiply exponentially, enhancing its renown and showcasing its formidable strength, thereby attracting more ordinary survivors seeking refuge. Moreover, powerful abilities will draw in more extraordinary individuals to join the might of the Tianyuan gathering place. Provided the number of grassroots survivors is sufficiently large, coupled with the impending mass production of ability serums, the number of extraordinary beings within the gathering place will surge dramatically. However, these serums are not freely given. Resources must be exchanged for them. With resources, the Tianyuan gathering place can grow even stronger, producing an increased supply of ability serums. This creates a beneficial cycle, but the crucial prerequisite remains the conquest of the zombie-infested Yingyang City. Even though the gathering place has developed new weaponry, Su Mo does not dare to underestimate a corpse king capable of toppling a city during this period. Fortunately, he possesses considerable strength himself. Wielding the rare and formidable special ability of Plundered in Ingyang City, Zhang Yu has not been idle, consolidating the wandering zombies into numerous legions, each comprising thousands to tens of thousands of undead. He has stationed them at critical locations throughout the city, commanded by his subordinate zombies of higher ranks. Should any external forces attempt to assault Ingyang City, they will be met with the immediate onslaught of these zombie legions. Additionally, Zhang Yu has stationed reinforcements within the city. If any faction of the zombie legions comes under attack, they will swiftly rush to provide support. Numerous zombies also wander the city. Even if human ability users manage to slip past the station legions outside the city, they are easily detected. Once discovered, they will be met with the frenzied advance of the undead tide. Zhang Yu has fortified Ingyang City to a formidable stronghold, gradually enhancing the defenses of his lair. He now plans to lead the zombie tide to conquer other cities. As for which nearby city to attack first, Zhang Yu is yet to decide. Should he draw lots? Might that be a bit too hasty? Standing atop the highest building in the city, his crimson eyes surveying the surroundings, Zhang Yu contemplates the next city to conquer. Some elite zombies from the tide must remain behind to guard the lair. Having amassed such a formidable base, he must be prudent in his choices. The elite zombies tasked with protecting Zhang Yu at the base of the tower speculate among themselves. What is the boss doing? Why is he climbing so high? Do not question too much. The boss has his reasons for doing so. Could it be that the boss is absorbing the essence of the sun and moon? No wonder he has become so powerful. I must try that someday. Oh, you think. If the boss were to fall from up there, would he die? Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupts their discussion as a bolt of blue lightning descends from the clear sky, striking the very zombie that had posed the question. Boss, I was wrong. A scream echoes among the zombies, and the others quickly fall silent, realizing that their leader could hear their chatter. What strange questions are they asking? Zhang Yu thinks, shaking his head as he retracts the lightning energy from his palm. Though he is perched high above, he can hear the conversations of his subordinates quite clearly. Upon hearing one of them speculate about whether he would fall to his demise, Zhang Yu decided to impart a small lesson to that second-tier zombie. Such questions are akin to asking if my eyes are dry after I have been slicing through the heavens without a blink. As Zhang Yu ponders which city to lead the tide against next, a swarm of slow-moving, grotesque zombies suddenly appears at the edge of Ingyang City. They emit deep, guttural growls, resembling a black tide surging forth. As they approach the outskirts of Ingyang City, they come to a halt. Among them are numerous ordinary zombies, as well as stronger, more sinister elite zombies. It is evident that they do not belong to Zhang Yu's ranks. They are commanded by another Corpse King. Truly, a Corpse King capable of toppling a city in this time is an imposing force, and the aura of the zombies under his command is formidable indeed. Among the tide, a particularly eerie zombie floats just above the ground, a hint of a smirk on its lips, its gaze icy. This is the Corpse King known as Tyrant, who has just led his tide to this location and is now sensing the presence of zombies within Ingyang City. A Corpse King capable of bringing down an entire city during this era undoubtedly commands powerful subordinates. Tyrant's tattered clothing shows no signs of decay, protected by an unseen force. Most striking are the long, slender horns protruding from his head, which glow faintly with a deep black hue, as if imbued with boundless power. His skin is a deep gray, his stature towering, with pitch-black pupils resembling a bottomless abyss. Projecting an eerie and enigmatic presence, he exudes the terrifying aura of a fifth-tier Corpse King. His circumstances mirror those of Su Mo. In his previous life, he was a powerful ninth-tier Corpse Emperor who awakened a rare mental power ability, only to be unexpectedly reborn on the very day the apocalypse erupted. Utilizing the advantages of being a reborn entity, his evolution proceeded at an astonishing pace, allowing him to swiftly decimate the human strongholds within the city. After devouring vast amounts of flesh and blood, he successfully evolved into a fifth-tier Corpse King in Inhua City. The emergence of Tyrant, this reborn Corpse King, has catalyzed the rise of the zombie forces within. The human factions are in dire straits, unable to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the undead tide. Before long, news will spread from the surrounding cities that Inhua City has also fallen to the zombie horde. Countless human survivors flee in terror to other cities, overwhelmed by the horror of the zombie presence in Inhua City. Some survivors from Ingyang City, unaware of the unfolding events, inadvertently find themselves caught in a perilous situation, having barely escaped one danger only to stumble into another. Upon reaching the outskirts of Ingyang City, they are swiftly regarded as fresh prey by the zombie legions stationed there. This information is promptly relayed to Zhang Yu. In recent days, the influx of unsuspecting victims has seemed somewhat greater than before. Upon learning of this, Zhang Yu does not pay it much mind, as such occurrences transpire almost weekly. There are always those reckless individuals, self-assured in their abilities, who venture into Yingyang City to hunt zombies, only to find themselves becoming the hunted. Chapter 54. Advancing towards Yingyang City while Tyrant was annihilating the human stronghold in Yinhua City. He inadvertently came across the news that Yingyang City had also succumbed to the zombie forces. Upon hearing this, Tyrant became intrigued by the undead presence within Yingyang City. In his past life, he recalled that no formidable corpse king had emerged within Yingyang City during this period, let alone one capable of engulfing the entire city. Tyrant quickly deduced that his rebirth may have caused a butterfly effect, resulting in the emergence of a powerful corpse king that was not meant to exist in Yingyang City. This revelation fueled Tyrant's curiosity about Zhang Yu. He yearns to personally visit Yingyang City to gauge the strength of the newly emerged corpse king. As a reborn corpse king, he understands the challenges of conquering an entire city at this juncture. Yet, what intrigues him is that this corpse king in Yingyang City has managed to bring the city to its knees before he, with the advantage of rebirth, could do so. In Tyrant's recollections, the human factions within Yingyang City were not weak. Many strong human beings had emerged from there. How then did such a formidable force fall so easily? This realization engendered thoughts of subjugating Zhang Yu. If such a powerful corpse king were to submit to him, combined with his own rebirth advantages, leading a tide of zombies to conquer the entire Yun nation would be within reach. He might even evolve to the coveted 10th tier after the entire nation falls. However, persuading a corpse king with the strength to conquer an entire city to submit will undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. However, how would one know the outcome without attempting? Thus, after the tyrant obliterated all human factions within Yingyang City, he led nearly 300,000 zombies, a vast sea of darkness, to the outskirts of Yingyang City. His intention was to venture into Yingyang City and confront the formidable corpse king residing there. If he could successfully persuade it with his eloquence, it would be nothing short of ideal. This would allow him to effortlessly assimilate the opposing horde of undead, thereby expanding his territory to encompass 2 cities in an instant. Furthermore, he would gain an additional powerful general under his command, making future conquests of other cities significantly more efficient. Should the opposing force fail to recognize their situation, the tyrant was prepared to demonstrate the terrifying power of a 9th-tier corpse emperor from his previous life. Although he currently stood at the 5th tier, he had successfully awakened his domain. Perhaps due to the extraordinary circumstances of his rebirth, his strength upon awakening the domain surpassed that of his 5th-tier self in his previous existence. He was confident in his ability to defeat the Yingyang Corpse King while in a state of domain activation. Even if the opponent had also awakened their domain, he, as a former 9th-tier Corpse Emperor, had acquired the exceedingly rare psychic abilities. The combat techniques he had mastered in the state of his domain would undoubtedly exceed those of this unexpectedly birthed 5th-tier Corpse King. Should he manage to subdue this 5th-tier Corpse King, it would equate to subjugating its horde. Such a powerful Corpse King must submit to my command. The tyrant, sensing the undead aura emanating from Yingyang City, brimmed with confidence. This time, he personally took action. Determined to compel the Corpse King within to yield, boss, ahead lies Yingyang City. It is said that the 5th-tier Corpse King within is quite formidable. Are we truly to engage in battle with them? A towering zombie, exuding a fierce and chilling aura, approached the tyrant to inquire respectfully, boss, it seems the Yingyang Corpse King possesses considerable strength. Are we really going to engage in battle? Another large zombie, adorned with sharp fangs and a cruel glint in its eyes, asked curiously. The two were the tyrant's most capable generals, known as Tiansha and Disha, whom he had encountered during the chaotic downfall of human strongholds in Yingyang City. Recognizing their potential, he took them under his wing. However, the tyrant had no recollection of these 2 zombies from his past life. Whether they had perished midway through their growth or for some other reason remained a mystery. Are you afraid? The tyrant retorted, hovering in midair, responding to his subordinates' inquiries. His purpose today could be viewed as seeking battle, or perhaps not. It would ultimately depend on the choice of the Yingyang Corpse King. Although he sensed the strength of the Yingyang Corpse King's minions ahead, his own subordinates were equally formidable. Boss, we certainly are not afraid. But there is no need for us to provoke them at this moment, right? Since the Ingyang Corpse King can also corrupt cities, their strength should be on par with ours. If we engage in conflict, neither side will benefit, Tiansha and Disha urged, attempting to dissuade the tyrant. In their view, the human factions in Yinxing City had already been eradicated. They could now focus on eliminating the mutated beast factions in the suburbs, continuing to grow their power and enhance their horde. There was no necessity to provoke the equally strong Ingyang Corpse King. Should both hordes engage in a mutual annihilation, it would ultimately benefit the humans. Before the tyrant could respond, other subordinate zombies could no longer contain their rebuttals. Hmph, Tiansha, Disha, what are you even saying? If you're scared, just go back. Exactly. The boss has always treated you too well, yet you're cowering at a crucial moment. Don't worry with me, Gangya around. I'll guarantee we can break into the Ingyang Corpse King's lair. Most of those who spoke up were lower-tier zombies with limited intelligence. Their minds were solely fixated on slaughter. Even if Tiansha and Disha were stronger than them, they dared to speak out. Tiansha and Disha chose to ignore them, recognizing there was no point in conversing with such single-minded zombies. They could only hope the tyrant would heed their counsel or retreat to Yinxing City to devise a more detailed plan. However, if the boss insisted on engaging the Ingyang Corpse King in battle, they would not shy away. The strongest generals under the tyrant were not to be underestimated. Let us strive to avoid conflict. My purpose here is not to annihilate them, that I wish for the Ingyang Corpse King to submit to me, the tyrant declared, emanating a powerful psychic energy, cutting through the squabbling among his subordinates to reveal his true intent. He was well aware of Tiansha and Disha's concerns, perhaps even more than they realized. But if he could successfully subdue the Ingyang Corpse King, it would all be worthwhile. Understood, boss. The other subordinate zombies, along with Tiansha and Disha, wisely fell silent. Having made up his mind, the tyrant led his legion, a black torrent of undead, toward the outskirts of Ingyang City, eager to gauge the strength of the horde that had claimed the city. Chapter 55. Exercising restraint, the tyrant advanced with his horde from Yinxing City toward Ingyang City. The cacophony created by the tens of thousands of zombies traversing the desolate roads would soon be detected by the zombie legion stationed here under Zhang Yu's command. The leaders of the legion, Si, Wu, and Ashur, had evolved to the third tier and were currently patrolling with tens of thousands of their horde, ensuring no humans could enter Ingyang City from this direction. During this time, they had captured numerous humans, including survivors and ability users. While they were patrolling, Ashur suddenly halted, his eyes glimmering as if sensing something amiss. Ashur, what's wrong? Wu asked curiously, noticing Ashur's sudden stillness. However, Ashur did not respond. Instead, he focused on enhancing his perception. Ashur's awakened ability was perception. He could detect subtle movements that others could not. It seemed something was afoot nearby, and they should not disturb him just yet. Could there be an intruder? I'm not sure. Let us remain vigilant and see what Ashur reports. Wu and Si exchanged glances, swiftly instructing their minions to be on high alert. After several seconds, Ashur's expression turned menacing. There are enemies invading. I perceive faint movements approaching us. Before Ashur could finish, he was interrupted by Si. Enemies invading? That's splendid. Watch me tear these intruders to shreds. Si, a strength-type zombie, was not particularly bright. Upon hearing of an invasion, he became instantly excited and rushed to confront the enemy. Wait, let me finish. Ashur seized Si to prevent him from charging ahead. From the dense and unfamiliar undead aura I sensed, there are at least tens of thousands of them. They are definitely not our kind. They must be from the neighboring city's zombie faction. If Si rushed in, it would be akin to seeking death. Tens of thousands? Si was taken aback, surprised to learn that the invaders were also zombies and in such large numbers. Wu, you're fast. Quickly report this intel back to the boss. Si, come with me to intercept that horde. Ashur recognized that this enemy was formidable, necessitating the boss's personal involvement. He immediately instructed Wu to relay the information while he and Si prepared to hold off the encroaching horde and buy time until reinforcements arrived. Despite the vast disparity in numbers, they would not back down. All right, hold the line. I'll notify the boss at once. Wu understood the gravity of the unfamiliar zombie horde's invasion. He exerted all his energy to unleash his abilities and raced toward the depths of the city. As an agility-type zombie, his speed was remarkable when fully channeling his powers, and he soon would relay the information to Zhang Yu. Si, let us go. Ashur emanated a fierce aura, leading Asi and tens of thousands of their horde to intercept the approaching zombie tide. Have they discovered us so quickly? Quite the vigilance, the tyrant mused as he sensed a small horde of zombies rapidly approaching their location. It appeared they had detected him and intended to intercept. Thousands of zombies attempting to halt nearly 300,000 was an audacious move that genuinely impressed the tyrant. Were the Ingyang Corpse King's subordinates truly so courageous? Boss, rest assured, with us here, we will ensure this horde has no way back. Tian Sha, Disha, and the tyrant's other subordinates radiated an inherent ferocity, ready to eliminate the zombies that had discovered them. No, let us refrain from engaging them for now. The tyrant's pupils glinted with a hint of darkness as he shook his head. His primary objective was to subjugate the Ingyang Corpse King, not to engage in a territorial battle to the death. Perhaps the horde that had discovered them could eventually become his subordinates. If they killed the enemy's minions outright, how could he expect them to yield? At that point, rather than submitting, the remaining zombies might unite and fight back with all their might. But boss, what if they strike first? What should we do? One subordinate asked, voicing a critical concern. Their current actions were indeed an incursion into the Ingyang Corpse King's territory. If the enemy initiated an attack, would they fight back or hold their ground? The tyrant listened to his subordinate's inquiry, a hint of a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I trust that the followers of the Corpse King of Ingyang are not so foolish. Unless they truly seek their demise. If the horde of corpses advancing towards them dares to attack, the tyrant would not hesitate to use his telekinetic powers to crush the skulls of the few high-ranking zombies among them. Killing a few of these mindless, brutish creatures would likely not concern the Corpse King of Ingyang too much. However, if possible, he preferred to avoid direct confrontation. The tyrant was uncertain of the Corpse King's temperament. It was indeed troublesome. Leading the horde of corpses ever closer to Ingyang City, the tyrant effortlessly lifted the boulders blocking their path to either side with his telekinesis. Weeds were uprooted and sent soaring several meters into the air before landing on the surrounding abandoned structures. Stop! Asi bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder as he gazed at the approaching tide of blackened corpses. The tens of thousands of zombie subordinates around him echoed his ferocity with their own menacing roars. Warning the enemy. There seemed to be even more than I had sensed. This zombie king is formidable, seemingly on par with our leader, Ashur, taken aback by the unfamiliar horde and the floating zombie hovering at low altitude. Sensed the terrifying aura emanating from it. This creature, a fifth-tier corpse king, possessed abilities that were exceedingly peculiar. Ashur could not discern what powers allowed this corpse king to float. Its appearance was equally strange, adorned with a pair of horns atop its head. However, one thing was certain. This corpse king had the strength to easily annihilate both him and Asi. This is our territory. You have crossed the line. Asi shouted, bracing against the pressure exerted by the floating corpse king. The tyrant turned his gaze towards the muscular Asi, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his obsidian eyes. When did such an insignificant creature gain the audacity to converse with me? As a former ninth-tier corpse emperor, the tyrant possessed his own pride. Had it not been for his desire to subdue the Corpse King of Ingyang, he would have eliminated this simple-minded, brute force zombie at the very first utterance. Chapter 56. The meeting of the Corpse King's boss. Should we eliminate them? A subordinate, sensing something amiss in the tyrant's tone, inquired with a fierce expression. Once the tyrant issued the command to attack, they would rush forward at lightning speed to deal with this horde of corpses. The advantage lay with them. Yet the audacity of the small leader commanding these tens of thousands of zombies was infuriating. Igniting a desire to show them their might. No, we will assess the situation upon encountering the Corpse King of Ingyang. The tyrant suppressed the flames of anger within him, his gaze icy. The primary objective now was to persuade the Corpse King of Ingyang. We must not engage in conflict with his horde before he reveals himself. Otherwise, a battle is inevitable. The tyrant sensed the approach of numerous zombies from deep within Ingyang City, indicating that the Corpse King would soon make an appearance. Clearly aware of the commotion, he would wait to see what choice the enemy would make before deciding on action. The tyrant projected a wave of telekinetic energy, instantly appearing before the horde of corpses, addressing the powerful zombie that had just shouted at him. Though not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. Please allow the Corpse King of Ingyang to come forth, or permit us to seek him out ourselves. The tyrant felt that this was the most courteous he had been since his rebirth, especially when addressing a third-tier zombie. In his previous life, as a ninth-tier corpse emperor, no lower-tier zombie had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ingyang Corpse King, is he seeking our leader? Asi glanced at Ashur, who was bristling with readiness for battle. Indeed, but given their demeanor, it seems their intent may not be entirely benign. Ashur, with a fierce glint in his eyes, fixed his gaze on the floating fifth-tier Corpse King ahead. Behind him stood at least several 100,000 zombies. Tio claimed they bore no malice here was an insult to their intelligence. Thankfully, the enemy had yet to strike. Otherwise, their tens of thousands of zombies would surely have been overwhelmed. Our leader will arrive shortly. Ashur reflected for a moment before calling out to the tyrant. Based on time, Asan should have reported the situation here to their leader by now. They merely needed to hold off the horde until reinforcements arrived. Just as Ashur finished speaking, a resounding rumble echoed from deep within Ingyang City. An immensely terrifying aura surged forth, darkening the sky. The previously azure expanse was soon shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. Brilliant lightning streaked across the heavens. The leader is here. It is his aura, wonderful. With the thunderous roar, Ashur and his companions felt their blood boil with excitement. The ordinary zombies around them also expressed their exhilaration with frantic howls. The rumbling from the sky heralded Zhang Yu's imminent arrival, and they could finally cease fearing the eerie floating fifth-tier Corpse King. Facing a fifth-tier Corpse King had placed them under tremendous pressure. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc in my domain. Zhang Yu's gaze gleamed with a fierce intensity, his voice resonating with anger and authority, as though an infinite power surged within him. Upon learning of the zombie horde's intrusion into his territory, he had swiftly led over 100,000 zombies from the city to this location. Like a black ocean, the tide of corpses surged past the abandoned buildings of the city, converging alongside Ashur and his companions. They emitted a triumphant roar, standing defiantly against the opposing horde, and their numbers continued to swell. Zombies from the entire city were drawn to this confrontation. Zhang Yu had not anticipated that the first large-scale invasion of his territory would be by a zombie faction rather than a human one. However, since they dared to come, they would not leave Ingyang City unscathed. This city was not one to be entered or exited at will. The Ingyang Corpse King had appeared, exuding a powerful aura, awakened by lightning abilities. The tyrant, floating at low altitude, sensed the overwhelming presence of the fifth-tier Corpse King approaching. His dark eyes glimmering with intrigue, a Corpse King awakened with lightning abilities was indeed rare. Yet, the tyrant did not recall any such powerful zombie awakening in Ingyang City during his previous life. He gazed at the figure speeding towards him from the city, clearly the target of his search, the Ingyang Corpse King. However, the other's temperament appeared somewhat volatile. If persuasion through words failed, the ensuing battle would likely be fierce. Follow my orders when the time comes, the tyrant instructed his subordinates. Should a confrontation with the Ingyang Corpse King become necessary, he would activate his domain to decisively subdue him. The tyrant was confident that, in a domain battle of equal tiers, this Corpse King would not be his match. Understood, boss. The tyrant's subordinates, sensing the fifth-tier Corpse King's battle intent emanating from Zhang Yu, revealed a frenzied gleam in their eyes. The bloodthirsty and violent nature of zombies was fully displayed. At that moment, the booming thunder grew increasingly deafening. Zhang Yu, crackling with powerful electricity, arrived on the scene, his gaze radiating an icy chill. Boss, you have finally arrived. The surrounding zombies erupted in excitement upon witnessing Zhang Yu's arrival. You all performed admirably, but should you encounter a similar situation in the future, feel free to retreat and seek reinforcements. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifice. Your lives are paramount. Zhang Yu's warm gaze fell upon Asi and Ashur, reminding them once more. Charging with tens of thousands of zombies against nearly 300,000 was indeed courageous. But such valor was unnecessary. Thankfully, the opposing force had not struck first. Otherwise, Ashur and his companions would have met their demise. Understood, boss. Ashur and the others committed Zhang Yu's words to memory. Also relaying the tyrant's earlier remarks. By the way, boss, the leading Corpse King over there expressed a desire to meet you. I understand. Zhang Yu nodded and swiftly moved past the horde of zombies, leaving behind only an afterimage to confront the tyrant in a standoff between the Corpse Kings. Since the enemy had refrained from annihilating his subordinates, Zhang Yu would extend a courtesy, albeit reluctantly, to hear what this fifth-tier intruder sought in his territory. "I hear you are looking for me?" Zhang Yu's eyes glinted with a crimson hue, his expression cold. Leading nearly 300,000 corpses into his territory was hardly benign. Utilizing the system, Zhang Yu scanned the information of the intruder. Ding, scan successful, special creature detected. Level, 5th tier Corpse King, domain awakened, name, Tyrant ability, telekinetic power identity, reborn Corpse King description. A former 9th tier Corpse Emperor, accidentally reborn on the day of the apocalypse in Silverling City, a reborn Corpse King. Zhang Yu marveled at the additional information displayed on the system page regarding this entity's identity and background. Chapter 57. You have brought this upon yourself, so he is a reincarnated being. And no wonder this zombie has managed to evolve into a 5th-tier Corpse King so swiftly, and his power seems formidable. Yet, what does he seek from me? Zhang Yu was filled with questions, growing ever more curious about this reincarnated Corpse King. Leading a throng of densely packed corpses to his territory, he appeared anything but benevolent. Yet, he himself was no easy target. What of the 9th Order Corpse King from his previous life? Should they dare to make a move, Zhang Yu possessed ample confidence in his ability to permanently entrench them within Yingyang City. The undisputed sovereign of Yingyang City was not to be trifled with. However, Zhang Yu was curious to hear what the other party sought, and he was not in a hurry to engage in combat. Yingyang Corpse King, you have finally emerged. Do not be alarmed at as I conveyed to your underling moments ago. I come with no ill intentions, the tyrant remarked, a sinister smile curling upon his lips upon seeing Zhang Yu. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yu and felt quite pleased. Such a formidable Corpse King must bow to his command. Get to the point. I lack the time to indulge in idle chatter. Zhang Yu retorted, crackling electricity enveloping him, his gaze frigid. He was disinclined to listen to the tyrant's excessive prattle and merely wished to ascertain the purpose behind the latter's incursion into his domain. Ha ha! Floating in the air, the tyrant chuckled, undeterred by Zhang Yu's icy tone. His actions were already tantamount to an invasion of the other's territory. The Yingyang Corpse King, wrapped in intense currents of electricity, had not yet struck, which was already a concession. I am the Corpse King from the neighboring Silver Frost City. The tide of corpses under my command is not inferior to yours. I can sense your strength. But if we join forces, we will become an unstoppable force. We are both noble Corpse Kings. We should unite to establish the rules of this apocalyptic world, rather than engage in endless conflict. What do you think? If we consolidate our forces, the powers of the surrounding cities will be unable to withstand us. We shall evolve into the mightiest Corpse Kings of the Cloud Nation, and perhaps even the world. The tyrant's voice was like enticing honey, brimming with boundless temptation. After his declaration, he awaited Zhang Yu's response, eager to see how the latter would choose. Should Zhang Yu acquiesce to his line of thought, it would signify that the plan was already half successful. If the Yingyang Corpse King were to be swayed, he would inevitably inquire who would take the lead. At that moment, he could challenge Zhang Yu one-on-one, unleashing his domain to defeat the Yingyang Corpse King and compel him to submit to his rule. The tyrant calculated his scheme in silence. Joining forces, you say? Very well. You have come to me willingly. Zhang Yu mused, a peculiar smile suddenly gracing his lips as he gazed at the tyrant hovering in the AI in his mind. He commanded the system, activate the mark of enslavement on the 5th Order Corpse King floating before me. Ding, target confirmed, enslavement in progress. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, the tyrant, still unable to comprehend Zhang Yu's implication, began to tremble violently. The dark light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a vacant and bewildered expression, only to be swiftly restored to normalcy. However, the tyrant's mindset had undergone a significant transformation, his gaze towards Zhang Yu now brimming with submission. Zhang Yu received a notification from the system. Ding, the mark of enslavement has been successfully activated. 1-1, name, Tyrant Loyalty, 100 description, an utterly loyal servant to T-Next. As Zhang Yu fully assimilates the tide of corpses under the tyrant's command, he shall emerge as the most formidable zombie force in the central region of the Cloud Nation. In the days that follow, Zhang Yu integrates the more powerful subordinates of the tyrant into his elite zombie squad. Since they will all be his followers from now on, there is no need for any preferential treatment. Zhang Yu also employs the Radiance of Enhancement on them, augmenting their combat prowess. Due to the limited numbers, he expels some of the weaker zombies. Only the strong are worthy of receiving the benefits of the radiance of enhancement. Among the tyrant's subordinates who were enhanced are Tian Sha and Di Sha. Through system scanning, Zhang Yu perceives that both possess considerable potential. The tyrant's subordinates indeed have some skill. How remarkable! I feel my strength has significantly increased. How is this even possible? They are filled with astonishment, never expecting that their new leader possesses such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the magnitude of the enhancement is astonishing. It appears their new leader is even more terrifying than they had imagined. Perhaps he has some bizarre powers they have yet to witness. Zhang Yu incorporates nearly 300,000 zombies brought by the tyrant into his own horde. The numbers of each zombie legion have substantially increased. Observing that Zhang Yu does not treat them differently, the tyrant's subordinates gradually begin to relax, mingling with Zhang Yu's followers and exchanging boasts about their achievements. Both sides are curious about how the other managed to conquer entire cities. In the urban area of Yingyang City, within Zhang Yu's villa stronghold, the tyrant informs Zhang Yu of the current situation in Yinling City. The entire urban area has been completely overrun by the tide of corpses led by the tyrant, with human factions annihilated entirely. The situation resembles that of Yingyang City almost precisely. In addition to the 20,000 zombies he brought along, there are still millions of zombies remaining in Yinling City to maintain its defenses. Most importantly, there is a fourth-tier mutated Beast King lurking in the mountains and forests of Yinling City. A fourth-tier mutated Beast King. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes gleam with excitement. This represents a tenth of the evolution value. It is just the opportunity he needs to eliminate the fourth-tier mutated Beast King while claiming the new territory of Yinling City. Subsequently, the tyrant explains that in due time, plants will also undergo mutations. However, Zhang Yu remains particularly intrigued by the fourth-tier mutated Beast King in the mountains of Yinling City. According to the tyrant, the mutated plants will not pose much of a threat as their mutations occur later. Zhang Yu feels reassured. Otherwise, with so much vegetation in the urban area, if they were to mutate and attack the surrounding zombies, it would indeed be a headache. After listening to the tyrant's account, Zhang Yu resolves to head to Yinling City to seize the tyrant's territory and simultaneously eliminate the fourth-tier mutated Beast King. Chapter 59. The Pitiful Reborn Corpse King. Time waits for no one. So Zhang Yu decides to return to Yinling City to deal with the fourth-tier Beast King. After arranging the defenses around Yingyang City, he prepares to follow the tyrant back to Yinling City alone, opting not to bring along any extra subordinates or hordes of zombies for swift action. The primary objective of entering Yinling City is to eliminate the fourth-tier mutated Beast King in the mountains, requiring no large-scale mobilization like when he dealt with the mutated Tiger King previously. The tyrant's territory still harbors a considerable number of zombies, sufficient to handle the beast tide in the mountains. Eliminating a mere fourth-tier mutated Beast King does not necessitate the deployment of the horde from Yingyang City. Moreover, with the tyrant, a fifth-tier Corpse King, present, Zhang Yu will have the opportunity to witness the tyrant's prowess firsthand. Zhang Yu is currently quite curious about the true strength of the tyrant, who was a ninth-tier Corpse Emperor in his past life. Based on Zhang Yu's keen perception, without activating his domain, the tyrant should possess about a third of his strength. What remains unknown is the extent of his power when the domain is activated, as Zhang Yu has yet to experience it. Having consumed 2 different quality enhancement serums, Zhang Yu's strength has reached a formidable level. At present, he finds that ordinary 5th-tier beings pose no challenge to him. Even awakened domain users, unless they possess particularly troublesome abilities, can be easily dispatched by Zhang Yu. This gives him considerable confidence that he can permanently keep the tyrant, a fellow 5th-tier Corpse King, in Yingyang City upon their first encounter. While telekinetic abilities are not weak, they do not meet Zhang Yu's standards for particularly troublesome powers, such as those involving time, space, or other peculiarities. Ensure the stronghold is secure. I will return shortly. Zhang Yu instructs Ai and the others before departing, urging them to guard against any incursions from surrounding cities into Yingyang City. Rest assured, boss, with us here, not even a mutated fly will get through. Indeed. Go ahead, boss. If any of those human or mutated beasts dare to approach, I'll tear them to shreds. The class zombie subordinates fervently assure Zhang Yu after receiving his instructions. With the addition of over 20,000 zombies from the tyrant, the numbers of each zombie legion have increased significantly, making both ordinary and class zombies even more powerful than before. They now eagerly anticipate the arrival of forces from the surrounding cities into Yingyang City, as it would provide them with ample opportunity to feast on flesh and blood. Let us depart. After briefing his subordinates, Zhang Yu turns to the tyrant and declares, with the speed of the two fifth-tier Corpse Kings, they can reach Yinling City within half a day when fully unleashing their abilities. Yes, boss. The tyrant responds with utmost respect, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he displayed upon entering Yingyang City. He never imagined that Zhang Yu, who has taken root in Yingyang City, would turn out to be such a formidable opponent. Not only has he failed to accomplish his goals, but he has also become Zhang Yu's subordinate. Truly a pitiful reborn Corpse King. The two fifth-tier Corpse Kings swiftly navigate through the outskirts of Yingyang City and soon enter the desolate and eerie realm of Yinling City, where the air is thick with a rancid stench. Chapter 60. Change of ownership, boss, please. The tyrant gazes toward the direction of Yinling City, addressing Zhang Yu with reverence. Let us proceed. Zhang Yu feels the currents of electricity coursing through him, narrowing his eyes slightly as he nods and strides toward Yinling City. Under the tyrant's guidance, Zhang Yu enters the urban area of Yinling City. Observing the surrounding scene, Zhang Yu feels a sense of melancholy. No matter how prosperous a city once was, it cannot escape the fate of becoming ruins under the erosion of time after the apocalypse. After spending half a day, Zhang Yu takes control of the tide of corpses within the city from the tyrant. What is happening here? The tyrant's subordinates left to guard the stronghold in Yinling City look on in bewilderment. They have inexplicably changed leaders. The number of corpses is quite impressive. Zhang Yu smiles slightly after assessing the current quantity of corpses in Yinling City. As expected from the territory of a reborn Corpse King, even with the loss of over 20,000 zombies that have been assimilated, the remaining number is still formidable. There are millions, however. Zhang Yu's smile abruptly fades. While the quantity of corpses is ample, their combat effectiveness is concerning. Why are they all so weak and decrepit? Some zombies, having gone a prolonged period without consuming flesh and blood, have begun to rot. Their muscles slack and emaciated, emanating a strong stench. If they were to assault a human settlement of several thousand, they would likely sacrifice tens of thousands in the attempt. Goodness, the elite forces in Yinling City have all been taken away by this tyrant. What remains are nothing but the dregs. At this rate, they might fall apart if they stumble while walking. These decaying zombies are typically used as cannon fodder by the class zombies. Zhang Yu's territory also has a fair share of such zombies, but their condition is somewhat better compared to that of Yinling City. This is because the mutated beast forces in the mountains of Yingyang City have been cultivated. If Zhang Yu's subordinates grow hungry, they can hunt in the mountains themselves. The zombies capable of fighting effectively in Yinling City have mostly been taken away by the tyrant. Among the remaining millions, the majority are either used as cannon fodder or have become weaker due to prolonged starvation. Nevertheless, with both Zhang Yu and the tyrant, two fifth-tier Corpse Kings present, they are more than capable of dealing with the mutated beast forces in Yinling City. Let me take a look. Zhang Yu gathers the tide of corpses in Yinling City and selects several 100,000 based on their strength. He intends to lead them into the mountains of Yinling to eliminate the mutated beast forces. This selection is meticulously crafted from the millions, ensuring they possess stronger combat capabilities compared to the remaining zombies. They will suffice for temporarily holding off the beast tide. The fourth-tier Beast King will not withstand long against the combined might of Zhang Yu and the tyrant, after which they can turn back to address the remaining beast tide. Zhang Yu plans to weaken the mutated beast forces in the mountains of Yinling City and cultivate them as well, allowing for continuous harvesting of mutated beasts. Let us set forth. After selecting the wave of corpses for this expedition, a flicker of excitement gleamed in Zhang Yu's crimson eyes. He led the horde of the undead towards the Silver Ling Mountain Forest. A tenth of his evolution value was within reach, bringing him one step closer to evolving into a sixth-tier Corpse King. Zhang Yu had already regarded the fourth-tier mutated Beast King within the Silver Ling Mountain Forest as a prize waiting to be claimed. A smile of delight involuntarily gracing his lips, this fourth-tier mutated Beast King was an unexpected windfall. He had not anticipated that the tyrant would act so swiftly. Upon hearing of his exploits, the tyrant had hastened, not even taking the time to eliminate the fourth-tier mutated Beast King within Silver Ling City, instead leading a battalion of elite zombies to confront him. The tide of corpses surged through the dilapidated structures of Silver Ling City. Resembling a sea of death, they moved with a staggering gait, slow yet imbued with an unstoppable force. Among them, the terrifying aura of two fifth-tier Corpse Kings permeated the air. Roar. the massive horde slowly advanced into the Silverling suburbs, where mutated beasts held dominion, emitting deep, resonant growls as they caught the scent of the mutated beasts wafting through the air. The mutated beasts, witnessing the approaching zombies and their provocative roars, refused to back down, issuing warnings to the horde to vacate their territory. Chapter 61. The Mutated Bear King. What a nuisance. Zhang Yu's tone was exceedingly indifferent. The tens of thousands of beasts occupying the suburbs had only a maximum level of 3-tiered mutated beasts, which failed to pique Zhang Yu's interest. Just as he intended to swiftly eliminate this beast tide, he was halted by the tyrant beside him. "Boss, allow me to handle this," the tyrant said, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the horde that continued to roar at them. To him, this beast tide was little more than a swarm of ants. Even if the Beast King commanding them appeared, they would be no match. "Very well, it's yours to take," Zhang Yu replied, retracting his hand which had been crackling with blue energy. He was eager to witness the tyrant's prowess. "Boss, just watched." In an instant, the tyrant levitated just above the ground, positioning himself at the forefront of the horde. He gazed calmly at the beast tide blocking his path, his dark eyes shimmering with profound light. The pair of deep black horns atop his head radiated a faint glow, and the terrifying aura of a 5th-tier corpse king surged forth, impacting the tens of thousands of beasts in the suburbs. "This is bad. Retreat quickly. A 5th-tier corpse king, damn it. How did we encounter such a terrifying foe?" The 3-tiered mutated beasts commanding the suburban horde sensed the overwhelming aura of the 5th-tier corpse king. The few larger 3-tiered mutated beasts displayed panic on their fierce faces. They were merely tier 3. There was no way they could withstand a 5th-tier corpse king. Their commanding beast king was only tier 4. This was their first encounter with a 5th-tier being, and the aura radiating from the tyrant was far more terrifying than that of the 4-tier beast king that ruled over them. Faced with such a formidable corpse king, their only option was to flee. The beast tide, under the guidance of several 3-tiered mutated beasts, began a hasty retreat, hoping to escape into the dense forest behind them and seek refuge under their beast king. Alas, it was too late. "Heh, do you think you can escape?" A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the tyrant's dark eyes. Suddenly, he let out a low growl. His hands swiftly formed seals, and the horns atop his head emitted a powerful energy. In an instant, a formidable wave of mental energy surged forth, directly striking the retreating beast tide. Roar. During their escape, the beast tide struck by the mental force was swept away like leaves in a tempest, some even being obliterated, their blood and flesh scattering. Several fragile structures crumbled under the impact of the tyrant's mental attack, producing deafening sounds, and many fleeing mutated beasts were crushed beneath the debris. The 3-tiered mutated beasts were left dazed and disoriented by the mental force. How terrifying. "No, I cannot die here. Run, run." Yet they did not abandon their flight, attempting to seize the opportunity during the tyrant's assault to flee into the forest. However, their minds were in turmoil, unable to regain their bearings. They lost their sense of direction amidst the derelict structures, colliding wildly. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the tyrant standing in the low air. Resembling an insurmountable mountain, a hint of satisfaction flickered in the tyrant's gaze, as if he were admiring his own masterpiece. The tens of thousands of beasts were effortlessly dismantled by the tyrant alone. Those mutated beasts fortunate enough to survive gazed in terror at the formidable figure hovering above them before they could continue their escape. Another familiar wave of mental energy surged towards them, accompanied by the deafening sounds of collapsing structures. With the continuous cacophony of falling buildings, the beast tide rapidly disintegrated. Only a scant few of the more fortunate mutated beasts, severely injured, managed to escape into the distance. The wave of terrifying mental energy unleashed by the tyrant was an area attack. "Boss, please enjoy," the tyrant said, extracting the crystal cores from the few 3-tiered mutated beasts within the horde and presenting them to Zhang Yu with reverence. "Very well, onward," Zhang Yu responded, taking the crystal cores and consuming them. The energy surged through his body, and he licked his lips in satisfaction as he commanded the horde of corpses to continue their advance towards the Silverling Mountain Forest. These 3-tiered crystal cores were merely appetizers. The real feast awaited in the form of the crystal core from the 4th-tier Beast King. The tyrant flew low ahead of the horde, clearing the path by levitating the surrounding collapsed buildings and tossing them aside, while also discarding the corpses of the deceased mutated beasts into the horde. Roar! The zombies erupted in excited howls as they quickly devoured the corpses of the mutated beasts that the tyrant had cast into their midst. It had been quite a while since they had feasted on flesh and blood. The psychic powers of the tyrant were quite convenient, Zhang Yu mused, watching the tyrant clear the path ahead. He recalled the scene of the tyrant slaughtering the beast tide earlier, feeling a surge of joy at the tyrant's combat prowess. Truly, he was the foremost general under his command. It was no wonder he had not encountered any particularly special subordinates until now. They had been waiting here for him, and what a grand arrival it was. A 5th-tier psychic corpse king, an entire city's territory, and a horde of over 20,000 capable of normal combat. This was nothing short of exhilarating. Under Zhang Yu's leadership, the horde of corpses gradually moved through the now desolate suburbs, soon reaching the dense Silver Ling mountain forest in the distance. Indeed, a 4th-tier mutated beast king awaited them. A smile crept across Zhang Yu's lips as he sensed the faint but unmistakable aura of the 4th-tier beast king emanating from the forest. Then, just like last time, as he prepared to lead the horde into the forest to eliminate the 4th-tier beast king within, a sudden violent tremor reverberated through the area. Drawing upon his previous experience attacking the Yingyang mountain forest, Zhang Yu quickly deduced that the commotion was caused by the movement of a beast tide within the forest. These creatures are surprisingly swift, he thought, as he felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. He led the horde forward, intent on directly confronting the 4th-tier mutated beast king within. With both Zhang Yu and the tyrant's strength combined, they could easily take down this 4th-tier mutated beast king. Not to mention, they were now united. The 4th-tier mutated beast king had no chance of survival today. The mutated bear king, the sovereign of the Silver Ling mountain forest, stood over 2 stories tall, its form several times larger than that of an ordinary bear, its brown-black fur glistening with a primal sheen. At that moment, its eyes burned a fierce red, as if ignited by flames of fury, and its sharp fangs protruded from its massive jaws, resembling 2 razor-sharp blades. It rallied the beast tide, prepared to annihilate the invading zombies. Chapter 62. An effortless resolution, though its awakened ability was defensive. Its strength was equally formidable. A single blow could easily reduce a 3-tiered mutated beast to pulp. Even a similarly ranked 4th-tier corpse king would be gravely injured if struck directly. This 4th-tier mutated bear king appeared to possess greater combat prowess than the 4th-tier mutated tiger king from the Yingyang mountain forest. Among 4th-tier mutated beast kings, this mutated bear king was known for its strength in direct combat, combining powerful defense with equally impressive offensive capabilities, making it a truly formidable opponent. Yet before Zhang Yu, it was merely a larger-than-average insect. Moreover, this time it faced 2 5th-tier corpse kings who had awakened their own domains. Roar! The mutated bear king let out a thunderous roar, leading the beast tide as it prepared to exit the forest and support the mutated beasts in the suburbs, only to find that the invading horde of corpses had already approached within a short distance. Although the number of corpses was limited, visibly around 100,000, the beast tide behind it boasted over 150,000. From this perspective, it appeared that victory was within reach. Wait, no, that aura is. Just as the mutated bear king believed it had the upper hand and was ready to lead its horde to eliminate the audacious corpses, it suddenly sensed 2 incredibly terrifying 5th-tier corpse king auras emanating from the horde ahead. This is bad. The enormous frame of the mutated bear king trembled violently, terror evident in its massive eyes. It seems that something terrifying has been sensed. Block their path for me. The mutated bear king, perceiving the danger, swiftly turned and fled into the depths of the forest behind it. Simultaneously, it commanded the massive tide of beasts surrounding it to hold back this horde of corpses, buying time for its escape. Though the number of the undead was not vast, 2 5th-tier corpse kings, surpassing its own rank, lurked within their ranks. Realizing it was outmatched, the 4th-tier bear king wasted no time and decisively chose to flee. Abandoning its 15,000 beast tide without a second thought. It could only hope to delay those 2 5th-tier corpse kings, but they had already been targeted by Zhang Yu. There was no way it would be allowed to escape easily. Heh! Trying to run? The tyrant, hovering at a low altitude, revealed a cold smirk, its pair of horns glowing faintly as it pursued the fleeing mutated bear king into the depths of the forest. Stop it. It must not be allowed to get away. The beast tide attempting to intercept the tyrant was obliterated in an instant by a powerful psychic shockwave. How infuriating. How could it be so fast? The mutated Bear King sensed the commotion behind it and turned to see the fifth-tier Corpse King soaring towards IT. IT could actually float in the air. What a bizarre ability. And it has horns on its head? How unsightly. The mutated Bear King was astonished, having never encountered a zombie capable of flight. Furthermore, this zombie lacked wings but sported a pair of oddly shaped horns, neither resembling a corpse nor a beast. Just as the mutated Beast King was astonished, the tyrant had already launched its attack. The horns above its head suddenly erupted with a surge of powerful energy. Waves of psychic shockwaves swept forward, devastating the surrounding trees and ground as if a terrifying storm had just passed through. Yet, the fourth-tier mutated Bear King still survived, thanks to its formidable defenses and the tyrant's underestimation, which resulted in it not unleashing its full power against the Bear King. It didn't die? Its defenses are quite impressive. A flicker of surprise crossed the tyrant's face as it gazed at the fourth-tier mutated Bear King, which, despite its severe injuries, continued to emit low growls. It likely realized it could not escape and was prepared to fight to the death against the tyrant. Let me see how long you can last. A cruel smile crept across the tyrant's lips as the horns atop its head glimmered with faint light. Then, with a gentle motion of its hands, the air around them grew heavy, as if shrouded by a tremendous energy, inducing an overwhelming sense of dread. Under the tyrant's mental control, this force began to spin rapidly, forming a colossal energy vortex. The debris scattered throughout the forest was drawn helplessly into this swirling maelstrom. Boom. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky, followed by a bolt of purple lightning imbued with destructive power plummeting down. What? It struck the mutated Bear King, whose eyes were filled with shock, rendering it instantly lifeless in its severely injured state. It was utterly incapable of evading this sudden lightning strike. Not even in peak condition could it have escaped. Purple lightning. The tyrant observed the scene before it, gently waving its hands. The objects that had been lifted by the psychic force fell abruptly to the ground. Despite having its prey snatched away, the tyrant did not display anger. Instead, it felt immense self-reproach. The purple lightning that fell from the sky was undoubtedly Zhang Yu's doing, signifying that it had failed to complete the task entrusted to it perfectly. Suddenly, a figure crackling with lightning streaked through the forest, leaving behind lingering blue arcs that had not fully dissipated. Zhang Yu arrived before the corpse of the fourth-tier Bear King, transforming his hand into a claw to extract its core. The tyrant looked towards Zhang Yu, hastily descending from the sky to stand before him, bowing its head in silence, appearing as if it had erred. Boss. The tyrant felt a wave of guilt and was about to plead for forgiveness when Zhang Yu casually waved his hand. Interrupting him, it's all right. It's quite normal for a defensive Beast King to withstand a blow from you. The beast tide has been dealt with. I was merely feeling a tad bored. Zhang Yu had already sensed the tyrant's emotional fluctuations through their unique mental connection, and he bore no intention of blaming it for its slow speed. The beast tide, lacking the command of its king, was easily crushed by Zhang Yu's horde of corpses. Upon realizing that the fourth-tier Bear King was not yet dead, Zhang Yu casually summoned a bolt of lightning, bringing an end to the long life of the mutated Bear King, along with absorbing a tenth of its evolution value. I understand, boss. The tyrant felt a sense of relief upon seeing that Zhang Yu bore no ill will towards it. Chapter 63. Great Victory. Return to Yingyang City. The energy is so rich. Zhang Yu devoured the enticing fourth-tier beast core in his hand. The dense energy contained within flowed through his body instantaneously, providing immense comfort. He then focused his thoughts and opened his system page. Host. Zhang Yu level, 5th tier Corpse King abilities, domain, lightning manipulation, stealth, domination, light enhancement, full, corpse poison special ability, mark of enslavement, full, evolution value, 3685211000000. This trip was truly not in vain. After absorbing the core from the mutated Bear King, Zhang Yu's evolution bar was filled by 1/3, leaving him in high spirits. Boss, what shall we do next? The tyrant inquired eagerly. First, we need to clean up Silverling Forest, eliminating the higher-tier mutated beasts while leaving the lower-tier ones. Zhang Yu contemplated for a few seconds before responding. I see, boss. The tyrant nodded, instantly grasping Zhang Yu's intent. This was to cultivate the mutated beasts in Silverling Forest. After eliminating the remaining higher-tier mutated beasts, Zhang Yu led his horde of corpses out of the Silverling Forest, leaving the bodies of the deceased zombies behind as fertilizer for nurturing these mutated beasts. The hundreds of thousands of corpses that followed Zhang Yu into battle suffered minimal losses. After consuming a large number of mutated beast bodies, their combat strength significantly increased, and many-tiered zombies evolved. Zhang Yu planned to leave this horde of corpses in Silverling City for defense. The densely packed corpses, their eyes glinting with bloodlust, slowly emerged from Silverling Forest, entering the eerily quiet Silverling City. However, to the zombies, this place was their warm paradise. Zhang Yu also organized the zombies within Silverling City into legions, assigning them to guard various important locations. Along the road from Silverling City to Ingyang City, Zhang Yu also stationed numerous corpses. Should they encounter formidable enemies, they could retreat to the neighboring city for reinforcement. It is time to return, Zhang Yu stated calmly. After arranging the defenses within Silverling City, he intended to head back to Ingyang City. And the rest of his subordinates were waiting for his return, and there was nothing left for him to do in Silverling City. Boss, are you leaving? Are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? Yes, if you leave, then we. The tiered zombie subordinates who had followed Zhang Yu into Silverling Forest pleaded for him to stay. They had learned that Zhang Yu was the corpse king from the neighboring Ingyang City, and their former leader, the tyrant, had submitted to him. During the battle to attack Silverling Forest, they witnessed Zhang Yu's terrifying strength. As he effortlessly dispatched half of the nearly 15,000 beast tide with a mere lightning strike, they were deeply impressed, and no wonder their former leader, the tyrant, had submitted to him. His power was undeniably fearsome. I must return. From now on, this place is in your hands. Zhang Yu shook his head at the pleas of his subordinates. He then instructed, should you encounter powerful enemies that you cannot resist, retreat to Ingyang City for support. Very well. After giving instructions to the new subordinates in Silverling City, Zhang Yu set off for Ingyang City alongside the tyrant. Just as before, he did not bring along any excess corpses. Only 2 fifth-tier corpse kings with terrifying auras. With their speed, it wouldn't be long before they reached Ingyang City. Boss, hello? Wow. The boss is so fast. Wow. The arcs of electricity on the ground are so intense, on the desolate road from Silverling City to Ingyang City. Zhang Yu had stationed numerous corpses. It looked much livelier than when he first arrived, with zombies coming and going. The zombie subordinates responsible for guarding this road greeted Zhang Yu and the tyrant respectfully and excitedly as they sped past. Chapter 64, Sumo's Killing Intent. Zhang Yu nodded at the subordinate stationed here and continued his journey towards Ingyang City. After completely absorbing the tyrant's forces, the number of zombies under Zhang Yu's command could be considered among the top in the entire zombie factions across Yun Nation. Even if the forces within the surrounding cities united, they would struggle to resist Zhang Yu. Moreover, it is altogether impossible for them to unite. Just as Zhang Yu was returning from Yinling City to the lair in Ingyang City, Suimo, the leader of the Tianyuan gathering, was currently mobilizing his troops in the gathering place, preparing to march towards Ingyang City, which had succumbed to the zombie infestation. Their aim was to eradicate the zombie forces within and reclaim the city that had fallen under the dominion of the Zombie King. This was indeed a momentous announcement, particularly for the ability users within the Tianyuan gathering, who wore expressions of pride. This was the might of their Tianyuan gathering, more formidable than the official safe zones in other cities. They were now bold enough to step into Ingyang City, which had been designated a death zone by various factions from neighboring cities. Everyone understood that a fierce battle loomed ahead, yet they felt no trepidation. For their leader, Suimo, was a powerful dual-type 5th-tier ability user. Moreover, their weaponry had been entirely replaced with a new type of weapon, unprecedented and of even greater lethality. The array of dazzling new weapons instilled immense confidence in the grassroots army of the Tianyuan gathering, deepening their admiration for Suimo. Not only that, a serum capable of instantly evolving ordinary individuals into ability users had already entered mass production within the Tianyuan gathering. Once released, it sent countless ordinary survivors, yearning to become ability users, into a frenzy. The number of ability users in the Tianyuan gathering had significantly increased after consuming the serum, far outpacing the human forces in surrounding cities. Should they succeed in vanquishing the zombie forces in Ingyang City, the Tianyuan gathering would swiftly ascend to prominence, becoming the strongest human gathering in the Cloud Nation, equipped with advanced weaponry and the ability user serum. Even the major safe zones established by the official military would be unable to surpass them. Additionally, Suemo commanded a unique army known as the Frenzied Human Legion, composed of humans who had consumed the Frenzy Serum. Currently, there were only about 30 of them, yet their combat prowess was terrifying. The lowest tier among them was at the 2nd level, while the highest had reached the 4th level. With the serum now in mass production and nearly all troops outfitted with new weapons, along with the formidable Frenzied Human Legion at their disposal, renowned former powers Yu Xingyang and Jiang Fan had also evolved to the 3rd level, just one step away from the 4th. Suemo felt the time had come and decided to summon the army within the gathering to head for Ingyang City, to obliterate the zombie forces that had not existed in his previous life, thereby restoring the timeline to its rightful course. Brother Mo, the army is fully assembled and ready to depart at any moment. Yu Xingyang, fully armed and carrying a large sniper rifle on his back, approached Suemo with a composed expression. The sniper rifle he bore was no ordinary firearm. It was a new weapon specially crafted by Old Ku for Yu Xingyang on Sumo's behest. Yu Xingyang was an ability user with a unique power in his eyes. The Eye of the Void could not only scan enemy information but also lock onto targets with precision, akin to having an aimbot. This highly lethal sniper rifle was perfectly suited for Yu Xingyang. With a steady aim, he could eliminate an equally leveled 3rd-tier zombie from a distance with a single shot. Yu Xingyang cherished the sniper rifle gifted by Suemo, feeling deeply moved that Brother Mo had commissioned Old Ku to create such a weapon for him. He couldn't help but recall the scene when Suemo found him, back when he was merely an ordinary person starving within the gathering. Let us depart. Suemo, equally armed and exuding an air of determination, nodded. Time was of the essence. With each passing day, the 5th-tier zombie king in Ingyang City could grow even stronger. It was imperative to ensure their own safety. Zhao Huaya grasped Sumo's hand, her eyes reflecting worry as she gently spoke. Having recently evolved into a 4th-tier ability user under Sumo's abundant resources, Zhao Huaya was not included in this expedition to Ingyang City. Instead, Suemo chose to leave her within the gathering to provide support when needed, all the while considering her safety. He did not wish to lose her again in this lifetime. Rest assured, I shall return victorious, Suemo said tenderly, gazing at Zhao Huaya. He then planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. I saw nothing. Minor. Yu Xingyang and Sumo's other subordinates, understanding the moment, tactfully turned their heads. Everyone within the Tianyuan gathering was well aware of the deep affection between their leader and the leader's lady. However, how long it would last was uncertain. The current Ingyang City was no longer the same city it had been a week prior. Return soon. Zhao Huaya's face flushed, her eyes as clear as azure waters, radiating a gentle warmth. Have no fear. You know my strength well enough, Suemo replied, releasing her hand as he bid farewell later, as they arrived at the military camp of the gathering. Over 20,000 fully armed troops of the Tianyuan gathering had assembled. The scene appeared remarkably grand. This number comprised both ordinary survivors and ability users. Tens of thousands of human soldiers facing a million-strong zombie tide seemed outrageous at first glance. Yet upon closer analysis, it became much more reasonable. Although a million zombies sounded formidable, their combat capabilities varied widely, and a single zombie king could only command a limited number of zombies. It was impossible to mobilize all the zombies within an entire city. In contrast, Sumo's 20,000 troops were elite forces equipped with new weapons, and even a typical zombie king would find them a formidable adversary. Upon Sumo's appearance, excitement surged among the crowd. The leader has arrived. In their hearts, Suemo had evolved into a savior-like figure. Let us set forth. After delivering an inspiring pre-battle speech, Suemo commanded the army to advance towards Ingyang City. He then entered an armored vehicle, ready to lead the troops in exterminating the zombie tide in Ingyang City. As the Grand Army commenced its journey, the roar of engines resonated deeply, accompanied by the clanking of tank treads, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The whir of helicopter blades echoed through the air. The armed forces of the Tianyuan gathering were remarkably powerful, boasting tanks and helicopters among their ranks. With such a formidable display of military strength, Suemo was determined to succeed in this operation. Chapter 65. The operation begins. The elite army of 20,000 from the Tianyuan gathering, hailing from Gao Lake City, was en route to Ingyang City. It would not be long before they arrived. Suemo had deployed all the elite forces within the gathering to completely eradicate the zombie tide in Ingyang City. thousands of fully armed troops advanced amid the thunderous sounds of tank treads and the din of armed helicopters above. Moving with grand momentum towards Ingyang City, a few heavily covered trucks, prohibited from soldier approach, raised questions about their mysterious cargo. The Tianyuan Gathering's elite forces were fully mobilized, yet Suemo remained unconcerned about the potential for surrounding cities to attempt a sneak attack on his stronghold during this time. Under Sumo's governance, Gao Lake City had been fortified into an impregnable fortress. The defensive firepower of the Tianyuan Gathering was exceptionally robust. Moreover, Zhao Huaya, a fourth-tier ability user, remained stationed there, and to ensure her safety, Suemo had deliberately left half of the frenzied human legion at the base. Thus, any attempts to ambush Sumo's stronghold during this period were virtually insurmountable. Ingyang City, I have returned, Lei Zhang, amidst the ranks, gazed excitedly towards Ingyang City. He had never anticipated he would have the opportunity to return to a city besieged by zombies. He had thought he would find it near impossible to return to this city once overrun by the undead. Yet, he was astonished at the formidable strength the human forces in Gao Lake City displayed, far surpassing that of the former Ingyang safe zone. The orders from their superiors made it clear that the leader of the Tianyuan Gathering sought to seize the city that had fallen to the zombies in one fell swoop. After fleeing Ingyang City and joining the Tianyuan Gathering, Lei Zhang, with his third-tier abilities, had risen to a captain's position. His contributions in providing intelligence had earned him further promotion to the role of deputy squad leader. Commanding hundreds of men and enjoying considerable prestige, he was also on the brink of evolving into a fourth-tier ability user. If the assault on Ingyang City proceeded smoothly, he would stand a great chance of achieving that evolution. He pondered whether the Zombie King would prove to be a worthy opponent for their leader. Lei Zhang mused on this, his mind drifting back to the imposing fifth-tier Zombie King that had dominated Ingyang City. Had he not acted decisively back then, he might never have had the chance to stand here today. Perhaps he would have long since become a mere memory, buried beneath the earth. No, the zombies would never allow for a proper burial, let alone a grave. Lei Zhang felt a surge of gratitude for his past choices, as did the subordinates who had fled Ingyang City alongside him. Although life in the Tianyuan Gathering was not as carefree as it had been in the Tianming Gathering, they were grateful to have escaped the clutches of the Zombie King. Now, they had the chance to follow a fifth-tier powerhouse to eliminate the zombie tide within. Captain, do you think we can eradicate the zombie tide in Ingyang City? One of Lei Zhang's subordinates, Deng Yu, inquired curiously, gazing towards the direction of Ingyang City. Deng Yu and the other subordinates were now under Lei Zhang's command. Certainly, the prowess of the esteemed leader is beyond imagination. Lei Zhang reminisced about the time he was summoned by the leader, recalling the terrifying aura that emanated from Suemo, making him feel as if killing him would be akin to squashing an insignificant ant. At this moment, Suemo sat within the armored vehicle, resting his eyes, for a fierce battle awaited him. If he could vanquish the fifth-tier Corpse King and devour the corpse core within, his strength would undoubtedly surge. In Ingyang City, Yi sighed, pondering the nth day of missing the boss. When would the boss return? Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence. Zhang Yu had returned. The group of underlings, detecting Zhang Yu's aura, erupted in excitement. It was the leader's presence. The leader was back. Upon entering Ingyang City, Zhang Yu immediately spotted his enthusiastic underlings rushing towards him. Boss, you have finally returned. During your absence, numerous reckless humans attempted to infiltrate. The eager underlings gathered before Zhang Yu, reporting on the events that transpired while he was away, gazing at him with expectant eyes, akin to children awaiting praise from their parents. Well done, Zhang Yu said with a smile after patiently listening. Commending his subordinates, the zombie underlings, whose terrifying faces broke into grins at Zhang Yu's praise, relayed their reports. Zhang Yu learned that during his absence, nothing significant had occurred in Ingyang City, save for some self-important superhumans seeking their demise or ordinary mutated beasts wandering in from the surrounding cities and forests. After the underlings presented their intelligence, they returned to their respective territories. Zhang Yu, accompanied by the tyrant, proceeded to his villa, contemplating his next objectives. With the current number of his zombie tide, conquering any nearby city would be a trivial task. Following the annexation of the tyrant's forces, Zhang Yu's power had already inflicted a dimensional blow upon the surrounding cities. Not only did he possess a multitude of elite zombies, but he also had 2 fifth-tier Corpse Kings among his ranks. The emergence of a fifth-tier Corpse King would be a nightmare for the human factions in the neighboring cities, let alone 2 at once. It would soon be evident which city would be the first to suffer misfortune. At this moment, Sumo's army had arrived at the outskirts of Gaohu City. A short advance would lead them into Ingyang City. Suddenly, Sumo opened his eyes in the armored vehicle, sensing the dense aura of zombies within Ingyang City. A flicker of change crossed his expression. Such a potent zombie aura! The intensity of the undead presence in Ingyang City was rather overwhelming. It seemed that the Ingyang Corpse King was no trivial foe. Sumo felt a heightened sense of vigilance. The strength of the Ingyang Corpse King appeared to surpass his expectations. However, he was no pushover, especially since he had brought forth the elite forces from their stronghold. There was no way he would be deterred by this aura. Proceed as planned, Sumo stated coolly, issuing his command. The combat strategy against the zombies of Ingyang City had been meticulously devised long before their departure. Yes, leader. The numerous officers responded respectfully. Subsequently, a large contingent of troops began mobilizing, acting in accordance with the established plan. Chapter 66. Unleashing the Ambush, Ingyang City. Near the outskirts of Gaohu City, the tiered zombie subordinates responsible for guarding this area, namely Tian Sha, Di Sha, and Shi Tu, had all evolved to third-tier zombies. They commanded tens of thousands of zombies to defend against incursions from the forces within Gaohu City. However, today, while Shi Tu and the Twin Sha were patrolling their territory, they suddenly detected unusual activity, not caused by the movements of their underlings. Did you hear anything? Shi Tu halted, alert. Tian Sha and Di Sha are collectively referred to as Twin Sha. He sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by persistent sounds. Indeed, there is a noise. What is that commotion? Oh no, it's getting closer. It seems to be heading our way. The Twin Sha also sensed something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, they realized that the approaching entity was indeed targeting them. Moreover, it was evident from the sounds that the enemy's numbers were substantial, an incursion from a neighboring city. As the noise intensified, Shi Tu quickly discerned the general direction of the enemy. Quick, block their advance. Shi Tu's countenance turned fierce. Upon discovering the enemy incursion, he swiftly rallied the surrounding zombie tide, preparing to intercept the approaching human army. Dare to invade our territory? I'll tear apart these ignorant humans. Delicious blood and flesh await us. Kakik? Food. The tiered zombies revealed their bloodthirsty nature, eager to annihilate the invading human forces. Just as Shi Tu and the Twin Sha consolidated their zombie tide, ready to eliminate the enemy, the distant sky suddenly resonated with the whirring of helicopter rotors. The sound of tank treads crunching on the ground followed. Shi Tu, look, there's a strange bird in the sky. A second-tier zombie pointed at the armed helicopter approaching them from above. Oh no, it's an armed helicopter, and I hear the sound of tanks. Tian Sha had encountered such machinery when following the tyrant to annihilate the Silver Ridge safe zone. Upon sighting it, he immediately recognized it. The sounds emanating from the ground were increasingly familiar to him. It was undoubtedly a weapon known as a tank in the human military. As for the strange birds soaring towards them, they were known to humanity as armed helicopters. Tian Sha had been fortunate enough to witness these terrifying human weapons during the obliteration of the Silver Ridge safe zone, fully aware of their dreadfulness. Armed helicopters? Tanks? What are those? Are they formidable? Shi Tu scratched his head, gazing quizzically at the approaching strange birds in the sky. This was his first encounter with such things. He had no idea of the power of armed helicopters and tanks. There's no time to explain. Shi Tu, we must retreat. This enemy is beyond our capacity to confront. We need to return, gather the zombies, and find the boss. Tian Sha urged, his eyes fixed on the encroaching armed helicopters and his companion's puzzled expression. They needed to retreat deep into their lair. Delays could prove catastrophic. Huh? Oh, okay. Though Shi Tu was somewhat bewildered by Tian Sha's urgency and seriousness, he decided to heed the advice. He sensed a tremendous threat from the strange birds appearing in the sky. Under the leadership of the Twin Sha and Shi Tu, the zombie tide began to withdraw towards their lair, preparing to regroup and eliminate the encroaching enemies. Fortunately, Shi Tu was not among the simple-minded and brutish types. The Twin Sha sighed in relief at Shi Tu's agreement to retreat alongside them. Had they encountered a power-oriented zombie unfamiliar with the might of armed helicopters and tanks, he might have stubbornly led the charge into battle. Report to Lord Jiang. We have arrived at the outskirts of Ingyang City and discovered a medium-sized zombie tide of approximately 30,000. Should we open fire? The soldiers aboard the armed helicopter from the Tianyuan gathering place had locked onto the higher-tier zombies within the distant tide, awaiting orders from their superiors. Oh, this zombie tide is attempting to flee? They think they can escape. It won't be that easy. The soldiers aboard several armed helicopters exchanged disdainful glances at the retreating zombie tide. The zombies in Ingyang City are not impressive at all. The moment we appeared, they fled in terror, not daring to approach us. It's fortunate our armed helicopters have locked onto the leaders within the tide. Once we fire, we can assuredly turn them into Swiss cheese. Open fire. The command from Jiang Fan echoed through the communication device. The frontline assault was under the command of Jiang Fan and a few experienced officers. Su Mo was primarily responsible for the ensuing battle with the Ingyang Corpse King. Until the Ingyang Corpse King revealed itself, he would not engage in combat with the frontline troops and the zombie tide. Sumo's task was to eliminate the Ingyang Corpse King the moment it appeared. Received. Open fire. Upon receiving the command, several armed helicopters unhesitatingly pressed the launch buttons. The targets had been pre-locked. Haha, let's wipe out this pack of beasts. Whoosh! The rockets mounted on the armed helicopters roared forth. Oh no, they're launching an attack. Quick, defend. As Tian Sha and Di Sha desperately retreated, the sound of rockets being fired sent a surge of alarm through their hearts. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of crisis, they were ultimately a moment too late. It appeared that these human invaders had come prepared, likely having been tracking them for some time. Darkness enveloped Tian Sha's eyes as he urgently activated his abilities. A chilling and sinister aura swiftly emanated from Tian Sha, spreading through the tide of corpses in an attempt to shield the zombies surrounding him. The ability that Tian Sha awakened was a unique, dark-type supernatural power, characterized not only by its bizarre offensive capabilities, but also by its potential to provide protection to his allies. It was a skill that allowed for both aggressive and defensive maneuvers. However, due to Tian Sha's rank being merely Tier 3, the range of his powers was limited. The darkness that spread from him enveloped only several dozen nearby zombies, including Di Sha and Shi Tu. The dark veil instantly cloaked their bodies, offering them protection. Stone armor. I will block. Di Sha and Shi Tu hastily activated their own supernatural abilities to defend themselves, striving to survive amidst the barrage of concentrated rocket attacks. Boom! Several rockets streaked across the sky like meteors, accurately striking the more formidable zombie leaders within the tide, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Countless zombies were instantly slain or injured in the corpse tide. Ha! We hit them! The soldiers aboard the armed helicopter cheered at the sight of the violent shockwaves and flames produced by the rocket detonations. Those few zombies were undoubtedly doomed. Do not be complacent. Our mission objective is to annihilate this tide of corpses. They then continued their relentless barrage against the remaining horde with gunfire and artillery strikes. Chapter 67. Reinforcements arrive. Report, Lord Jiang. The tide of corpses has been exterminated. The soldiers on the armed helicopter reported, gazing at the area ahead that had been reduced to ruins. Continue advancing. A cold voice emanated from the communication device. Yes, the ground forces within the Tianyuan gathering point, after encountering and eliminating the horde of tens of thousands of zombies, pressed onward deeper into Ingyang City. The armed helicopters in the sky constantly relayed information to the ground troops. They had eradicated a considerable number of zombies that had come to reinforce the tide upon hearing the commotion. The offensive was exceptionally fierce. The army had already swept over the outskirts of Ingyang City, methodically advancing towards the urban area. Along the way, they dispatched a significant number of scattered zombies. A fleeting shadow darted through the now-ruined outskirts of Ingyang City. Swiftly fleeing towards the urban center, it was Shi Tu and the other two zombies who had successfully escaped the bombardment of the armed helicopters and tanks. In the recent skirmish, among the tens of thousands of zombies, only the three of them had been fortunate enough to survive, albeit with severe injuries. Do not worry about us for now. Quickly report the intel here to the boss. Shi Tu looked weakly at Tian Sha, who was carrying him away. At this moment, the three of them appeared quite pitiful, with Shi Tu's back having been blasted open, oozing foul black blood. Fortunately, their higher ranks, coupled with the enhancement from Zhang Yu's strengthening light and their timely reactions, allowed them to survive. Although their injuries were grave, they would not perish immediately. The other tens of thousands of zombies, however, were not so fortunate. Without exception, they had all perished. Shi Tu had now witnessed the terrifying power of armed helicopters and tanks, narrowly escaping death at the Ha in this present day. The strong resurgence of the Tianyuan gathering place is undoubtedly destined to reclaim all that was once lost. Beasts, did you ever imagine that your formidable adversary, would return with such fervor? Woo-hoo! Lei Zheng surveyed the densely packed tide of corpses around him, which continued to fall under their ferocious barrage of firepower. The terror he once felt towards the zombie king of Yingyang dissipated significantly. What does their sheer number matter? Can they withstand the new weapons in his hands? Moreover, the leader of the gathering place, the 5th-tier ability user Su Mo, has already taken action. Just as Zhang Fan mentioned earlier, the current zombie king of Yingyang is akin to a grasshopper in autumn. Its days are surely numbered. Hist, something feels amiss, however. Amidst his excitement, Lei Zheng suddenly sensed a hint of unease. Wasn't the zombie king of Yingyang supposed to have awakened lightning abilities? Then what was that rocket that seemed to curve just now? Lei Zheng found it perplexing but quickly dismissed the thought. Perhaps it was merely other zombies within the tide launching an attack? Boom! The tank's cannon belched forth a searing flame, obliterating countless zombies with a single shot, creating a breach in the tide of corpses. Yet, the sheer volume of zombies within Yingyang was overwhelming. Mere seconds after the tank's bombardment, the bloodthirsty horde surged forth, filling the gap once more. Undeterred by the relentless gunfire, they pressed forward in a fierce charge. Of course, the foremost wave of this tide comprised the weak and ailing from Yingyang. Their purpose solely to exhaust the ammunition and weaponry of the human forces. With their numbers vast yet combat capabilities feeble, the loss of a few 100,000 of them would be trifling. The true elite zombies lingered at the back of the tide, awaiting Zhang Yu's command. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, remained cautious. Sensing the formidable nature of the human forces, he refrained from revealing himself. Instead, he dispatched the tyrant to probe the strength of this 5th-tier ability user. Biu amidst the human forces firing at full throttle to eradicate the tide of corpses, the unassuming crack of sniper rifles echoed. With each bullet fired, a tiered zombie would collapse on the path of the charge point 12. Yu Zhengyang's lips curled upwards slightly as he counted how many tiered zombies he had slain. Armed with the special sniper rifle that Su Mo had entrusted to Old Ku for him, Yu Zhengyang wielded it with remarkable proficiency. Coupled with his void-piercing eye, he continuously reaped the lives of tiered zombies within the tide, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Seeking to pinpoint the location of the zombie king of Yingyang to relay this 5th-tier zombie's information to Su Mo, although his current level was 2 tiers below that of the zombie king. His formidable void-piercing eye could still scan most of the information pertaining to the zombie king, albeit at a considerable cost to his internal energy, on the battlefield where the tyrant and Su Mo clashed. The tyrant hovered in the low sky, casting a proud gaze towards Su Mo, who emanated a palpable murderous intent not far ahead, a cruel smirk curling his lips. Human, I concede your strength, but you have come to the wrong place. Prepare to pay the price with your life. As the words fell, the pair of horns atop the tyrant's head glimmered, unleashing a surge of potent energy. Waves of psychic shockwaves surged towards Su Mo, who swiftly summoned his abilities, condensing the powerful fire elements within him to unleash a searing wall of flames to counter the tyrant's assault. Upon first laying eyes on the tyrant, Su Mo immediately recognized the unique pair of horns atop its head, reminiscent of a certain zombie emperor from his past life. Now, feeling the psychic assault unleashed by the tyrant, Su Mo's suspicions were only further solidified. This zombie king of Yingyang was undoubtedly the psychic zombie emperor from his past life. The tyrant, however, Su Mo found himself perplexed. Why was this once dominant psychic zombie emperor from the northern cities of Yunghua now appearing in the central city of Yingyang? What could possibly explain this? Su Mo was baffled. How had the tyrant traversed from northern Yunghua to here, and why had Yingyang fallen? In Su Mo's previous life, the Tianyuan gathering place he established and the tyrant's territory were worlds apart, one situated in central Yunghua, the other in the north. As for how Su Mo recognized the tyrant, he had reviewed the data on this 9th-tier zombie emperor in his former gathering place, and the distinctive traits and abilities aligned perfectly, allowing him to identify it swiftly. Su Mo was astonished, never expecting that the zombie king of Yingyang, now fallen, would be the 9th-tier zombie emperor from northern Yunghua. Could this all be the result of the butterfly effect from his rebirth? Or perhaps was the tyrant also a reborn being? No, that can't be. It shouldn't be. Su Mo dismissed this ludicrous thought, yet could not shake off the seeds of doubt that had been planted in his mind. He quickly refocused, unleashing a surge of intense fire elemental energy, igniting his body in searing flames as if the fire god had descended, engaging in a fierce battle with the tyrant. Regardless of whether or not it was a reborn entity. This zombie king must not be left alive. Sumo's ally is over there. I must hasten to relay the information about the zombie king of Ingyang to him. As Yu Xingyang continued to eliminate tiered zombies with his sniper rifle. He sensed the fluctuations from Sumo's battle with the zombie king of Ingyang and swiftly moved towards Sumo's direction, albeit cautiously, wary of getting caught in the crossfire of their duel. This position is just right. Finding an appropriate spot, Yu Zhengyang's eyes gleamed faintly as he observed the tyrant engaged in combat with Suimo. Moments later, the tyrant's basic information materialized before Yu Zhengyang's eyes. Species, zombie name, tyrant level, 5th tier zombie king ability, psychic domain, awaken weakness. The pair of horns on its head huffed, while Yu Zhengyang gasped for breath, quickly retrieving a 2nd tier crystal core from his pocket and consuming it to replenish his energy. Scanning a 5th tier zombie king was immensely draining on his internal energy. Fortunately, he had successfully extracted the information on this 5th tier zombie king. Chapter 69. Clash of Domains. Suimo, can you hear me? I have scanned the information on the zombie king of Ingyang. Its awakened ability is psychic, and its weakness lies in the pair of faintly glowing horns on its head. Oh, and Suimo, you must be cautious. This zombie king has also awakened a domain. Why Yu Zhengyang wasted no time in relaying the tyrant's information to Suimo, hoping it would prove beneficial. I understand, Zhengyang. Stay clear of the area. Sumo's voice crackled through the communication device, tinged with urgency. The tyrant's strength was on par with his own, making it impossible to determine a victor in such a short span. Moreover, Suimo had already recognized the tyrant through its appearance. Now, with Yu Zhengyang's confirmation via his void-piercing eye, Suimo was entirely certain that the zombie king of Ingyang in this time period was indeed the psychic zombie emperor from his previous life in northern Yunghua. Furthermore, he had successfully activated his domain, rendering him a formidable adversary. Understood. Be careful, Suimo. After reporting the tyrant's information to Suimo, Yu Zhengyang wasted no time in withdrawing from the vicinity of Sumo's battlefield. The reason was simple. The intensity of the battle between Suimo and the zombie king of Ingyang was overwhelming. Remaining here would not only provide no assistance, but could also lead to accidental harm from their combat's aftershocks. Tat tat tat. Yu Zhengyang returned to the defensive line, where he resumed sniping the elite zombies within the tide. Come on. Once assured that Yu Zhengyang had distanced himself, Suimo felt unburdened and unleashed his full potential against the tyrant. The ground around them ignited in blazing flames, coalescing into a formidable firestorm, with searing waves of heat assaulting him, reminiscent of standing at the mouth of a volcano. Yet Suimo remained unperturbed, thriving instead, deftly manipulating the surrounding flames to launch attacks and defenses. His eyes brimmed with determination and fervor. He felt he had a 70% certainty of victory in this battle. Although the strength of the zombie king of Ingyang was formidable, he still had a trump card up his sleeve, the special ability of plunder that had awakened within him. Should he successfully seize the zombie king's psychic abilities, the outcome of this battle would be all but assured. Without the ability, the zombie king would become exceedingly passive, unable to withstand Sumo's onslaught. However, at present, Suimo found himself vexed. The tyrant floated in the air, maintaining a distance that prevented him from initiating his plunder. Although the plunder ability was potent, it had its drawbacks. It could only be activated when in close proximity to the enemy. Following that, for a period of time, the enemy's abilities would be assimilated. The tyrant had awakened psychic abilities, allowing it to levitate effortlessly in the air while perpetually draining its foe's energy, all while remaining highly agile. Suimo could only persistently search for opportunities to close the gap with the tyrant. Otherwise, they would remain in a stalemate, unable to outmaneuver one another. To break this deadlock, he must plunder the tyrant's psychic abilities. Once he succeeded in stripping the tyrant of its abilities, it would become significantly easier to handle than it was now. Suimo possessed unwavering confidence that he would vanquish the tyrant, who ought not to be in this time period, before the plundering of time concluded. Ha! There's no need to struggle. The tyrant's pitch-black eyes shimmered with bloodlust. The horns upon his head emanated a formidable energy, while his hands exuded telekinetic force, lifting the dilapidated structures around him. He unleashed a frenzied assault upon Suimo. Despite Suimo recognizing the tyrant through his distinct features, The tyrant failed to identify Sumo.as. He observed the fire elemental ability user dodging his attacks. The tyrant did not connect him with the human from his past life, who possessed both fire abilities and the unique power of plunder. Such formidable fire abilities, the tyrant, feeling the scorching waves of heat enveloping him, maintained a facade of calm, though internally, he was astonished. This fifth-tier human ability user was undeniably the most troublesome opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. Their power was surprisingly comparable, yet, the tyrant displayed no hint of panic, instead regarding Sumo with a mocking gaze. When Zhang Yu, hidden in the shadows, made his move, it would signify the end for this fifth-tier human ability user. His current task was to force Sumo's trump card into the open, in no more games. Let me demonstrate my true power. Telekinetic domain. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from the tyrant, gradually unfolding his domain. Everything around appeared to freeze in place. The domain was saturated with intense telekinetic fluctuations, an invisible force swirling within. The tyrant hovered at the center of the domain, exuding a chilling aura, his cold, dark eyes filled with indifference. He was eager to discover what this human's trump card might be. With a deafening roar, the tyrant's horns ignited with brilliance, releasing an overwhelmingly terrifying energy. The telekinetic force within the domain was deftly consolidated by a mere flick of his hands. Objects in the vicinity eerily floated in midair, poised to strike, intent on revealing Sumo's secret weapon. So soon has he activated his domain. A flicker of astonishment crossed Sumo's eyes, yet he refused to yield. Fire domain. Sumo's form was enveloped in flames, his skin adopting a fiery hue, as if forged from raging infernos. His gaze sparkled with two blazing orbs of light. The domain brimmed with a thick essence of flames. As if the entire space was ablaze, the air was suffused with oppressive heat waves, rendering it nearly suffocating. The intense heat radiating from the flames caused surrounding objects to melt, threatening to reduce everything to ashes. The two domains collided violently, as Sumo and the tyrant engaged in an increasingly fierce battle. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of their battlefield, an inconspicuous transparent entity observed everything unfolding. Ding, scan successful, special entity detected. Level, 5th tier ability username. Sumo abilities, dual elements of fire and plunder. Click for details. Identity, human rebirth summary. A 9th tier controller in a past life, accidentally reborn on the day of the apocalypse in Gao Lake City. A human rebirth? No wonder. Zhang Yu mused as he scrutinized the information displayed on the system interface. His previous doubts swiftly clarified. Tio awakened 2 abilities is truly remarkable. After thoroughly understanding the plunder ability through the system, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yu's cold gaze. Chapter 70. There are experts, so he is a reborn individual, and no wonder the invading human army in Yingyang City differs significantly from those encountered previously. Their equipment is evidently more advanced, and the lethality of their weaponry is immense. Moreover, they possess tanks and armed helicopters, weaponry that poses a considerable threat to the tides of the undead. Such formidable machines were absent even in the strongest human safe zones within Yingyang City at that time. However, after the entire city fell, some discarded remnants were discovered in a military base that had succumbed to the undead. The reasons for their abandonment remain a mystery. Truly remarkable, Zhang Yu reflected. Tio have developed such a vast elite army in a short span, and to have evolved to a 5th tier ability user is a testament to the terrifying prowess of this individual named Sumo. However, heaven has its paths, yet you choose not to tread them. Hell has no doors, yet you intrude. An evil smirk crept upon Zhang Yu's lips. Though this human rebirth possesses great strength, he has come to the wrong place today. Zhang Yu had just dismantled the zombie overlord's forces in Yinling City and had even taken the 5th tier Corpse King, the tyrant, under his wing. His power had reached its zenith, while a 5th tier ability user's strength is formidable. It pales in comparison to Zhang Yu at this moment. Not even a reborn individual can contend. Sumo was incredibly fortunate to encounter the most powerful nest of the undead within the borders of Yun country. A reborn individual? Zhang Yu had already sentenced Sumo to death in his mind. Under no circumstances could he be allowed to leave Yingyang City alive. Suddenly, Zhang Yu recalled something, his heart sinking. He had learned through the system scan that Sumo had also awakened another terrifying ability, plunder. Yet, the tyrant, engaged in fierce combat with Sumo, remained oblivious. It seems I must hasten your demise. A fierce red glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes as he prepared to launch a surprise attack from behind, aiming for a swift kill to prevent Su Mo from utilizing his plunder ability. At this moment, Zhang Yu had entered a state of concealment, and Su Mo, embroiled in battle with the tyrant, remained utterly unaware. Just as Zhang Yu approached Su Mo's rear, poised to strike, he was ultimately a step too late. Su Mo, engulfed in boiling flames, had finally found an opportunity to close in on the tyrant. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, carving a path of searing fire, akin to a tiger ablaze, and hurled himself at the tyrant hovering below. Humph! The tyrant, eyeing Su Mo's charge, let out a cold chuckle, instinctively conjuring a telekinetic shield to defend himself. However, he was taken aback by the sudden, eerie smile that appeared on Su Mo's determined visage. At last, I have found my chance. Su Mo's lips curled upward. Before the tyrant could react, a faint red glow erupted from the palm of Su Mo's hand, a seemingly inconspicuous yet rapidly moving projectile. Such an attack dares to harm me? A look of disdain crossed the tyrant's face. Although the speed was too swift to evade, he felt no significant threat and thus dismissed it. The plunder's red glow struck the tyrant directly, yet he suffered no damage whatsoever. What is this? It's neither painful nor harmful, the tyrant pondered in astonishment. Suddenly, the tyrant's massive frame shuddered. The immense telekinetic energy within him inexplicably dissipated. What you? The tyrant gazed at Su Mo in horror, desperate to comprehend what this human had done to him. But as the powers within the tyrant vanished, he began to plummet from the air, and the telekinetic domain around him unraveled, handed over. Su Mo, sensing the newfound abilities coursing through him, beamed with joy at last. I have found my opportunity. The time has come for this 9th-tier telekinetic corpse king from my past life to meet his end. Die! A glint of darkness flashed in Su Mo's eyes, and a potent aura of murderous intent surged forth from him. The entire fire domain was suffused with a terrifying pressure. With his left hand, telekinetic energy surged, an invisible wave ensnaring the tyrant, who had just fallen to the ground, as though someone had seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Ugh! The tyrant thrashed in a frenzy, but to no avail. Meanwhile, his right hand coalesced a blazing fireball, which shot forth like a meteor, crashing into the tyrant. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered, creating a deep pit filled with unquenchable flames. Puff! Could it be? The tyrant spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. Gazing at Su Mo, who now wielded telekinetic abilities, memories surged in his mind, recalling a 9th-tier controller known as the Plunderer from the central regions of Yun country in his past life. And now, feeling the emptiness within himself alongside Su Mo's sudden emergence of telekinetic powers, the tyrant was utterly convinced. This human before him is undoubtedly the one with the unique plunder ability from my former life. Damn it that I let my guard down. How could I encounter him here? The tyrant radiated the ferocity of a corpse king, astonished that he had been outsmarted. Reflecting on his earlier vows before Zhang Yu, he had confidently asserted that he would eliminate this intruder. It appears he had spoken too soon. Roar! The tyrant bellowed, dragging his injured body as he attempted to resist the onslaught of Su Mo, who descended like a god of war. However, stripped of his abilities and domain, he was no match for Su Mo, who now wielded both fire and telekinetic powers. Su Mo easily manipulated the tyrant as if he were a marionette, throwing him into the air, only for him to crash down headfirst into the earth once more, creating another massive crater. Cough, cough. The tyrant repeatedly coughed up black blood, his body suffering various degrees of injury, particularly his horns. Yet, before the tyrant could struggle, a barrage of blazing fireballs rained down upon him. Despite his disheveled appearance, the tyrant's life force remained remarkably resilient, and he was still alive. With a provocative gesture, he extended his finger towards Su Mo, taunting, I wonder how long you can endure this. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Mo's eyes, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from him. With his hands clasped together, the flames within his domain instantly coalesced into a massive sword of fire, its blade so searingly hot it seemed capable of melting anything. He was determined to eliminate this corpse king before the plundering of abilities concluded. At that moment, he not only wielded dual abilities but was also empowered by the fire domain. This corpse king could not possibly endure for long. Unfortunately, his current level was still relatively low. Otherwise, he could have seized the tyrant's domain as well, rather than merely acquiring its abilities. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this fifth-tier Corpse King was doomed. I will strike. What is this? Just as Suemo manipulated the fiery sword within his domain, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the tyrant, an alarming realization struck him. The flames hovered in the domain, failing to descend. This is bad. Another one. Suemo's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing to an unprecedented speed. He suddenly sensed an aura of dread creeping up his back. Another Corpse King had arrived, and it had stealthily positioned itself behind him without his notice. What in the world is happening? Why had he not detected the presence of this second Corpse King? But there was no time for contemplation. The urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. Just as Suemo attempted to turn and defend himself, it was already too late. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a tree trunk and imbued with a sense of annihilation, struck him directly. Chapter 71. Suemo panicked, caught off guard. Suemo was struck and let out a pained wail as he collapsed to the ground. His mind was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how a fifth-tier Corpse King had suddenly appeared behind him without any prior warning. Why are there two Corpse Kings? Gritting his teeth, Suemo struggled to rise with his injured body, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was entirely inconsistent with the information he had received. Wasn't it said that there was only one fifth-tier Corpse King in Ingyang City? Why had another one suddenly emerged? Furthermore, in that terrifying moment, Suemo keenly discerned that the Corpse King attacking him from behind was even more formidable than the one lying on the ground, from which he had seized its abilities. Damn it, the intelligence was incorrect. Suemo's face darkened considerably, panic rising within him. This assault on Ingyang City could be considered the greatest setback he had encountered since his reincarnation. At this moment, Suemo was at a loss. Why had two fifth-tier Corpse Kings manifested in Ingyang City? Furthermore, he had received no inkling about the existence of the second Corpse King. None of the survivors who fled to Gao Lake City had mentioned the presence of two fifth-tier Corpse Kings in Ingyang City. Otherwise, no matter the potential gains, he would never have led his troops to eliminate the horde of corpses entrenched there. He could no longer continue the fight. He had to find a way to evade these two fifth-tier Corpse Kings and retreat from Ingyang City. The thought of withdrawal began to take root in Suemo's mind. In his current state, he simply could not withstand the assault of two fifth-tier Corpse Kings. He must devise a plan to retreat to Gao Lake City and reassess the situation. This was truly a disaster. The circumstances in Ingyang City were far more horrifying than the rumors had suggested. There were not one, but two fifth-tier Corpse Kings, and each was formidable in its own right. This was utterly terrifying. The emergence of two fifth-tier Corpse Kings at this juncture could easily overpower all human strongholds in the central region of Yunghua. Moreover, Suemo had found no evidence from his past life's memories that aligned with Zhang Yu's information regarding any powerful Corpse King or Corpse Emperor. The unknown, terrifying enemy only deepened Suemo's fear. The situation had completely spiraled out of his control. No, I cannot perish here. Suemo's mind seemed to recall something dreadful, and he trembled violently, muttering in panic. He quickly steadied himself, preparing to face the Zhang Yu who had just ambushed him. At this moment, Suemo had but one thought: to withdraw from Ingyang City. The depths of this place were far too treacherous for him to navigate. The massive fiery sword suspended above the tyrant's head dissipated after Suemo was ambushed. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he steadied his wounded body and cast a murderous glare at Zhang Yu. My little brother has been under your care. Zhang Yu's eyes glinted with a cruel light, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Suemo, who had just regained his footing. Thunderous Domain. Without hesitation, he unleashed a terrifying aura. The Thunderous Domain unfolded, and lightning flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes. Boom. Accompanied by the sudden, tumultuous change in the sky, the murderous might of the Thunderous Domain rapidly formed around Zhang Yu. With purple lightning wreaking havoc within the domain, it exuded a fearsome aura that sent shivers down one's spine. And why power has returned, Zhang Yu reveled in the ample energy coursing through him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This was the second time Zhang Yu had activated the Thunderous Domain, and Suemo was the first opponent he deemed worthy of taking seriously. After all, he was unaware of what other hidden abilities this reincarnated individual might possess. If he were to underestimate Suemo and allow him to escape, endless troubles would surely follow. Even a rabbit must be hunted with full strength. Thus, he must treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. Not to mention, this was no ordinary fifth-tier ability user. Today, he absolutely could not let Suemo leave Ingyang City alive. A reincarnated individual presenting himself on a silver platter. He would ensure he found eternal rest here. What terrifying lightning, damn it. Both Corpse Kings have awakened their domains. Sumo's lips twitched slightly as he felt the oppressive force emanating from Zhang Yu's thunderous domain. Unable to suppress an expletive at this moment, it seemed as if awakening domain Corpse Kings was as commonplace as cabbages, and he had encountered them both. Suemo fell silent, his expression darkening. Damn it. All the misfortunes have converged now. Escaping Ingyang City would not be so simple. Not only might he sustain serious injuries, but the elite forces he had brought with him could also suffer significant casualties, or even face total annihilation. Suemo let out a resigned sigh, filled with deep regret. Why had he come to eliminate the Corpse Kings in Ingyang City? Now, not only had he gained nothing, but he also risked losing the 2,000 elite troops he had brought along. Even if he managed to survive and retreat to Gao Lake City, the strength of the Tianyuan gathering would be greatly diminished, potentially crippling them. They would fall from a top-tier power to a second- or third-rate force, and it would take an extended period to recover. Suemo slapped his forehead, attempting to calm himself. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to focus on how to survive and escape Ingyang City. This Lightning Corpse King would undoubtedly be even more challenging to deal with than the previous Telekinetic Corpse King. Boss, avenge me! The severely injured tyrant, gazing at Zhang Yu as he unleashed his domain, exclaimed with fervor. This battle had been unbearably frustrating. The tyrant had never anticipated that this awakened fire ability user would be the very plunderer from his past memories. Possessing dual abilities, in a moment of carelessness, his abilities were seized, and he found himself at the mercy of his adversary. Silence. Sumo's expression grew icy, his eyes bloodshot as he turned to the injured tyrant in the pit. Above the tyrant, a ball of flame suddenly coalesced, ablaze with ferocity, plummeting downwards. A deep-seated killing intent surged within Sumo's gaze. Then let us deal with you first. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from him as he conjured a smaller fiery sword in his right hand while his left hand pulsed with telekinetic energy. Intent on eliminating one foe first, crack, a streak of destructive purple lightning, like a divine serpent, devoured the fire sword Suemo had summoned. In an instant, a figure radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure appeared before Suemo. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Yu's deep blue eyes crackled with arcs of electricity, a bloodthirsty glint flashing as he smirked. His palm, infused with powerful lightning energy, grasped Sumo's fiery sword. Crushing it with force, purple lightning engulfing it and extinguishing the flames. How is this possible? Sumo's face registered shock, his lips quivering as he uttered those three words. How could he so easily withstand his full-force strike? Why wouldn't it be? Zhang Yu's mocking voice echoed in Sumo's ears, followed by another bolt of purple lightning surging from Zhang Yu's bloodthirsty gaze towards Suemo. Chapter 72. I cannot fall yet so strong. Block it for me. Suemo, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yu, was astonished yet quickly reacted, urging his dual abilities into action. The scorching flames rapidly enveloped him for defense, while his telekinetic abilities sought to disrupt Zhang Yu. The dazzling purple lightning, brimming with overwhelming destructive power, shot forth with lightning speed from Zhang Yu's bloodthirsty eyes, striking Suemo, who was engulfed in flames. Boom! In that moment, the domain reverberated with the roar of thunder, and purple lightning crackled as it struck the ground with deafening intensity. Cracks rapidly spread across the earth. The two powerful domains clashed fiercely, with the purple lightning within Zhang Yu's domain resembling a world-destroying thunder dragon, relentlessly consuming the searing flames. However, the most terrifying aspect was the fierce battle unfolding between the two figures within the domain. One of them appeared quite beleaguered. Block it. Suemo fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, his bloodshot eyes filled with fatigue. His heart raced uncontrollably. The moment exposed the deep-seated fear within Suemo where, indeed, did this terrifyingly powerful Thunder Corpse King emerge from? Logically speaking, given the formidable strength of this Corpse King, there should certainly be records of it in the various human strongholds from the previous life. Yet now, He could not recall any trace of this suddenly appearing purple Thunder Corpse King within his mind. A Corpse King that had never manifested in the last life, and one whose strength was appallingly formidable. This was what frightened Suemo the most. "You are quite resilient," came the chillingly excited voice of Zhang Yu. Laced with malevolence. Suddenly, a dreadful pressure erupted from Zhang Yu, his entire being crackling with electric light, as if a thunder god had descended. With arms outstretched, he summoned the lightning's arrival. Zhang Yu moved. The surrounding air became dense, and bolts of purple fury descended from the heavens, coalescing before him into a fearsome, clawing purple thunder dragon. Damn! Suemo trembled at this sight, unable to suppress his furious curses. He hastily summoned his own abilities, causing the air around him to grow searingly hot as flames erupted beneath his feet, forming a blazing wall of fire around him. This wall stood like an unyielding barrier, shielding Suemo from harm. The scorching waves of flame surged forth, resembling a roaring behemoth that repelled any adversary that dared approach. "Ha! A futile struggle," Zhang Yu sneered, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Suemo, whose attempts to withstand his assault were met with icy indifference. It was imperative to impart a shocking lesson to this reincarnated individual. The purple thunder dragon instantly transformed into a thick bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with an earth-shattering momentum, aimed directly at Suemo. The speed of the lightning was blindingly swift, leaving no room for evasion. Suemo could only brace himself to endure this attack, which felt akin to divine retribution. The blazing wall of fire, despite its fervent resistance, dissipated entirely within mere seconds under the onslaught of the purple lightning. A heart-wrenching scream echoed around, but it was swiftly drowned out by the terrifying roar of thunder. Suemo was violently hurled backward by the explosive force of the purple lightning, crashing heavily to the ground. His advanced defensive gear was utterly destroyed, charred and marred by injuries, blood gushing from his wounds and gradually staining his body a dark crimson. "Cough. No, I cannot fall now." Suemo spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise to his feet. He bore the weighty responsibility of leading humanity in the extermination of mutated creatures. He absolutely could not perish here. He must not. Summoning his will, Suemo stood upright, his gaze burning with intense murderous intent as it locked onto Zhang Yu's cold, emotionless face. His advanced gear had absorbed much of the damage but was now rendered inoperative. Leaving his communication device useless, he could no longer request support. He needed to devise a way to escape Zhang Yu and then withdraw from Yingyang City, if this dragged on any longer. Suemo knew he would be doomed. From their earlier skirmish, Suemo instantly comprehended that this Thunder Corpse King was far stronger than he had anticipated. Even in peak condition, his chances of defeating this Corpse King would barely reach 30%, let alone now, when he had been ambushed and sustained significant injuries. Moreover, his opponent was employing a strategy of relentless assault. To eliminate the psychokinetic Corpse King, Suemo had been unleashing his powers at full throttle ever since his domain had activated. The consumption of his abilities was immense, and compounding his predicament was the fact that the time for his power absorption was nearing its end. Now, in this dual-powered state, he could barely withstand this Corpse King. If he did not escape before the absorption time concluded, death would be the only outcome awaiting Suemo Xiao Fan, and the others must have sensed the commotion here. If he could just hold on a little longer, reinforcements would soon arrive, Suemo reassured himself. According to their established plan, if the Yingyang Corpse King proved troublesome, Jiang Fan would lead the frenzied human legion to provide support. Alternatively, Suemo could have initiated a call for help. Yet now, with his communication device completely destroyed, he could only hope Jiang Fan would sense the abnormality here and send the frenzied human legion to engage the Thunder Corpse King, covering his retreat. "Oh, still alive. I want to see just how tough you really are." Zhang Yu observed Suemo rising once more, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze revealing a hint of appreciation. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a resilient punching bag. Truly, this reincarnated individual was the strongest opponent Zhang Yu had faced to date, capable of withstanding 3 of his assaults. Zhang Yu unleashed a fierce barrage against Suemo, who was as stubborn as a cockroach, eager to test just how much punishment this fellow could endure. Moments earlier, a rumble echoed through the air. "What is that noise? Why did it suddenly start thundering?" Jiang Fan, commanding his troops against the tide of corpses, felt an ominous premonition rise within him as he gazed at the dark clouds that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Just as he pondered the situation, an extraordinarily terrifying aura washed over him from the distance. 5. A fifth-tier corpse king. Another one has appeared. Zhang Fan's body trembled violently. His senses were never wrong. This fifth-tier corpse king's presence was certainly not the same as the one that had appeared initially. This meant there were two fifth-tier corpse kings in Yingyang City. Zhang Fan's mind went blank. Wasn't it said there was only one fifth-tier corpse king? How could another one show up? Moreover, it felt even more formidable than the first. Zhang Fan warily scanned the surroundings, attempting to pinpoint the location of this fifth-tier corpse king based on its aura. Their sole fifth-tier ability user, Suimo, was currently engaged in battle with the Yingyang Corpse King, leaving no time to assist them if, at this moment, the target of this fifth-tier Corpse King was them. It would spell disaster. Zhang Fan's heart raced, his face paling as he sensed the position of the second Corpse King. Although his strength was not weak, he would be utterly inconsequential against a fifth-tier Corpse King. His powerful mental energy rapidly swept the area, and upon discovering that the fifth-tier Corpse King was not nearby, Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this fifth-tier Corpse King was not targeting them. Wait, if it wasn't targeting them, then who was its target? Before Zhang Fan's heart could fully settle, he swiftly perceived something was amiss. He quickly glanced toward the general location of the fifth-tier Corpse King, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breath growing rapid. This was bad. Brother Imo is in danger. Chapter 73. Frenzied Human Legion. If this suddenly appearing fifth-tier Corpse King was not aiming for them, then its target could only be Suimo, who was currently locked in combat with another fifth-tier Corpse King. Facing the assault of two fifth-tier Corpse Kings, even Sumo's formidable strength would likely falter before long. Realizing this, Zhang Fan broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly attempted to contact Suimo through his communication device, wanting to inquire if he required reinforcements. Brother Imo? Can you hear me, Brother Imo? What is happening over there? Do you need support? Zhang Fan urgently called out several times, but received no response from Suimo. Lord Jiang. Something must have happened to the chief. A subordinate beside Zhang Fan inquired nervously, a hint of panic on his face. That dreadful aura of the fifth-tier Corpse King had not gone unnoticed by others. The elite forces battling the tide of corpses also sensed an exceedingly terrifying presence. Thankfully, they were all well-trained and did not succumb to panic without accurate information. Though they were certainly tense, the aura they had just felt was truly chilling. Though not worry. With the chief's strength, he will surely turn this crisis into an opportunity. You continue to hold the line. I must see what transpired with the chief. With that, Zhang Fan vanished from his position in an instant. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will not allow a single zombie to breach our defenses. After Zhang Fan left, this officer assumed temporary command of the surrounding defenses. In his heart, he believed Suimo to be the strongest ability user, with no possibility of falling. As the commander of the army, Zhang Fan needed to transfer command before rushing to aid Suimo. Minister Zhang, something has occurred with the chief. I need to lead the special forces to provide assistance. From now on, the command will be yours. Zhang Fan swiftly approached a stern-faced, resolute high-ranking officer, exchanging no superfluous words as he directly transferred command authority to him. This high-ranking officer, named Zhang Chuan, served as the head of the combat department at the Tianyuan stronghold, and held Sumo's trust. Suimo recalled some of Zhang Chuan's feats from his memories of the previous life. He had sacrificed himself while protecting the stronghold when he evolved into a fifth-tier ability user. In this life, Suimo fortuitously encountered him and successfully recruited him, assigning him a high-ranking position within the Tianyuan stronghold. Zhang Chuan had lived up to Sumo's expectations, training the elite forces into a formidable army, a substantial credit to his efforts. Zhang Chuan had been a soldier before the apocalypse, a high-ranking officer no less. In terms of strategic command experience, he was even more seasoned than Zhang Fan, who had been specifically trained by Suimo. Zhang Fan felt assured in temporarily handing command over to Zhang Chuan. Be careful, Zhang Chuan, upon hearing Zhang Fan's urgent tone, did not inquire further, accepting command from Zhang Fan to lead the troops against the oncoming tide of corpses. Zhang Fan nodded, a smile gracing his face. The military operations here have been entrusted to Minister Zhang, which allows us to confidently provide support to Suimo subsequently. A surge of mental energy erupted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. He located Yu Xingyang, who was skillfully eliminating elite zombies with a sniper rifle. Zhengyang, Su Gu is in danger. We must hurry to his aid. Yu Zhengyang swiftly stowed away his sniper rifle, preparing to follow Jiang Fan and lead the special forces to assist Su Mo. He had just sensed the presence of another 5th-tier zombie king and had immediately called out to Su Mo, but received no response. Had Jiang Fan not arrived, he would have set out to find him instead. The battle on Su Mo's side could only see a shift in the tide with the addition of this special forces unit. 3rd-tier ability users are still too weak in the face of a 5th-tier zombie king. Currently, only a select few within the Tianyuan gathering place are aware of the origin and strength of this special forces unit. Among them, Yu Zhengyang and Jiang Fan are privy to this information, which is precisely why Jiang Fan sought out Yu Zhengyang. The other informed individuals are also Su Mo's trusted confidants. This enigmatic special forces unit is composed of survivors who have consumed the frenzy serum, forming a legion of frenzied beings. To be cautious, Su Mo retained half of the frenzied legion by his side, leaving the other half within the gathering place to protect Zhao Huaya. The decision to conceal the information regarding the frenzied beings stemmed from Su Mo's modifications to the serum. Survivors who have ingested the frenzy serum not only undergo significant physical alterations, but also become mere puppets. The initial version of the frenzy serum possesses severe side effects, rendering both ordinary survivors and ability users highly volatile and difficult to control. A solution exists, however. By making certain modifications to the serum, individuals can be transformed into obedient puppets, responding solely to commands from designated individuals, such as Su Mo, Zhao Huaya, etc., and not to others. This bears some resemblance to modified beings. To bolster his trump card, Su Mo had no choice but to proceed with this course of action. To avoid inciting panic among the survivors in the gathering place, Su Mo issued a direct order to seal off any information regarding the frenzied legion. Only a handful of trusted confidants are aware. Let's go. Jiang Fan strode forward, leading Yu Zhengyang toward the truck laden with the frenzied beings, preparing to release them for support to Su Mo. Who goes there? The 3rd-tier ability user Su Yin, tasked with guarding the truck, quickly became alert upon hearing footsteps approaching. The leader had issued him a death order before setting out. Aside from a few specified names, no one else was permitted to approach the 5 trucks. Su Yin is also among the few who are informed and is a staunch supporter of Su Mo. Captain Su, don't be alarmed. It's us. The situation with the leader appears to be quite dire. I intend to lead the frenzied legion to provide support. Jiang Fan quickly conveyed the situation to Su Yin, who had momentarily hesitated before nodding in agreement upon recognizing Jiang Fan and Yu Zhengyang. The purpose of the frenzied legion is to address unexpected circumstances. Release the frenzied beings quickly. The leader may not hold out much longer. Understood. The 3 here lies a 5th-tier zombie king awakened with lightning abilities. While the previously encountered psychic zombie king has vanished, alas, why ponder such matters? The immediate priority is to rescue Brother Mo. At this moment, Jiang Fan can no longer afford to contemplate other concerns. Su Mo is evidently on the verge of collapse. Well then, let us first save Brother Mo. Yu Zhengyang, feeling helpless, fears an ambush. However, the current circumstances leave no room for them to search for the whereabouts of the other zombie king. In fact, the tyrant had long since retreated to the depths of the city to recuperate after Zhang Yu made his move. Charge forth! Jiang Fan commanded the frenzied human legion beside him, storming directly into Zhang Yu's domain. Roar! 15 frenzied humans emitted a thunderous roar, a flicker of trepidation flashing in their crimson eyes as they braved the charge. I will cover you. Yu Zhengyang swiftly readied his sniper rifle, taking aim at Zhang Yu and decisively firing several shots. He provided cover for Jiang Fan and the others. Though this specially crafted sniper rifle possesses considerable power, it is unlikely to slay a 5th-tier zombie king. At best, it can only serve to disrupt the opponent. Chapter 75. Reinforcements arrive through the scope. Yu Zhengyang gazed at Zhang Yu, his eyes emitting a faint glow. He activated the Eye of Void, capable of perceiving all, seeking to swiftly scan Zhang Yu's information and relay it to Jiang Fan, who had already led the frenzied human legion into battle. Species, zombie name. Zhang Yu level, 5th-tier zombie king ability. Lightning domain. Awaken weakness. Huff. After scanning Zhang Yu's information, Yu Zhengyang's breath became hurried, his complexion pale. He hastily retrieved a 2nd-tier crystal core from his pocket and consumed it. The rich energy contained within the core flowed through Yu Zhengyang's body, replenishing the vast amounts of abilities he had expended. Damned, why is this consumption so great? The continuous use of the Eye of Void to perceive two fifth-tier zombie kings within a short span had placed immense strain on Yu Zhengyang's body. Sweat trickled down his forehead, each drop seemingly laden with fatigue and heaviness. His eyes turned a fierce RET this moment. His body felt like a bottomless pit. The energy derived from consuming a second-tier crystal core was wholly insufficient. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately this time. Yu Zhengyang's breathing was exceedingly labored as he swiftly pulled out several more second-tier crystal cores to consume. After exhausting all the crystal cores he carried, his condition improved slightly. He then glanced at the information revealed by the Eye of Void. Oh no! My Eye of Void cannot perceive the weakness of this zombie king. Yu Zhengyang's hands trembled slightly as he held the sniper rifle. Shock evident in his crimson gaze. The most crucial piece of information had eluded his scan. Yu Zhengyang dared not delay, quickly transmitting the anomaly he discovered through his communication device to Jiang Fan. Brother Fan, be cautious of this zombie king. I cannot discern its weakness. By the way, this zombie king is named Zhang Yu. As Jiang Fan, leading the frenzied human legion that had just breached Zhang Yu's domain, heard Yu Zhengyang's somewhat weak voice through his communication device, he frowned. No weakness? Or is it that Zhengyang's level is too low? Jiang Fan pondered briefly. Regardless of the outcome, one conclusion remained. This zombie king is terrifyingly powerful. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for them. The strongest, Suimo, has already sustained severe injuries, and Yu Zhengyang, having used the Eye of Void twice in quick succession, has significantly diminished combat power. The only remaining forces capable of somewhat contending with this fifth-tier zombie king are those 5 fourth-tier frenzied humans. Although he and Su Yin possess commendable strength, they are merely third-tier ability users, incapable of influencing the battle's outcome. No matter. We must rescue Brother Mo at all costs. Charge forward and intercept that zombie king. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes as he commanded the frenzied human legion to rush towards Zhang Yu, buying them time for retreat. Roar! 15 frenzied humans let out a howl. Their crimson eyes filled with fear yet unable to defy the command. Trembling, they charged towards Zhang Yu. Jiang Fan gazed at the frenzied human legion surging towards Zhang Yu, silently hoping they could delay him for a while. Captain Su, the frenzied humans are holding off the fifth-tier zombie king. We must rescue the leader. Let us go. He hoped that those creatures could stall for a moment longer. Jiang Fan and Su Yin concealed themselves behind the frenzied human legion, calling out to Su Imo, Brother Imo, hold on, we are coming. It seems your reinforcements have arrived. Zhang Yu observed the still-gritting Su Imo with an expression of cold indifference. Arcane electricity crackled around him, swiftly forming a shield of lightning that effortlessly deflected the bullets fired from afar. He paid little heed to the human reinforcements that had intruded upon his domain. Such a surprise attack could barely breach his defenses. Is that Xiao Fan? Su Imo, upon hearing the familiar voice, instinctively turned his head. Upon seeing his reinforcements finally arrive, a glimmer of excitement flickered across Sumo's weary face as he murmured, So good. UVE finally come. His plundering ability was on the verge of concluding. Had the reinforcements not arrived in time, Su Imo would have had no choice but to unleash his final gambit, fighting desperately against this fifth-tier zombie king. However, to do so would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Therefore, as long as there remained a shred of hope, Su Imo would refrain from resorting to his last resort. Having lived a second life, he yearned to amend the regrets of his previous existence. He did not wish to perish in Ingyang City. Do you truly believe that this ragtag group of misfits can rescue you? Zhang Yu seemed to see through Sumo's thoughts, his eyes glinting with cunning and cruelty as a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. He dismissed the reinforcements entirely. Su Imo, battered and bruised, stammered a single word in panic. Hearing Zhang Yu's calm tone devoid of any anger, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Sensing the levels of this reinforcements, Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. He shifted his tone. Your plundering ability is about to expire. Isn't it? Allow me to deal with them first, and then I shall turn my attention to you. We shall see then, without your psychic abilities, whether you can still maintain such resilience. As Zhang Yu's words fell, a surge of purple light erupted around him, and terrifying energy coalesced in the form of purple lightning, shooting forth from his palm towards Su Imo. Crack! A deafening roar reverberated through the domain, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Su Imo, summoning all his abilities, desperately braced against Zhang Yu's attack, coughed up blood once more. The flames engulfing him flickered weakly. His garments stained crimson. What manner of creatures are these? Controlled zombies? Or mutated humans? Zhang Yu gazed at the frenzied human legion rushing towards him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. They bore a resemblance to zombies, yet were distinctly not. However, their levels are quite formidable. A ferocious glint sparkled in Zhang Yu's gaze. These grotesque beings, somewhat resembling zombies, possessed considerable strength. Among them, 5 were 4th tier. Without overthinking, he concluded that these hideous creatures must be the creations of Sumo, the Reborn. Their strength ranks among the higher echelons of their level. Yet, before him, they were utterly insignificant. Let me first deal with you. A bloodthirsty glint surfaced on Zhang Yu's excited face, as arcs of electricity crackled ominously around him, exuding a murderous aura that instilled a profound sense of dread within the domain. The chaotic purple lightning gathered in Zhang Yu's hands, turning the area into a tempest of thunder and lightning. As terrifying bolts cleaved the sky, suddenly, countless thick bolts of destructive purple lightning cascaded from above, enveloping the entire domain, converging upon the frenzied human legion. Chapter 76. A firm resolution crack, the lightning struck the ground. Producing a tremendous roar, the domain erupted with a monumental wave of energy, seemingly capable of annihilating all. Dodge. Jiang Fan felt the weight of Zhang Yu's impending attack, his heart racing at an alarming rate. Terror gleamed in his eyes as he shouted loudly, warning Su Yin to steer clear of the frenzied human legion. This zombie king's unleashed storm of purple lightning was aimed directly at the charging frenzied human legion. And it was a large-scale area of effect obliteration attack. Before such power, they, as mere third-tier ability users, were akin to ants. Should they be struck, their fate would be sealed. Jiang Fan and Su Yin hastily evaded. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly and were at a sufficient distance. Moreover, Zhang Yu's target was not them. They emerged unscathed, though profoundly shaken by Zhang Yu's overwhelming might. As for the frenzied human legion targeted by Zhang Yu, they were not so fortunate. Under the onslaught of the annihilative energy contained within the purple lightning, the 15 formidable frenzied humans, regardless of whether they were 2nd or 4th tier, were utterly obliterated before they could even utter a cry. Reduced to mere ashes, the spots where they once stood were transformed into a vast, charred pit, with only the crystalline cores within them remaining, still shimmering with residual arcs of electricity, flickering faintly in the depths of the pit. The frenzied human legion's creation marked the pinnacle of human technological advancement in this timeline, a formidable special army. Yet, their luck was abysmally poor. They encountered Zhang Yu, a being that defied the norms of ordinary biological understanding. Right upon their debut, they are all dead. A violent shockwave erupted as Jiang Fan was struck by lightning, hurling him several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, he gazed in astonishment at the fleeting figure of the Berserk army, his face a portrait of bewilderment, as if he had witnessed something utterly incomprehensible. Where did my massive throng of berserkers vanish? Not a single one from the 2nd to 4th tier remains. Outside the domain, Yu Zhengyang, who was persistently firing to disrupt Zhang Yu, trembled as he beheld this scene, muttering, "This is disastrous." Not only Sumo, but all 3 of them are now in peril. What infuriated Yu Zhengyang further was that the bullets he fired could not even breach Zhang Yu's lightning shield. The opponent had chosen to dismiss him entirely as this strength not excessively overwhelming. At that moment, Jiang Fan was engulfed in a profound fear of Zhang Yu, his mind slipping into a daze. Recalling the time in Gaohu City, he had been among the most formidable of the many supernatural beings. His awakened special psychic abilities endowed him with extraordinary combat prowess, allowing him to slay 3rd-tier zombies even at the 2nd tier. After evolving to the 3rd tier, his strength had only augmented. 3 3rd-tier zombies working in concert could not subdue him. He could even dispatch one while gravely injuring 2 others, effortlessly escaping before the tide of undead fully encircled him. Only Sumo's formidable prowess had ever earned Jiang Fan's genuine respect. Yet, after entering Yingyang City, the events that unfolded led Jiang Fan to deeply question his own abilities. The ease with which Zhang Yu obliterated the Berserk army and left Sumo gravely wounded and on the brink of death rendered Jiang Fan's once proud strength utterly laughable in comparison. Not only had he failed to rescue Sumo, but he had also entangled himself in dire straits. Stop dawdling. We must check on the leader's condition, Su Yin urged as he pulled the dazed Zhang Fan, sprinting towards Su Imo before Zhang Yu could unleash a second assault. Their situation had become perilously precarious. The Zombie King, capable of effortlessly annihilating the Berserk army, could easily dispose of the two of them if it so desired. Their only hope for survival lay in Su Imo. They needed to explore any potential means of escape. Otherwise, the three of them would perish together in this place. Point 2 have slipped away. What a nuisance. I must rectify this. A trace of bloodlust flickered in Zhang Yu's icy gaze as he regarded the three humans gathered within the domain. Just the right time to send them on their way. Slowly, he raised his hand, and from his fingertips, clusters of purple lightning began to coalesce, crackling with electric energy accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Surrounding him were layers of electric arcs, flickering blue and purple light that danced like serpentine bolts of lightning. Exuding a sense of brutality and murderous intent, outside the domain, Yu Zhengyang, unwilling to accept his fate, continued firing his weapon in a futile attempt to disrupt Zhang Yu's gathering process, but to no avail. What in the world is this monster? Yu Zhengyang's lips quivered, his eyes filled with frustration. Despite unleashing a barrage of shots, there was not a hint of disturbance. The opponent remained utterly unperturbed. Striking the shield was akin to raindrops falling into a puddle, causing no ripples whatsoever. It was worth noting that this was a special sniper rifle capable of taking down a third-tier zombie with a single shot. Su Imo, how are you holding up? Can you endure? Leader, the Berserk army has been entirely annihilated. What shall we do? Zhang Fan and Su Yin raced to Su Imo's side, who was bloodied and gritting his teeth to endure. Su Imo remained silent, fixated on the distance, where Zhang Yu was poised to deliver a fatal blow. The complexity of Ingyang City far exceeded his expectations. Each zombie king was more formidable than the last. Particularly, this one, awakened with lightning abilities, had effortlessly obliterated the Berserk army he had painstakingly assembled, shattering his hopes of escaping Ingyang City alive. The trio who had recklessly rushed to his aid now found themselves ensnared in peril. After extinguishing their lives, the Zombie King's next target would undoubtedly be the 2,000 elite troops he had brought with him. At that point, the strong and the elite forces gathered in Tianyuan would face utter annihilation, leaving Zhao Huaya, who remained in Gaohu City, in grave danger. The image of Zhao Huaya flashed through his mind. As he pondered, a glimmer of determination flickered in Su Imo's eyes, as if he had resolved to undertake a significant decision. His body trembled slightly, but this time it was not from fear. Rather, it stemmed from the inner turmoil and struggle within. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, as if bidding farewell to this world. Su Imo's bloodshot eyes turned towards his two companions, filled with a plea, his voice hoarse and subdued. Xiao Fan, Captain Su, and Zhengyang, I implore you to look after Huaya. Su Imo had firmly resolved to utilize his final trump card. The elite forces within the gathering could not be allowed to perish entirely in Ingyang City. Sacrificing himself would ensure the survival of the majority of the elite troops. Zhang Fan, Su Yin, and Yu Zhengyang were his most trusted confidants, and he held a debt of gratitude towards them. Su Imo's only wish was for them to protect Zhao Huaya in his stead. Brother Imo, what are you planning to do, leader? What does this mean? Please don't do anything reckless. Zhang Fan and Su Yin sensed the gravity in Su Imo's tone, as if he were bidding farewell. That Su Imo did not respond. Instead, he positioned his wounded body like an unyielding boulder, shielding Zhang Fan and Su Yin behind him, his voice filled with a fervent plea that I beg of you. His voice was low and gravelly. Having said that, his gaze turned fierce and vengeful as he fixed his sight on the terrifying figure of Zhang Yu, surrounded by crackling lightning not far ahead. You have forced my hand. Then let us perish together, for the future of humanity, for the vitality of this land. Su Imo murmured softly, I am willing to sacrifice everything, even my life and soul. He closed his eyes, silently reciting the ancient summoning ritual. The air around him began to tremble, as if countless invisible forces were converging around Su Imo, emanating a faint glow from his body, instilling a sense of malevolence. This ancient summoning ritual had been learned by Su Imo in his previous life from a meteorite that had accidentally fallen near his gathering site. At that time, he had expended considerable resources to decipher the strange inscriptions upon it, seeking special supernatural beings capable of interpreting the extraterrestrial text. After a significant investment of time, he finally translated the alien characters. which essentially conveyed that this was a guiding incantation to summon an otherworldly deity, establishing contact with a powerful entity from beyond and facilitating a transaction. However, it would exact a harrowing price. Upon discovering this, Suemo had been infuriated, having invested so many resources and time only to arrive at such a fruitless conclusion. Reluctantly, he had committed the ancient summoning incantation to memory, treating it as a last resort to be employed only when absolutely necessary. Yet, fate seemed to mock him. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to use this incantation, and now, in this life, he was compelled to do so. What a bizarre aura! Brother Imo, is he really going to? Could it be that Brother Imo intends to perish alongside the Ingyang Zombie King? Jiang Fan and Su Yin, shielded by Suemo, watched in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. In that moment, they finally comprehended the meaning behind Sumo's earlier words. He was preparing to unleash his final move, sacrificing himself alongside the Ingyang Zombie King. Rest assured, Brother Imo, I will protect Sister Huaya and ensure she comes to no harm. Tears glistened in Jiang Fan and Su Yin's eyes, overwhelmed by a surge of indescribable gratitude. Suemo had saved them once more. They understood that Sumo's actions were motivated by the desire to secure their escape from Ingyang City, preventing the complete annihilation of the elite forces. Simultaneously, they loathed their own impotence, feeling powerless to act during such a critical juncture, forced to witness Sumo's sacrifice for their salvation. With my blood, I summon you. With my soul, I guide you. Arise, O otherworldly deity. As Sumo's voice echoed, an aura of malevolence enveloped the scene. The once thunderous sky now shrouded in darkness, as if even the last vestiges of light had been devoured. A tremendous energy erupted from Suemo, shaking all living beings within the city. I offer everything for this moment. Sumo's gaze was resolute, blood spilling from his lips. He was acutely aware of the consequences this choice would bring him. Yet, to protect the elite troops from annihilation, this was the sole course of action left to him. At that moment, a dark shadow sensed the summoning and descended before Suemo, resembling a demon rising from the abyss, imbued with boundless malevolence and resentment. Its form was shrouded in darkness, elusive yet emanating an overwhelming presence that sent shivers down one's spine. It was a colossal malevolent entity, radiating a chilling aura, its eyes gleaming with crimson light and a cruel smile playing upon its lips. The summoned deity surveyed Suemo from a position of superiority, its cold and unfeeling voice echoing in Sumo's ears, akin to a biting wind, filled with merciless mockery that made Suemo tremble. Such a delectably enticing soul is truly rare. If only it were of a higher tier, it would be truly exquisite. The voice of the otherworldly deity brimmed with uncontainable excitement and greed. It seemed as if Sumo's soul was a coveted treasure he had long yearned for. With but a gentle thought, he could effortlessly seize it. Your pleas, I have heard. I shall assist you in vanquishing the foes before you and lead your kin to safety. The deity's response was succinct yet imbued with an unyielding arrogance. He resembled a sovereign perched high upon the clouds, gazing down upon the insignificant insects beneath him, ready to crush them underfoot at his whim. I hope you will honor our agreement, Suemo proclaimed, then collapsed heavily to the ground like a mountain. His body was now a tapestry of wounds, drenched in blood. Were it not for the tenacity of a fifth-tier ability user, he would have long succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Furthermore, the ritual summoning of the unexpected deity placed an unprecedented burden on Sumo's body. That he had lasted this long was nothing short of a miracle, sustained solely by the willpower within his heart. I shall indeed uphold my vow. After Suemo fell, the otherworldly deity's voice rang out, dripping with disdain. It was deafening, akin to thunder reverberating from the depths of the cosmos, reminiscent of countless demons roaring in fury. Simultaneously, from the ethereal figure emerged countless tendrils, eagerly ensnaring Suemo. Those tendrils writhed like venomous serpents, wrapping around Sumo's body with unyielding force. The scene resembled famished wolves pouncing on their prey, impatient to devour Sumo's flesh. Then, a horrifying sound, akin to savoring a delicacy, emanated from the figure, sending chills down the spine. Brother Imo. Su Yin bore witness to this terrifying spectacle, his complexion as pale as parchment, nervously swallowing hard. This place is not safe. We must flee. Jiang Fan felt an equal measure of terror, yet his response was swift as he pulled the still grieving Suyin away from the domain. He also employed communication devices to alert Yu Zhengyang outside the realm. Zhengyang, leave this place at once. Listening to the exchange between the horrifying creature and Suimo before his demise, he realized that a fierce battle was about to erupt between this summoned terror and the corpse king of Yingyang. Remaining here was exceedingly perilous. Jiang Fan sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the otherworldly deity, one that was not inferior to Su Mo's. His heart eased slightly, hoping that it would slay the corpse king of Yingyang. Chapter 78. An unexpected outcome. Zhang Yu and the otherworldly deity paid no heed to the trio seizing the opportunity to escape. They scrutinized one another with their gazes, resembling two fierce tigers locked in confrontation. Each party harbored their own intentions. System. What is this dark mass before me? Unable to discern the nature of the creature, Zhang Yu refrained from acting recklessly and calmly inquired within his mind. Ding. Scanning in progress. Scan successful. Biological information as follows. Species, Mistborn, level, early 6th tier, limited by the sacrificial user's level, name, Zok, identity, summon thought avatar, abilities, thought transmission, light of regeneration, dark powers, divine domain, mind invasion, dark contracts, unfolding. Description. This is a powerful avatar of an otherworldly deity, its true form at the early demigod level, possessing a terrifying power beyond the host's current comprehension. Half-demigod. Zhang Yu's voice carried a hint of disbelief as he focused intently on the system screen. His heartbeat quickened, feeling an unprecedented mixture of curiosity and anxiety regarding this unknown level of power. In Zhang Yu's perception, beings referred to as gods were definitely of top-tier strength. System. What level is a demigod? Zhang Yu hastily inquired within, seeking clarification. Ding. The 10th tier can be referred to as a pseudo-god. Levels above pseudo-god are divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. The peak of pseudo-god leads to the demigod level, and of course, there are stronger levels beyond that, which the host does not need to concern themselves with for now. I see. Upon receiving the precise answer, Zhang Yu's expression turned grim. This reincarnator certainly knows how to invite trouble, managing to summon a demigod through self-sacrifice. Fortunately, this was merely an avatar, limited to early 6th tier strength, so there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, it was undoubtedly a tricky situation. Based on the scanned information, this demigod possessed an array of unimaginable and terrifying abilities, truly a diverse repertoire. It remained to be seen how much of its true strength this avatar could wield. Dare to seize my prey. Even if you are a god, you shall leave something for me, Zhang Yu's voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder in the sky. His body radiated an overwhelming pressure, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, instilling dread in all who beheld it, after Suimo was devoured by the otherworldly deity he summoned. The realm of flames had entirely vanished, engulfed by lightning. Zhang Yu's thunderous domain now completely enveloped the battlefield of the two, capable of lasting for an extended period. He understood that his lightning domain held absolute superiority on this battlefield. Even against the 6th-tier avatar, he possessed the strength to contend. This was also the reason Zhang Yu dared to provoke the deity's avatar. It was merely an avatar, after all. Intimidating him would not be a simple task. Ignorant insects, you shall pay the price of your life for provoking a deity. Allow me to show you true divine power. The otherworldly deity's crimson eyes glinted with malice, its voice resonating like a demon from the depths of hell. As a semi-divine level powerhouse, to be provoked by an insect easily extinguishable with a mere breath on such a backward planet, it was evident that he was enraged. The otherworldly deity looked down upon Zhang Yu from a lofty position, its blood-red gaze revealing a hint of concealed astonishment. On this seemingly barren and primitive planet, encountering two such unique and precious souls was entirely beyond its expectations. Your soul is even more delectable and enticing than the previous one. The deity's deep and sinister voice echoed through the air, each word laden with an overwhelming sense of oppression. I shall savor it thoroughly, experiencing the mysteries and powers that lie deep within your soul. His tone exuded an undeniable confidence and arrogance, as if he were the sovereign of all on this planet, unmatched by any. As the words of the otherworldly deity fell, the entire city seemed to tremble. An aura of malevolence erupting instantaneously. Then let us see. Zhang Yu unleashed the ferocity befitting a corpse king, feeling an immense pressure descending from above, as though it sought to crush him entirely. Just as he was about to condense the lightning within his domain to counter this otherworldly deity, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the otherworldly deity's avatar is a consciousness energy entity. You may choose to absorb it. What? Initially taken aback, Zhang Yu's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. System, I simply adore you. Absorb. What does it matter if it is an otherworldly deity? Allow me to demonstrate the shock of a cheat. Zhang Yu abandoned all resistance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the otherworldly deity. The one to be devoured shall be you, I will relish your energy. Although Sumo's crystal core had been snatched away, consuming a 6th-tier deity avatar seemed even more favorable. Energy absorption in progress. How is this possible? The energy within me is dissipating. The otherworldly deity, witnessing Zhang Yu's cessation of resistance, initially believed him to be awestruck by its overwhelming divine power. To its astonishment, it discovered that the energy of its avatar was rapidly dwindling like snowflakes melting away. It is you? Stop at once. Return my energy. The otherworldly deity realized with horror that its energy was flowing into this insignificant insect, and no means could halt this bizarre phenomenon. A flicker of panic finally emerged in its voice. Now laced with threats. At this rate of absorption, its early 6th-tier avatar would soon be completely consumed by Zhang Yu. Losing an early 6th-tier avatar was but a trivial loss for a semi-divine level powerhouse. Thus, it did not plead for mercy, only delivering threats. However, upon seeing that Zhang Yu showed no signs of halting, a more intense killing intent flared in its crimson eyes. The otherworldly deity's low and authoritative voice reverberated through the domain. Akin to a demon's roar. Very well, you are impressive. I must admit, the peculiar ability possessed by this insect has indeed surpassed my expectations. The deity's words dripped with profound anger and indignation. It had initially thought that a single avatar would suffice for the contract. However, the presence of Zhang Yu had instilled an unprecedented sense of threat within it. Its divine form was being devoured by an insignificant insect. This was akin to an ant, which one could squash with a casual step, suddenly leaping up to deliver a punch, breaking your bones. Having ascended to divinity long ago, Zok felt a profound humiliation. Originally, I had only intended to eliminate you to fulfill the contract. The deity continued, but now, I have changed my mind. His voice was filled with coldness and cruelty. My true form shall personally come to greet you. And at that time, I shall ensure the annihilation of you and your entire race. Chapter 79. The devouring across the cosmos. Zok vowed, regardless of the cost, to locate the planet of this lowly creature that had devoured his avatar. When that time came, not a single being upon this planet would be spared. Including the planet itself, he would ensure its complete obliteration, in an attempt to quell the fury within this demigod. Though Zolk was summoned by Sumo's sacrificial rites, he found himself bewildered, unaware of his current location. However, based on the aura he sensed upon his arrival, it became evident that this planet harbored no beings of demigod caliber, let alone those of the pseudo-god level. In fact, even creatures of the 5th or 6th tier were exceedingly rare. It was no wonder that this 5th-tier corpse exhibited such arrogance. They had never encountered the dread of a divine being. Moreover, it appeared that the planet had suffered a calamity, which simultaneously endowed its inhabitants with the potential for evolution. Yet, before a being of his stature, they were nothing more than ants, easily extinguished with a mere breath. The distance between his avatar and his true form was vast, rendering the connection weak, like a fleeting wisp of smoke, elusive and intermittent. To accurately locate Zhang Yu's planet would likely require an interminable search and calculation over many years. However, for a demigod, time stretched like an endless ocean, vast and unfathomable. They possessed a lifespan that could leave lesser beings in awe. Should Zolk so desire, he could patiently seek within the boundless cosmos. Furthermore, with the tracking sensation left by his consumed avatar, he stood a fair chance of finding this place within a century. When that time arrived, the inhabitants of this planet would face the wrath of a demigod. Wretched insects, I hope you dare to be so arrogant before my true self. I shall find you soon. Zolk's voice grew increasingly somber, each syllable piercing Zhang Yu's heart like a frigid steel needle. Laden with menace and intimidation, Subsequently, Zulk's avatar was completely devoured by Zhang Yu. Ha. It seems you may not have that opportunity. Zhang Yu, listening to the threats of Zulk's demigod avatar as it dissipated, displayed no hint of alarm, but rather a faint, cold smile. His calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that just before Zulk's avatar was utterly consumed, a shocking voice reverberated in his mind. Ding! The system has locked onto the demigod Zulk's true form. Would the host like to proceed with the consumption? Confirm consumption. Dare to threaten me? The Super Corpse King system is not to be trifled with. A smile of delight spread across Zhang Yu's face, his heart racing with exhilaration. The energy released from consuming the demigod's avatar was sufficient to elevate him to the 6th-tier Corpse King level. This marked a monumental evolution. Imagine, if Zhang Yu could successfully devour this genuine demigod, what pinnacle of evolution would he achieve? At that juncture, he would no longer be constrained by any life form on this planet. His power would shine like the vast stars, resplendent and unmatched, establishing him as the true sovereign of this realm, unchallenged in his authority. The dominion of a demigod extends beyond a single life-bearing planet. Even the surrounding star regions, devoid of demigod-level beings or higher, would be powerless to halt Zhang Yu's expansion into the cosmos. Ding, consumption in progress. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. As it fell, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged into his body, flooding every cell with vigor. This energy was boundless, as if cascading from the depths of the universe, infused with infinite vitality. Zhang Yu could distinctly sense it coursing through him, nourishing every corner, reshaping his very being. Unable to contain his joy, he erupted into laughter, a sound filled with elation and fervor. Today, I shall ascend to divinity. Ha ha ha. His laughter resonated through the desolate cityscape. Meanwhile, in a vibrant and bountiful star region far from Blue Star, on a planet surrounded by divine energy, the furious Zulk seethed with rage, vowing, "Damn those insects, I will find you." The provoked demigod Zulk's face was a mask of unbridled fury, his voice echoing like a demon from the abyss. Cold and bloodthirsty. Yet, just as he prepared to summon his subordinates to locate the planet where his avatar had been vanquished, a sense of confusion crossed his enraged visage, swiftly morphing into terror. No, how can this be? My true form's energy is dissipating. No, no. Panic finally crept onto Zulk's once arrogant countenance. He had never anticipated that the one he deemed an insect, Zhang Yu, would possess such a bizarre ability. Not only had he consumed his avatar, but he could also trace the location of his true form in such a short span, traversing the vast cosmos to do so. Zulk, the demigod ruler of vast star regions, now found himself engulfed in unprecedented dread. He frantically scanned his surroundings, seeking the terrifying presence that was silently devouring his energy. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive the entity's whereabouts. Amplifying his fear, it felt as though an invisible behemoth had set its sights upon him, greedily consuming the vast energy within, each instance of consumption draining his vitality. In despair, Zulk's voice trembled and weakened. He ceased his roaring and howling, shifting to pleading. Please stop. I am willing to pay any price. Just spare me this once. His voice brimmed with fear and helplessness, the remnants of his former majesty and arrogance evaporating in an instant. He understood that if he did not swiftly thwart this force, he would be utterly erased in mere moments amidst the endless darkness. Zulk, the once proud demigod, now found himself compelled to lower his haughty head and plead with an unknown entity. His cries for mercy echoed desolately within the vast halls of the planet, resonating with profound sorrow and despair. Minutes later, roar of defiance erupted from the planet. No, the voice was rife with despair and wrath, as if it aimed to shatter the very fabric of the universe. How could I fall in such a manner? Zulk bellowed, his voice laden with agony and resentment. Unwillingness, sheer unwillingness. His voice gradually diminished. Yet the bitterness and fury intensified. However, before his lamentations could conclude, his voice vanished entirely into the profound darkness. After fully consuming Zulk's true form, Zhang Yu's speed of evolution surged with the velocity of a rocket. The system's voice reverberated incessantly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving into a 6th-tier Corpse King. Reward: Mechanical Zombie Legion 10,000. Absolutely loyal to the host. Reward: Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving into a 7th-tier Corpse Emperor. Reward, ding. Congratulations to the host for evolving into an 8th-tier Corpse Emperor. Reward, ding. Congratulations to the host for evolving into a 9th-tier Corpse Emperor. Reward, ding. Congratulations to the host for evolving to the pinnacle of the pseudo-god level. Reward, ding. Congratulations to the host for evolving to the early stage of the demigod level. Reward. Until the system's voice fell silent, a terrifying and chilling aura suddenly erupted from Zhang Yu. This aura surged like a fierce thunderclap rising from the endless abyss, sweeping across the cosmos with blinding speed, enveloping everything in a chilling atmosphere. In the urban district of Yingyang, human forces were fiercely battling against the relentless tide of corpses. Yet, in an instant, this well-equipped army seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, vanishing completely from existence. Their figures disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed, leaving behind an empty battlefield and a horde of corpses whose injuries had miraculously healed. At that moment, Zhang Yu's figure grew tall and majestic, akin to a towering mountain, standing at the center of the world. His eyes shimmered with a cold and piercing light, as if capable of penetrating all illusions and gazing into the essence of life. His countenance was resolute and austere, exuding an air of supremacy that rendered others unable to meet his gaze. Around his body, an invisible storm seemed to coalesce, drawing everything into its vortex. This storm was imbued with boundless energy and might, as if it could rend the very fabric of the universe. Zhang Yu's aura deepened and expanded, resembling an infinite cosmic black hole, devouring all in its vicinity. This was the true divine power that Zalk had spoken of. The feeble beings had never witnessed the terrifying nature of divine power. An hour later, the horizon of the planet was pierced by a dazzling light, heralding the impending transformation. All humans mutated into zombies amidst their panic and fear. Utterly incapable of resisting the overwhelming divine power, the mutated beasts ceased their bloodlust and savagery, revealing their endearing sides. Zhang Yu stood atop the mountain, his gaze piercing, surveying the planet that had recently endured catastrophe. "Let me bring this to an end." As the words fell from his lips, Zhang Yu's power surged like a torrential flood, instantly sweeping across the entire planet, bringing every inch of land and every life under his dominion.